ちは、皆さん。I'm Great Joker United Empire。今日は試合があった。そして彼がエンパイアの応援してくれるってよ。みんな、ブローキンテーブルポッドキャストよろしく。
What's going on, guys? Welcome to the Broken Table Show. We got an emergency breaking news episode for you guys today. This is episode number 40 of the Broken Tables podcast. Damn, MJF has no-showed the meet and greet in Las Vegas at FanFest. Wow, dude. I don't know if this is a work or a shoot, but this absolutely shocked me. I didn't see it coming, which maybe I should have if it's a work, you know what I mean? But holy crap, man. This shocked the crap out of me when this came across my Twitter.
Yeah, man. I mean, I'll tell you kind of off the bat. I mean, if it's a work or a shoot, I don't think it's a good thing, regardless of what it is.
Yeah, I still haven't decided exactly how I feel as far as that goes yet. Judging by Twitter, there's a few people that are at the Fan Fest that are extremely disappointed. One person said that she flew all the way across the country just to see him, and now he has lost a fan. But then all of the responses to her and other people that are sad are a bunch of, LOL, this is his character, this is his persona. Tons of people are like, oh my God, I love it. And I'm like, do people really, they're really liking this? And I'm starting to see a little bit like he is such a heel that he's easily the number one heel in wrestling. And I feel like in order to enjoy MJF to the fullest extent, there almost shouldn't be a limit to where he goes. And that's where I almost see this one possibly being a work. But at the same time, I couldn't imagine being one of these people that bought the tickets just to see MJF and then he no-shows. And, you had a little bit of news for us. People were seeing him somewhere?
Yeah, so he was spotted kind of just hanging out at the casinos doing what you do at a casino and whatnot.
Sitting at the machine or...
I didn't get too much detail on that, just that he's hanging out at the casino.
Okay.
Now, here's my thing. Here's my take. Like, how do you want to look at it first, whether it's a work or a shoot?
Let's go with the work first.
Okay. If it's a work, I agree with you in the sense that there shouldn't be a limit to what he says or does. However, there is a limit in terms of people paid money to see MJF.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, like, these meet and greets are not cheap.
No.
They came to Philly last month, and I couldn't shell out the extra cash to go to it. So it's like, you know what I mean? Like, it was $75 to meet one wrestler. That's a good chunk of change, and I'm sure this Double or Nothing Fest is much more expensive.
Yeah.
This is a very big thing for them. Excuse me. And the fact that showed what people paid for, like, that's some WWE shit. Like, I'm sorry, they advertised him, they sold tickets for him, and this isn't on Tony Khan, unless it's a work. If it's a work, then Tony Khan's in on it, and I greatly disapprove of this. If it's a work, and MJF they took these people's money for him not to show up, like, okay, I understand how he's a heel and, like, this is part of the gimmick. I get it. But there's a difference. Like, when he's done signings in the past, he's gone to them and he's complained. He's bitched about being there. He's been a real dick to people. He'll throw their autographs on the floor. He'll crumble the autograph up. All of that, fair game and excellent. But to just straight up not show up, and then not only that, but to make it publicly known, like, you're not laying low. You're at the casino where people who are in town for the weekend for the show are going to see you, and then the word's going to spread that you're there. Like, I don't know. I'm sorry, but that's, like, if it's a work, I think it's a really, again, I don't want to use the term it's too far. It's just it's go away heat. Like
Yeah.
this isn't heat. This is like that's scummy. Fuck you. Go away. Like that's, it's not it's not like, oh, I want to pay to see this guy get his ass kicked. Like, no, like this is like, I won't spend another cent on MJF if I don't, like, if I don't think I'm 100% guaranteed to get what I pay for. Like, I ain't spending another
Yeah.
dime.
It's funny that you say this is some WWE shit, because that was a lot of the other side I would see on Twitter. That was literally what people were saying. They were like, "This is Bruce Pritchard written all over it. What the hell?" And that almost makes me think that it's a work too. Because he's mentioned Bruce Pritchard. He says he's got him on speed dial. So for him to pull something, like that, I just don't know, man. Especially sitting
I
in the
don't know.
casino and so many people seeing him. Like, he had to have known that was going to happen.
Yeah, and I get it. I mean, but if it's a work, it's in very poor taste, and I don't think it accomplishes anything. Um, Again, it's like, you're not being hated because of your character. You're being hated because you ripped people off. And again,
Yeah.
that's just,
Well, so here's what they actually did. I looked this one up. So they refunded anybody that went there just for MJF. But also, even if you got your refund, I believe they let them take a picture with another wrestler, of other people. So they almost got, another picture for free. So,
yeah, I get that. I do. And I do think that, at the end of the day, like, if it's a shoot, which we haven't gotten into yet, if it's a shoot, there's nothing Tony Khan can do about this, really,
yeah.
except for taking action moving forward, which, if it's a shoot, he absolutely should do. Um, but I mean, I don't know. Like, we're going to know by tomorrow if it's a work or if it's a shoot.
Yeah, I hope
I'll tell
so.
you that much. Well, because here's the thing, right? If it's the Wardlow MJF match now is extremely important, not just in the sense of Wardlow's development, but in the sense of MJF and his status with the company. If we go into this match tomorrow and, like, Wardlow just fucking kills him, and there's no offense from MJF, and there's at no point do you think MJF has a chance of beating Wardlow, then you gotta like think about the possibility, the fact that they're just gonna bury this guy
Yeah.
until his contract expires. Which, I mean, if he's thinking like, okay, like, we can get, you want to get into the shoot part yet, or you still have anything you want to touch on with it being a work?
No, yep, that's good on the work. So what do you think about if it's a shoot?
If it's a shoot, it's the most scummy, disgusting fucking thing I've ever fucking seen in my entire life as a wrestling
Yeah.
fan. And that's, keep in mind of everything that WWE has done. It's just like, I understand you think you're worth money. I get it. And this isn't just a wrestling thing, this is a sports thing in general. And it's just like, I understand that you want to get paid. You think you're worth something. And that's great. And I think that MJF as a wrestler is absolutely worth being paid. And you know what? At the end of the day, if he's going to go get a paycheck somewhere else, like, it is what it is. I don't agree with it, but it's not my place. It's him making his money.
Yeah.
But that being said, it's like, you signed a contract, and you've been treated well. Like, this is not some sort of, like, this is not the equivalent of, like, say, a Sasha Banks Naomi situation where, like, they've just been treated like shit from the company and bad booking and just all around just, like, not good,
Yeah, a
to
lot of
this
people
where it's
are
like,
making that comparison here.
yeah, I definitely think that there's, to an extent, like, the comparison can be made, but not entirely. Like, this guy has been top billed, booked dominantly.
Oh yeah.
Like, he's been a marquee guy in the company with, creative freedom to do and say whatever he wants and does whatever he wants, and he's always in, like, a top three feud in the company. Like, with good booking. It's just,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Now,
It comes down to the fact he thinks he's worth more money, but like he doesn't understand how contracts work, and that's just fucking bonkers to me.
now, I just saw something that said, no, never mind. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, what did you see?
I thought Uncle Dax was mentioning something about the MJF thing, but he was talking about at his meet and greet, so it was not what I thought it was.
Okay. I don't know. If it's a shoot, like that's not how contracts work. You work your contract and you earn your future contract on the contract you're on now. So like, if MJF is at the point now where he's just gonna do whatever the fuck he wants, like if I'm Tony Khan, I send his ass home. And like, all right, well, you're gonna sit out for a year. Honestly, I would. Like, here's the thing, right? Like, you gotta like take care of your locker room, and you gotta set a precedent. Like, you can't, like, like when Sasha and Naomi walked out of WWE, I tweeted that the WWE should act on this if they want to keep control of their locker room. I don't
Yeah.
like them, but that's the right thing to do. And this is no different. If Tony Khan, like, number one, keep like let's look at it from the other wrestlers' perspectives. The other wrestlers that were there at Double or Nothing for the Fan Fest, like they had to work later. They had to stay longer. And I'm
Yeah.
sure that they don't mind taking pictures with fans. I mean, they're getting paid for it. Like, but at the end of the day, like they have a really packed schedule. This is their WrestleMania. This is AEW's WrestleMania, and like this is a very packed week for everyone in that locker room. So like the thought that like this whole group of people that paid to see MJF, all those people now need to get moved over to these other wrestlers who are taking time out of their schedule, their day, to make it up to these fans. And not just that, but just the way you're acting in general. Just be like you need to set a precedent. Like I'm like if this is a shoot, like Tony, like again, like if this is a shoot tomorrow, you have Double or Nothing happen, and you have Wardlow just bury MJF, like just done, just fucking
Yeah.
do the job,
I've seen people
and then
suggest that as well. Yep.
you send them home, and you're like, look, if you want to work, you call us, but until then, you're sitting at your ass home. Like we're like this is not what we do here.
Yeah.
And it's
Ugh.
frustrating. It's very frustrating.
So-
It's not a good look, no matter how you want to look at it, in my opinion.
Yeah. Now, I seen a couple people posting that Jericho did this last year at Double or Nothing. I have no way of confirming that because Google's not any help right now.
Yeah, I don't recall that.
I don't recall it being a big deal or anything, but we weren't doing a podcast then, so
Yeah, I don't know. It's not good. It's not a good look. I mean, again, like either like there's just a line, man. There's just a line you don't want to cross here, and I know you're saying that there is no line. And I think there's a horizontal line, if that makes sense. A
yeah, I
lateral
know what
line.
you mean.
It's just like
That's kind of like
not a
my
good look.
excuse to try to say there's no line, you know?
Yeah, but again, I mean, I don't think that there is a line in terms of what you're saying and what you're doing, as long as you show up where you need to be.
Yeah. Like,
I don't know.
I'm almost wondering, like, I like what you said, maybe by tomorrow we're gonna know what actually happened. Like, I'm wondering if maybe these people in line were given a special ticket that they were told, like, hey, don't say anything, tomorrow or something. You guys will have another something. Like, that would be really cool if they tried to have like a secret meet and greet with him while adding these people to possibly to the work. You know what I mean? But that's very, very highly unlikely.
Yeah, we have Sean Ross Sapp tweeting out that he will have a big update on MJF on Fightful Select. Fightful Select. He confirms he's physically okay for those that asked.
Yeah, I think we knew that after about 13 people confirmed he was sitting in the casino.
Yeah, I would like to know this update before we get off the podcast, because I am assuming it's going to be some pretty big. He said big update, and Sean Ross Sapp, I don't believe
Yeah.
he ever. He's not one to overinflate things.
I was
So,
about to say that adding that word big in there is concerning to me.
All right. Well, so let's hang out for a little bit on this.
Yeah.
This is a very impromptu podcast. We could talk a little bit more about MJF.
Yeah.
I'll keep an eye on the sources, on the sites, and we'll see what comes up.
Yeah, and
So
we had a few people in chat here. If anybody can try to confirm whether Jericho no-showed a meet and greet, please see if you can confirm that for me.
yeah, and I'll say this. So I think that if MJF wants to leave AEW, so be it. You know, this promotion, like AEW, there's so much fucking talent here that the company will be okay.
Yeah.
Like this is not like nuclear meltdown. This is not a huge deal. Like it sucks, but like it's just stupid. I think MJF is just fucking retarded. He's just stupid. I know that's not PC, but it's just, and that's how off script it is. I didn't even mean that. I apologize for that, but it's like fucking stupid. Like how stupid can you be to just
Yeah.
like it's just a bad look. It's just an absolutely bad look for him.
Well, like I said, I'm wondering if this is playing into MJF's character of mentioning Bruce Pritchard and doing something that Bruce would possibly do, and I'm wondering if he's doing an imitation of Sasha and Naomi. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not sure what's going on, man. This is real, just crazy to even think about, really. Especially
Yeah,
since,
I get it.
like you said, they've been booking him very well. There's just no reason for him to be unhappy other than the fact he's still stuck in his old contract. But all they have to do is sign him for more years for more money. He knows that nobody in their right mind would give them more money without more years. You know what I mean? Like, that's just not how contracts work. So give him another 3 years and give him a shit ton of money, and he's worth it. I feel like all of this is a work. There's no reason for him to want to leave or anything. You know what I mean? He just had one of the best programs with CM Punk. Arguably his hero. So
Yeah, no, I get that, but it's if it's a shoot, it's not good. Like it's not.
yeah.
If it's a work, it's not good, and if it's a shoot, it's not good. There's no. It's good in
Well,
my opinion. It's just
yeah.
it's
Here's how
really
I'm
bad.
looking at it, because I kind of, as I was browsing through Twitter, I was kind of taking a little count here, and there seems to be more people. It's about 75% are LOLing, saying, "Haha, I can't believe this is what MJF's character is. This is kind of funny." And then there's like 25% of people that are like, "This is messed up. This is totally like uncalled for, completely messed up." So I just I'm not sure, man. I really think that this may be a work, and I think he actually plans on gaining a few more fans than he loses from this, just from that hardcore heel thing. So we'll have to see. I'm not exactly sure what's gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think it's just. All right, hold on. I think I'm getting the story on Fightful Select. Give me 1 second. Uno momento, por favor. Let's see.
Yeah. Still trying to see if Jericho has done this before, and I'm not seeing anybody else now, but I did see like 2 or 3 people say it.
Let's see. I think he like must have just posted it because he said it on Twitter, but it's not showing up in my Patreon feed yet.
Okay.
Uh, so it's again, let's just give it. We're gonna have the news very shortly.
Yeah, I mean, he did tweet out, the MJF AEW situation isn't seeming pleasant. That was right before he tweeted out what you said. The update will be on Fightful.
Yeah, I mean,
Fuck, man, this is crazy.
it's just stupid. It's like that's what it is. Like I won't even say crazy. It's just kind of stupid. Like I have no sympathy for the guy, and I don't
Yeah.
like.
And we heard Tony Khan just the other day say like wrestling's the best when the lines between real life and the show are blurred. And that's when MJF tweeted out "fuck this place" and then deleted it.
Yeah, I remember seeing that.
This
And again,
I'm telling you. All right, I'm kind of all the apples are going into the basket now, and I'm adding this up. I'm almost sure this is a work. I'm pretty sure this has all been leading up to something like this. Yeah, I don't know. It seems to be lining up to me. I know it seems like it's going too far, but I think that's the plan.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know. Do I hope it's that? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't have a preference on this. I think. I mean, I guess. Yeah. I hope it's a work and it's something that they realize it's a bad idea and they never do it again.
We'll have to see how it plays
But
out, So
yeah, I don't know what is taking so long here because he tweeted about it on Fightful and it's just not coming up yet.
yeah, I mean, maybe he's still writing it, still trying to find out.
No, I think he usually has his ducks in a row when he's doing what he's doing. That's again, I'm
2 minutes
trying to figure
ago,
it out.
Sean Ross Sapp tweets, "I can confirm a flight out of Las Vegas tonight has been booked for MJF."
Hmm.
Holy shit!
All right. Well, I'm still waiting on the Fightful feed. He tweeted that.
Yep, 2 minutes ago.
I didn't see that. I just see him tweeting. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, I see. I'm seeing that now too.
Holy shit! A flight out of Las Vegas tonight has been booked for MJF. He is being sent home,
Right.
like you just said.
I mean, we don't know if he's being sent home. This could be either again, like if it's a work or a shoot. It's not a work. Then it's not a work. They're
Fuck,
not.
man.
They're not going to. Man, this guy just like has tarnished his legacy, and like so disappointing. That's so disappointing on his end. I'm
I'm
still trying to pull
speechless
the
right
full
now.
story. It's okay. Here we go. I got it. Excuse me.
Take it
This is
away.
via Fightful Select. MJF has flight booked out of Las Vegas. Latest situation on AEW. MJF no-showed his planned meet and greet on Saturday for AEW, causing many fans to be unhappy after expecting to see him. As of right now, his status for Double or Nothing is uncertain. Fightful heard from plenty of upset fans who had planned to meet MJF that he had not shown up. Beyond that, AEW has remained quiet about the situation, not responding to Fightful's inquiries for information or comment. The only sources within the company that would speak on the matter said that they were very unhappy about how it all played out. One AEW source has said that they heard that communication between the two sides had reached an all-time low. AEW talent and personnel were asked to not comment on the situation, and those we've spoken to have not heard back from him. Fightful reached out to both AEW and MJF and only got a confirmation that MJF is fine physically, which is the first concern when something like this happens. However, we also learned that a flight for MJF out of Las Vegas across the country was booked for late Saturday night. Whether or not he gets on the plane remains to be seen. Neither side would confirm the reasoning for this when pressed. We have to reiterate, we're not sure if he's actually getting on the plane, but have confirmed a flight for him has been booked out of Vegas Saturday night. MJF has remained frustrated with All Elite Wrestling over the last 2 months regarding his contract status and specifically pay scale. However, we're told that AEW has been willing to discuss a new contract with the star performer, who is scheduled to face Wardlow at Sunday's Double or Nothing pay-per-view. We're told that in the weeks prior, MJF effectively blew off these overtures. Those we spoke to at AEW believe that MJF would be paid top performer money to sign an extension. MJF is said to have kept to himself much more since the initial argument with Tony Khan in early April that Fightful reported on. During that heated discussion, we were told that Khan's issues were more about the fact MJF did a major interview without informing the AEW PR team about it, and MJF's issues were regarding his contract.
Wow.
So, yeah, okay.
So let me go real
Well,
quick.
yeah, go for it.
So right away, there was a couple of words in there he used that made me feel like he may be in on the work, which I'm stretching now. I'm reaching for straws. When he said we can't confirm that he's gonna get on the plane, that feels like this was kind of like, hey Sean, here's this update for you, sir. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to think.
Dude,
Um,
all
well,
right.
okay.
Cody
Here's the
just
thing. I know
flashed
what.
in front of my fucking eyes, and now I'm scared to death that this is another fucking Cody situation where I was like, oh, it's a work, and then nope.
So number one, I'll say this, and I know that I give Cody Rhodes a lot of hate, and there's a lot of reason for that. Again, as we've discussed in the past, the things that I dislike, I have a lot of reasoning for, and I don't think that I'm a hater. I just think that, I have my opinions and they're based off of actual things and opinions. Cody Rhodes, like, fuck Cody Rhodes. Okay. Like, this MJF situation is not another Cody Rhodes for me. This is just like just fuck off then. Like, at this point, I would rather, I would rather him go. I would rather him go. Like, I have too much fun, being a fan of AEW. I have too much of a good time to, like, have this guy think that he could just fucking dictate what's going to happen in the company. And again, at the end of the day, like, Tony Khan, he needs to do the right thing for his company. And if MJ, again, if this is a shoot, honestly, I get it. And I know WWE wouldn't hesitate to sign him, but, like, man, it's such a bad look. Like, it is such a bad, like, this is worse than, like, anything that anyone leaving WWE ever did. Like, really, seriously. Like, CM Punk walked out after the Royal Rumble.
Yeah.
He didn't walk out before the Royal Rumble. He did not show up for a meet and greet that he was, like, people paid to meet him. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Like,
fucking naked girls,
this
stupid
is,
shit is back. Get out of here. Sorry.
and it's just, no, it's fine. It's just, man, this is shitty. This is just, I don't know, man. And you
Yeah,
know
dude.
what? Oh my
I'm
God.
just I'm scared to death now, man. I can't stand. Ugh. God damn it.
I would not. You know who I'm pissed off for right now? Fucking Wardlow. This
Yeah,
dude's
right.
about to have the biggest fucking match of his fucking career tomorrow. And, like, oh my God, how dare MJF do this to him? Like, if it's a shoot, just, like, what a piece of shit. Like, what an absolute piece of trash. Like, I don't
Yeah,
know, man.
like I
This
said,
is
I don't
just
want to
we're
go
kind of
that
just.
far until I know it's a shoot and all this. But man, this sucks.
I don't know. I think either way, again, it's like, for me, I'm more upset for Wardlow than I am for him leaving the company. I mean, again,
Yeah,
he's very talented, but at the end of the day, like, you can't act this way. Like, and it's been reported multiple times that AEW and Tony Khan were willing to pay him and were willing to work something out with him. But you don't just, like, that's not how contracts work. You just don't get more money
yeah.
for nothing.
Got to get
Like,
more
you work
years. So
exactly. You work your contract and you either sign an extension
yeah,
or sign a new contract or you don't.
yeah,
Like, it doesn't work like that where it's like, all right, well, you're here till 2024, but we're going to give you a raise. Like, it just doesn't work that way.
yeah. No contracts do that. If you outperform your contract, you renegotiate and you sign a new contract. With more years and more money. That's just the way it goes. But we got John in chat that's saying, so if this is real, who does Wardlow face tomorrow? That's a great question.
I don't know because, like, Sean Spears is the one that comes to mind, but, like, he already beat Spears on Dynamite.
Yeah,
I don't
in a
know.
cage.
Dude, this is, like, I'm so intrigued by this pay-per-view now. Like, I was already sold. We did our preview show yesterday. If you didn't check it out, for the live viewers, please check it out. We had a blast going through the card and making predictions, and
Yeah, that was
it's going
fun.
to be an awesome show regardless. But, like, man, like, this is, like, there's so much intrigue now. Like, I want to know what they're going to do tomorrow. Like, number one, I want to know if it's a work, and number two, if it's a shoot, I want to know, like, what are they going to do? Like, like, what do you do if you're Tony Khan, Jeff, and it's a shoot? Like, let's say this. Let's assume it's a shoot, and right now MJF is currently sitting at the Las Vegas airport, waiting to board his flight to go back to Long Island, and he's about to hold out until he gets released. You're Tony Khan. What are you doing tomorrow?
Oh, tomorrow I'm
Yeah.
informing him he's suspended for 90 days.
Okay.
I don't know if I could fire him completely. I mean, if they did fire him completely, he's probably going to have a red flag on himself for the E, and he's going to lose all of his leverage on getting all that money that he's been talking about. Because if the competition doesn't want you, WWE they have no reason to pay him, this gargantuan amount or whatever it is that he wants. So I don't know.
Absolutely. But I do disagree with you. I don't think. Well, I do think it absolutely should be viewed as a red flag.
Yeah.
I do see WWE signing him regardless. I think that they have completely failed to create new stars over the last 20 years. And so now they see themselves with a huge deficiency of stars. So they will sign MJF. MJF will get the payday he's looking for if he goes, if he leaves AEW.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is he has no leverage on being like, well, these guys are going to pay me more, so I want, 2 million, 3 million. Like, he has no leverage there.
Yeah. That's actually a great point. I mean, I definitely agree with that. I mean,
yeah,
that definitely hurts his negotiating power there.
Yep.
Yeah, man, it's a really bad. It was a bad idea. Like, I don't know what the point of doing this was. I mean, it just. Oh my God.
I'm telling you, man,
Again,
like you said, it's a really bad
I
idea. I think that they are trying to push a boundary here. Test some waters. We shall see, but I really hope it's not like just a complete shoot where nobody had any clue other than MJF that he wasn't going to show up. I just really hope that's not the case.
So, again, I just want to touch on this again because at the end of the day, MJF's going to do whatever MJF's going to do.
Yeah.
I feel so awful for Wardlow. I really do. This guy has been busting his ass, and like, it's such a dick move on MJF's part. Like, to not do the job, to not like at least do double or nothing. Like, if you're really that upset and you really want out, like, all right, but like, you're not even gonna go and you're not gonna do the job for Wardlow. Like, oh, man, that's so scummy.
And it's
And again, like,
it's
just
so
not
odd
good,
that
man.
they said he's got a flight booked out for tonight, but we don't know if he's gonna come back tomorrow for the show. Like, that's just weird to me. If you booked me a flight, if you booked me on a flight tonight to go home, I'm not coming back tomorrow. Like, no.
That's what I'm saying. There's no way if he's getting on that flight, like going cross country, he's not coming back tomorrow.
No.
It's like right now it's 7 o'clock there. It's 10 o'clock on the East Coast. Like, I mean, you've flown it. How long is a flight between Vegas and Philly? Well, because the Northeast.
Dude, a straight flight is like 7 hours, I think, maybe closer to 8. I usually stop off in Chicago, so.
So let's assume he's going to get on a flight at 10 o'clock West Coast time because, they have to book a flight and there's probably not a flight available right then and there. So let's say he gets on a flight at 10 o'clock and it's let's say it's an 8-hour flight, just, a nice even number.
Yeah.
You're looking at, what is that, 7 in the morning, 6 in the morning, 6 in the morning.
Yep.
So he's getting off the plane at 6 in the morning in Long Island.
But it's actually going to be 7, 8, 9 in the morning in Long Island because of the 3-hour time difference.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Yes, thank you. So it's 9 a.m. in Long Island, and then he's going to come back another 8 hours. Like, let's assume he goes home and sleeps for 5 hours.
There's no time to come back. So he gets there at 9 a.m. He would have to immediately get back on another flight to make it back.
Exactly. Like, it's just not happening. If he gets on that flight, he's not going to be at double or nothing.
John, you say about 5 hours to the East Coast. When I fly out of Las Vegas and we stop in Chicago, it's 6 hours to Chicago. But maybe because of that little diagonal we go up, maybe it takes a little longer. But yeah.
I just saw a funny tweet. It says, Jim Ross, this is your redemption moment. 20 years ago, you were unable to talk Steve Austin off the plane. Talk Max off this one.
Oh, shit.
Somebody's got to talk to this guy. Like, he's he's making a huge mistake here. Like again, like I understand that you want more money, but like this ain't the way to do it, man. This is just not the way to do it. This is
That,
just a bad
man,
look.
that's why I just don't think I don't know, man. That's why I don't think it's real. I think he's taken his character. I think he's taken it to another level.
I don't know. I don't know, but
Oof,
it's I
fucking
I don't
crazy
know.
though.
I don't know what Tony Khan does tomorrow. I don't know who he puts out there against Wardlow because you don't want to do Spears again. I mean, like I guess Spears is the go-to,
Yeah.
but like that really sullies the moment. I don't know what Tony Khan can do to make this work without
Okay.
MJF. I mean, maybe. I mean, does Tony Khan go out on pay-per-view and address it? I mean, I feel like he would have to.
So that's where I think you were going to be right, where we'll know exactly what happened by the end of tomorrow. If we see Tony come out and apologize for the match, I think it's real then.
Yeah, I
But
think you might be right. It like that's I'm just trying to think about how it would work out, and like that would have to be it. It's like you'll know by the show how the show goes. I mean, if MJF's not on the show, like Tony Khan is not the kind of guy. Again, we've talked about this before. One of the best things about AEW is that like when they advertise something, they follow through with it.
yeah.
So it, if MJF's not there tomorrow, like he's done. He's done with the company. Like there's no way around it at all. Like he's like that's it.
Yeah. I mean, I think it'll be and eventually he is done. Yeah. I think they'll suspend him for a while and, force him to come back. He may just
You
sit
can't
out,
force him to do
but
it. You can't force him to do anything, unfortunately. I mean, yes, he's in a contract, and I'm sure there might be some way to sue him, I guess, but like for breach of contract. But then that isn't that what tonight is, or what tomorrow would be? Breach of contract. I mean, I'm not a lawyer, and I'm also
yeah, I
not.
have no idea.
I don't have a contract in front of me or anything like that.
Oh man,
I don't
this
know,
whole
man. It's
situation is just crazy right now. Welcome to everybody in chat. Thank you guys very much for joining us. If you're just now joining us, MJF has no showed the meet and greet at the show in Las Vegas. Multiple people have advised they saw him sitting in the casino. We just got an update from Sean Ross Sapp of Fightful that a plane ride has been booked for MJF out of Las Vegas this evening. And ESO in chat just confirmed Long Island to Las Vegas is about a 7-hour direct flight. So, like you said, that'd be about 9 o'clock in the morning. He would arrive to Long Island. He would have to pretty much get right back on a plane and have another 7-hour flight.
which he's just not doing. He's just
I
not
mean,
doing that. There's no way that that's happening.
could you imagine the dedication? Because everybody was talking about Britt Baker going back and forth from Vegas to her dental office. She did that a couple of days ago. Maybe he's, you know, doing something weird like that. But that no. What am I even saying?
No, I just
Like, what am I even saying?
no.
No.
It just doesn't. Again, it just there's no logic behind it. And again, like that's why it can't be a work. Like I just don't think it's a work
It's
because
making my
I would
brain
be
hurt,
shocked.
man.
Just
I'm having
like
irrational thoughts.
people paid to see MJF today.
Yeah.
Like people at the Double or Nothing Fan Fest, like you said, the one tweet that you know kind of shared with everyone was that this one fan flew to Vegas so she could meet MJF because she's such a huge fan. You know, there's no way that Tony Khan is going to take people's money because again, like obviously we're going off of track record, and as we've discussed many times here on the Broken Tables podcast, Tony Khan has an extremely good track record and an extremely good reputation
Yeah.
about not screwing over the fans, about not ripping them off, giving what's advertised. I can't imagine Tony Khan sitting there and being like, okay, we're going to do this angle. And, even if MJF brought it to him, I don't see him approving it. We're like, all right, we're going to do this angle where I don't show up for a meet and greet. And it's going to drive this contract situation up and people are going to talk about it even more. I
Yeah.
just don't see it happen. I just don't see it. I don't see Tony Khan taking people's money and then just being like, yeah, no, fuck him. No, like his
Well,
track record is way too good.
like I said, remember they got their refund and they also got a free picture with a different wrestler. Um,
I get that,
it's
but it's still not honoring your commitment.
I know. Card subject to change, like
Yeah, but again, like I said earlier, that's some WWE shit. I'm
of
not like no,
yes.
that
Yes.
is not something that Tony Khan has done. He makes it very clear that he doesn't believe in lying to people or giving things that aren't advertised. Like,
No, and here's
um,
another thing. I have never seen AEW advertise a match up to the moment of we were supposed to get the match and us not get it. You know what I mean? They've always followed through after advertising their matches. Of course, when COVID allowed it, right?
sure.
So, I don't know, man. John in the chat says Samoa Joe also no showed the Fan Fest today. Can anybody confirm that? Joe, see if you can confirm that real quick for me, please. Or John, I'm sorry, John. See if you can confirm that for me, please.
I have not seen anything about that. I mean, I can do a little bit of digging myself.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it
But
seems like
I
that.
don't
Well,
know.
that's interesting. That's
Still,
interesting. I am seeing people talk about it, but I'm not seeing any official reporting on it. I mean, I see a reporting from Ringside News, but
yeah,
not touching that one. Um, I'm trying to figure this out. Yeah, a lot of people are tweeting about Joe also not showing,
yeah. Ibby
but
says, yep, he wasn't at his signing. Oh man, maybe a
I
couple of heels
haven't
got
seen.
together and we're just like, you know what? Let's do this. And we got quite a few people here in chat now. Earlier we got some reports that Jericho had no showed actually the same show, Double or Nothing, last year. Can anybody confirm that? Because Google was absolutely no help for me. If anybody ever heard anything about that last year. And while we got all you guys in chat, thank you guys very much for joining us tonight on the Broken Tables podcast. Please hit that subscribe button if you have not already. We do reviews on every AEW Dynamite and Rampage right after each show. We do prediction shows for all the pay-per-views, and we just did our prediction show last night. Go ahead and check that out. And we will be live immediately after Double or Nothing with our reactions, especially to what's going on with this situation. Oh my god, man. My brain is so scrambled right now from this. I'm just having like flashbacks of Cody. The whole time I was like,
Yeah.
it's a work. It's a work. And then, no, it's not.
Again, for me, it's just not the same situation at all. I don't view this as a similar thing to Cody at all.
No, I'm talking about my
Um,
feelings towards it of thinking it was a work and then getting slapped in
okay.
the face.
Let's see. Sean Ross Sapp tweeted about 30 seconds ago that he will not be sharing the boarding time of the flight or the destination of the flight, but he will be able to confirm whether or not MJF boards in. He will share that information when the information becomes available.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
Ibby,
yeah,
I thought the same thing. I think even Rome here mentioned that earlier, career suicide. If this is real, if he no-showed and and AEW was unaware and he just said, fuck you guys, this is legit like attempted career suicide.
yeah,
And like
it's
Iso says,
definitely.
put his big payday in jeopardy. The WWE, he has no leverage with the paycheck if nobody else wants him.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree with everyone in chat. And like I said earlier, it's such a bad decision on your part. Like, why would you not? Because clearly Tony Khan is going to book you the way you've been booked. He's been booked as one of the top heels of the company. And honestly, I predicted him to be kind of, in the line to be an AEW World Heavyweight Champion, before his contract expires. So like the fact that he just completely said, you know what, I'm done. And it's just like it's mind numbing to me. Like this guy in 2024 could have set the wrestling world ablaze with a bidding war, the
Yeah.
likes of which we've never seen. And now it's just like, again, I don't think WWE will pass on signing him. I absolutely think they will. But the question is that is he going to get signed for the money he thinks he's worth? I think the answer to that is no. Because it's like, if Tony Khan puts his foot down, which I think he will, and he says, "No, I'm done with MJF. This is not acceptable. We're not doing business this way. It's bad business." Like, he's done. What is he going to tell Nick? Vince and Nick Khan. He's going to be like, "Yeah, sign me for all this money," and they'll be like, "Well, no one's going to pay you what we're going to offer you here, so we're
Yeah.
going to lowball you." And
Yep.
that's what they're going to do to him. And that's
Absolutely.
just, again, it's just like we've been saying, it's career suicide. If it's a work, it's not the desired effect. It's go away heat. You ripped people off. You're not giving people what they paid for. And if it's a shoot, you really you're impatient. You jump the gun on this, and it's just crazy. And Ibby in the chat's right. He's so young. He's only 25, 26. Like, he has his whole career ahead of him, and he could make so much money over the course of his career. And the fact that he's going to sit here and just like not wait it out for a year, and not even wait it out in a bad situation. Again, like, he's going to be a marquee guy getting paid pretty well. Like, sure, he's not making like CM Punk money, but MJF's not CM Punk yet.
Nope.
It's just the facts.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's wild.
That's why everything to me, like, we got 10 chips stacked up here, and to me, they all add up to this being a work. He's been talking about the bidding war in 2024. Pulling this, there's not going to be a bidding war unless he thinks it's going to be with Impact. Just everything just seems to add up to being a work to me, and I think that how you just said it, and it kind of put a little light bulb over my head. You said this is go away heat. After this match with Wardlow, what do we have for MJF for next? You know what I mean? So what if this is intentional go away heat for him to take a vacation for a bit,
That I mean, no offense, that's not how go away heat works.
I know.
Go away heat doesn't just go away, Jeff. It's like, if he's going to take time off, just do the job to Wardlow and take time off. Like, that's fine. Again, like, there's no justifiable reason for him to do this or him to act this way. It's just it's extremely immature, and it's extremely unprofessional, and it just sets a really bad precedent. And I really do hope that Tony Khan does what he needs to do and he handles it. I mean, again, like, this is a young company. 3 years, we just passed the 3-year point for AEW. He needs to make sure that these things, the precedent is set for, if you're going to act this way, this is what's going to happen. We don't care who you are. And it's the way to do it. Like, Tony Khan should definitely, if I'm Tony Khan, if this is a shoot and I'm Tony Khan, I'm like, if he's not, especially if he's not going to do the job for Wardlow tomorrow, if this is
Yeah.
how it's going to be, I send his ass home, and he sits there until 2024. Because
Yeah.
I understand 2024 will be here before we know it. It's still a long time to be off the radar.
Absolutely.
It's 2 years. Like, we're halfway through 2022. It's a year and a half from now, and we don't even know what date in 2024. Like, I don't know if
Yeah.
it's January. So it's like, you're looking at 1.5 to 2.5 years of being just at home. Like that's just so unwise.
Ugh. Oh, thank you very much for the sub, Ibby. Yeah, I mean, dude, my brain is scrambled right now. I don't even know where to go with this. I was out at a nice Italian restaurant, sitting down at Mamma Mia's, eating some fine Italian fettuccine alfredo, and then here this comes across my Twitter timeline, and my heart like dropped, dude, like to the floor. Ruined my meal.
Yeah. I'm really curious, like, man, if you're not buying Double or Nothing at this point, like, out of like sheer curiosity, right? Like, you like I'm dying to know, like, what's gonna happen tomorrow. Like, if it's a shoot, like, if I'm Tony Khan, like I'm going out there and I'm explaining to the fans, like Tony Khan has always kept it real with his customers, with the fans, and yes, Jake Ash, it is well, it wasn't confirmed by any reputable sources, but a lot of people in Vegas did tweet that they saw him in at the casino.
Yeah, about
So
13 people.
was he was there, and Sean Ross Sapp from Fightful did report that he's fine, he's okay. He's not in anything like that. This is not
Hold on.
any type of situation
Objection,
like
Your
that.
Honor. I've been watching way too much of this Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. Where are the photos from all these 13 people that saw MJF in the casino? There had to be one of them that whipped out their phone.
Yeah, definitely. Well, that's why I said it's not a reputable source. It's just people that are there saying these things.
Yeah, that's what we
But
were wondering also, Ibby. What happens with Wardlow tomorrow, man? If he doesn't do this job, I don't know if you have an opponent for him. You can't give him Shawn Spears again because we've seen that match twice, I believe, at least, and once in a steel cage. Like, I don't know if you could do anything else with that other than just try to appease the crowd.
I think
Such a
you know
bullshit
what?
move. If he doesn't work the match tomorrow, this is a horrible bullshit career suicide move.
Yeah, man, it's gut wrenching for Wardlow. I feel for this guy so much. I know we were talking about it a little while ago. We could touch back on it again. This guy, and again, for those, we have a lot of viewers here right now in the chat, and appreciate you all checking us out. We've been talking about on the podcast, the evolution of the star that is Wardlow, and just all of the steps that have been taken, and just all of the excellent segments and the matches, and just how, like, this is how you build a star.
Yeah,
And man, tomorrow is supposed to be his crowning moment, like his time to shine, and MJF stole that from him. And I just think that again, like, it's not even about the business. It's not even about the money at that point. It's just fuck off. Like, it's super scummy. It's super shitty. And he and Cody can go hang out in the Fed. Like, that's like, I'm okay with people like that going there because I don't watch that product. I have, we've talked about it at length on the podcast about why, I don't know if we have enough time for us to go over it all tonight, but it's like, let him go over there. I'm not super upset about it, but like, I definitely feel for Wardlow on this. It's
yeah,
heartbreaking because it's like, because I don't know what they do tomorrow. Like, the logical booking choice is Shawn Spears, but he just beat Spears in a cage match.
I got it. I got it.
What do you
So
got?
you say MJF pussied out. Somehow you make him look bad. You say MJF pussied out in the match, but he sent all of his security guards, and you have Wardlow versus like 10 security guards. You just have him destroy everyone.
No, no, that doesn't work. He's done that every week on Dynamite. That
I
wouldn't
know.
work. I'm
Ugh.
trying to think.
Adam
And that's
in
the other
chat
thing.
says if he wants to leave, just have a finale match with Wardlow and then ask for your release. Vince is not gonna like an MJF that no shows. Yeah, Vince just showed he does not like people that no show, especially that kind of walk out. So,
Yeah, I definitely agree. Do you think Vince would even still want him? Yeah,
yes,
I do think that.
yes,
I think that at the end of the day, they've had a huge issue with creating stars over the last 20 years there. Just a complete deficiency of it, and like, they need stars. You see Roman Reigns, he's taken a step back, and like, thank God for them on their perspective that Cody's there, because like, at least they have a star now. You know what I mean? So it's like, what can you do? Like, they're gonna take him, but like Jeff was saying, it hurts his negotiating power. Like, now Vince can offer him a lot less. Like, in 2024, it was gonna be a bidding war, and it's definitely not going to be that now.
nope. Yeah, Miuja, yeah, it pisses us off too, man. But something in the back of my head or back of my heart, one of these two is telling me that this is a work. I believe they're trying to push the boundaries here. I just don't want to believe it's true, man. I guess, but we should know by the end of tomorrow night. We should know whether this is a work or a shoot. But Sean
Yeah,
Ross
definitely.
Sapp saying the ticket has been purchased and booked for his flight out of Las Vegas. They haven't told us the destination. I think we just assumed that it was back to Long Island or wherever he resides at the moment.
You're correct. We are absolutely we're absolutely just assuming. I'm going to run through the Fightful Select story again for those that are joining us just now.
Yeah.
So, for those that aren't aware, MJF no-showed his planned meet and greet Saturday for AEW, causing many fans to be unhappy after expecting to see him. As of right now, his status for Double or Nothing is uncertain. Fightful Select is reporting that they've heard from plenty upset fans who had planned to meet MJF that he'd not shown up. Beyond that, AEW has remained quiet about the situation, not responding to Fightful's inquiries for information or comment. The only sources within the company that would speak on the matter said that they were very unhappy about how it all played out. One AEW source said that they had heard that communication between the two sides had reached an all-time low. AEW talent and personnel were asked to not comment on the situation, and those we've spoken to have not heard back from him. Fightful reached out to both AEW and MJF and only got a confirmation that MJF is fine physically, which is the first concern when something like this happens. However, we also learned that a flight for MJF out of Las Vegas across the country, so Fightful
Ah,
is reporting that it's across the country.
that's why we assume that. There you go.
Yeah, they're saying that it was across the country, was booked for late Saturday night. Whether or not he gets on the plane remains to be seen. Neither side would confirm the reasoning for this when pressed. We have to reiterate, we're not sure if he's actually getting on the plane, but have confirmed a flight for him has been booked out of Vegas Saturday night. MJF has remained frustrated with All Elite Wrestling over the last 2 months regarding his contract status and specifically pay scale. However, we're told that AEW has been willing to discuss a new contract with the star performer, who is scheduled to face Wardlow tomorrow at Double or Nothing. We're told that in the weeks prior, MJF effectively blew off those overtures. Those we spoke to in AEW believe that MJF would be "quote unquote" paid top performer money to sign an extension. Excuse me. MJF is said to have kept to himself much more since the initial argument with Tony Khan in early April that Fightful had reported on. During that heated discussion, we were told that Khan's issues were more about the fact that MJF did a major interview without informing the AEW PR team about it, and MJF's issues were regarding his contract. So this is a really huge story, and it's not a really great story no matter how you want to look at it. Um, Man, Wardlow, man.
Yeah. Someone just posted
Okay, so
someone just
I do
tweeted
have a
out one of Wardlow's tweets of saying, "I've been waiting so long for this," and it was like right before this happened.
all right. So Brian Alvarez from Wrestling Observer is reporting that it appears the situation with Samoa Joe and the Fan Fest was a communication issue. So it was totally different from whatever is happening with MJF, who did in fact no show. So the Samoa Joe issue, according to Brian Alvarez, he's reporting that it was a communication issue, which is great news. I'm really happy to hear that Joe is fine and Joe is okay,
Yeah.
because I was very concerned for Samoa Joe, because I don't see why Joe would no show, especially since he's new to the company. He's undefeated with the company, has been booked very strongly. He's the, Ring of Honor TV champion. So, I'm super, super stoked that Joe is safe and Joe is well. That's awesome news coming from Brian Alvarez.
Sounds like Samoa Joe was like, "I was supposed to be at that." He's like, "Nobody told me."
Yeah. I also think it's really interesting that AEW talent have been told not to discuss it with people, based off what Fightful was saying.
I'm still tripping out. Where are the pictures at, man? Where are the photos at? If people are seeing him in the casino, I want pictures. I have not seen a single picture of him at a slot machine or at a blackjack table.
Excuse me. Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I think you raise a really valid point there, that there has been no pictures of any sort confirming that MJF was at the casino in the meantime. Um,
Yeah. Brian
Brian
Alvarez just
Alvarez.
tweeted out again, "As
Yep.
far as what's happening with MJF, it appears anybody who knows isn't talking and the rest have no idea what's going on. No clue at this point whether he will be on the show tomorrow or not." Ah,
So, all right. Well, so let's get some conversation going. So, those in chat, if you're Tony Khan and MJF is not on the card tomorrow, let's hear some booking ideas. What do you guys do? What do you do? MJF's not going to be there. We need to move forward with Wardlow. What do you book?
So Big O
would
in
love to hear it.
chat said, have him come out and say Max isn't here, sign his contract right there on the stage with Tony, and then Miro comes out and we get a badass match between him and Miro.
Oh, I really love that idea.
Yeah, I was like pointing at the screen. Now that would I don't know what we would do there because it'd be tough to get a winner there. We want Miro to go back after his TNT title, and we want Wardlow to go after one of the two titles. So I just don't know if you'd want those two facing each other at this point.
You've said maybe it's something serious. I don't know if it's necessarily something serious. I mean, there's been a lot of reporting that he's been very unhappy with his contract situation. The other day he tweeted out, "Fuck this place" in regards to AEW.
Yeah. That was after Tony said that the best wrestling is when you blur the lines with reality, and then he said, "Fuck this place," and then he deleted it. It just all feels like it's all been set up, man. It's a big work.
And at the end of the day, I really hope it is a work. I mean, but like, I don't. It doesn't make sense to do this now because here's the thing, right? We're talking about how his contract goes up in January 2024. If it was a work, why are we doing this now in 2022? Like, is it going to be a storyline for MJF to sit out for a year? Like, I don't see where that comes into play here, and I don't see like let's try to future sight this a little bit. So, let's say it's a work, and MJF, they're like, Tony Khan's like, all right, MJF, just go home. This is the storyline we're doing. We're just gonna say you're upset about your contract situation. Go home, take some time off, and we'll do something. I don't know what storyline is worth him coming back for right now, because like. For those that don't know, I'm calling CM Punk to win the world title tomorrow. And like, I don't think we need to see Punk versus MJF for the title anytime soon. And the only way it would make sense is if MJF comes back to feud for the title in terms of heat. You know what I mean? Because
yeah.
And even then, like, I don't even think what I'm saying is even making a lot of sense booking wise either. Like I don't think a guy getting suspended comes right back in for a world title shot. So I don't know. It's
Yeah, Iso, that's exactly what I was thinking, man. Like, I know go away heat's not supposed to work like this, but I'm wondering if they're just trying to blur some lines and take it to the next level, man, because there's been so much over these past few months that feel like this has been a planned, MJF very upset. There's just so much that's happened that feels like it's been part of the script. I really hope it's not just MJF taking it upon himself to not show up, and this is all real, man. I really hope it's not.
Yeah, I mean, I hope not either. I mean, I don't know, man. It's something else.
I like what Mieja and Ibby both said almost at the exact same time. Bring in somebody from NJPW for Wardlow to start up some Forbidden Door stuff. It's a good idea to get a quick head start here. I would love for it to be the Great Okan.
Well, my only problem with that is that I think it needs to be something that like has like it needs to be something dominant. It needs to be a star-making performance, and I don't know if it makes sense to have a big New Japan star job out to anyone in AEW right now, especially with Forbidden Door coming up, and vice versa. That's not a knock at New Japan. That's like I wouldn't send an AEW guy to job out to a New Japan guy either. Like it's just we're a month away from Forbidden Door. Like I don't see them doing that to any of their New Japan talent. Like none that are worth mentioning. I don't know,
dude. I just can't believe, like we've been saying, I can't believe that he would do this to Wardlow, do this to Tony Khan. Because I mean, Tony's probably scrambling right now to figure out what to replace this with. Like we're sitting here trying to figure this out. I'm sure he is as well if this is real, man. Like, I just can't see MJF doing that to his friends in this company, you know what I mean? Like, from what we've always heard, the real MJF is like a super nice guy.
I mean, that's neither here nor there. We don't know for sure. I mean, I wouldn't
True.
be surprised,
True.
but
Touche.
again, it's just. I mean, again, like I don't want to sound brash, but I never thought Cody was going to go to WWE. So
Dude, that's why I'm so scared. Like I said, man, I never thought in a million years that he was actually leaving and going over there, and there he is.
yeah,
No match,
WB
just
in the chat.
Wardlow trashing him on a promo. That'd be cool. I could deal it. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say have Tony Khan come out, explain the MJF thing. I know you just saw Ibby's comment. Um, I would just have him explain what happened, be blunt about it, say that it's not acceptable, and then say that Wardlow will be facing. I like the Miro idea really, but I would say have Tony Khan say Wardlow will be in action tonight, and if he wins the match, he signs an AW contract live in the ring at the pay-per-view.
Yeah, that
And then
definitely
kind of
has to happen. Either way, like no matter what, I hope Wardlow signs his contract. So yeah, Shinobi, man, that's exactly what we've been saying for holy crap an hour now. I just feel incredibly bad for Wardlow if this is real, because literally yesterday, Wardlow tweeted out an awesome picture of himself standing on top of the steel cage, and he said, "I've been waiting so long for this." Oh man.
Yeah, it is. It's absolutely heartbreaking for the guy. This guy has worked so hard, and just we've talked about on the podcast, just every single week in and week out, Wardlow has become such a star. Like
Yeah.
he's done so much, and he's done so great. And really, for him, for MJF to take this away from him, it's super shitty. And and the thing is like I also kind of want to touch on it again that like AEW will be fine without MJF. This is not a big loss. I mean, the great thing about AEW is that the roster is so stacked that if you take one guy off, like they'll be fine. Like they could very easily have, who knows? Maybe you take MJF away, maybe Sean Spears gets more of a spotlight because Sean Spears is awesome. I
Yeah,
would
Spears is
honestly,
dope.
I would take Sean Spears and I would just put him in MJF's spot. That's like honestly, like yeah, he's not as great of a heel talker as MJF is, but like Spears is great.
Oh,
Spears is
he's a
really, really
perfect
good.
10 in the ring.
I see what you did there.
Real quick, everybody, thank you guys so much for joining us tonight in the chat here. We really appreciate everybody joining us for this crazy night of news with MJF. Please, if you guys don't mind, hit that subscribe button. We are trying to reach 1,000 subs. Our next goal is 500, and when we hit that 500 subs, we do have a Sting figure we will be giving away to one of our lucky subscribers. So please, if you guys are interested, go ahead, hit that subscribe button. We're here every Wednesday night, Friday night after Dynamite and Rampage, and after all pay-per-views. So we really appreciate you guys being here. Oh, man. This is just crazy, dude. My brain is so scrambled right now. I think I've said that like 10 times.
I know. Well, we're all here getting through it together, figuring it out. So I'm sending you something that Sean Ross Sapp just tweeted out. It's a picture. And it's the picture of CM Punk that went viral when he was at an airport a few years back, but it's MJF's head on it. And
I can see it right now.
Yeah, I'm wondering if this is to be funny or if this is Sean Sapp's way of saying that he's at the airport.
Yeah, you could be right. Is he just saying he's at the airport now? Fuck, man. Lance, thank you very much for the sub. Oh my god, dude, I don't know what to think. This is crazy. But I'm sticking to my guns right now. I'm sticking to that this is a work until I see a photo of him in the casino like I've been hearing. Dude, I watched too much of that Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, man. Everything she said, none of her photos added up. She had no photos. I want to see these photos.
But Jeff, here's my critique to you thinking it's a work, and to people who think it's a work. So, all right, it's a work, and it's part of the storyline. What is the point of the storyline? Like, what is the point of MJF no showing a meet and greet and then being flown home? Like, because here's the thing: there's no way that it's a work for MJF not to wrestle Wardlow tomorrow. Like, there's no way that it makes sense in any universe, in any in any reality, whatever you want to say, where it makes sense for MJF to not wrestle Wardlow tomorrow.
So
So
here, I'm gonna,
that's why I think it's a shoot, because I can't justify
yeah.
it being a work. I can justify him no showing a meet and greet, but I can't justify him getting on a plane to go home, or at least go across the country, as Fightful's reporting. Like, I
Yeah.
can't think of any reason for that. There's
And
no reason.
Matt does make a good point. You don't charge people $100 knowing you're gonna refund them. But I'm gonna quote one of my favorite podcasters here, JD from New York. Again, we do not know if this is a work or a shoot. For all we know, this could be the most elaborate plan to help the pay-per-view get notoriety in history. So, we don't know, but man, this is just crazy, dude.
I mean, yeah, maybe, but again, like, could it be a huge publicity stunt? I mean, sure, but I don't know. Like, again, I don't know if MJF's the guy you do that with. You know what I mean? I don't know. It just
Uh,
I can't justify it being a work right now. Like, unless there's some crazy story that I can't even see, which I don't know. I do a lot of like predicting and thinking about the booking of AEW, and like I don't always get it right, but I definitely usually nothing ever happens that's out of the realm of like believability.
I
And this is
predicted
something like,
I predicted MJF to get the win. If he doesn't show up, do you guys get the points for Wardlow?
yes, I would absolutely say that.
Boo.
Your guy didn't even show up to the arena. Of course, for those that don't know what Jeff's talking about. So we did a prediction show for Double or Nothing yesterday. We basically, between the two of us and our friend Forrest, who comes on the podcast sometimes, we have a championship called the Broken Predictions Championship. Every pay-per-view we do a prediction show, and whoever gets the most right gets the championship. And I am currently the reigning defending Broken Predictions champion. And Jeff, for some reason, took MJF to beat Wardlow tomorrow, which I don't know. Like, that was this might be sabotage on your part. You might have realized that you made a bad take, and you might have paid MJF to get out of Vegas. That's what I'm thinking right now. Just saying,
Oh, dude.
it was a wild prediction
So
you made, and now it ended up being even worse than what you thought it was going to be.
so I like what Iso said in chat here. So if they were ever going to do this as a work with someone, pissing people off and not showing up to a meet and greet, MJF is the guy to do it with. He's the best heel on the planet. And if there's anyone to do it with, I guess it's him, but you better have a really good payoff. He better show up at like the last second here, like as they're signing Wardlow's contract, have his music drop,
And I'm glad that Ibby sees this. Jeff, you did
You
this. This
did
is your
this?
fault.
No.
You're the architect. You're the guy in the cloak. Man, but yeah,
That was
this
to
is wild.
myself, by the way, not you, Ibby. CM Punk was flipping me off.
Yeah, right. Absolutely.
Ugh.
Do you think MJF, if this is like a shoot, do you think he's like just living the character so much that he's lost his fucking mind? I mean,
Yo, like Heath Ledger in the Joker. Do we got MJF is
Brian
becoming the
Pillman also,
Joker like Heath Ledger?
well, like it was mentioned in the chat just now, but also like Brian Pillman. Brian Pillman completely bought into his loose cannon persona, and he just lost his fucking mind. This is like could be very similar situation where it's just MJF just like living his character for so long and just always being on, and just maybe he just lost it. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, Matt's got a good point. He's never no-showed a meet and greet. He's even showed up and just treated everyone like shit. Like you said, throwing their autographs on the ground. And
Yeah, but again, that's why I don't think it's a work, because like there's a line that you can cross in pro wrestling being a heel, and it's not a line, in my opinion, I think we agree on this. It's not necessarily a line on what you can say and what you can do, but it's more so the fact that you don't fuck with people's money. At the end of the day, every single fan of AEW is spending their hard-earned money to meet the wrestlers, to
Yeah.
watch the pay-per-views, to buy the shirts, to go to the show. We are all spending our money on this company, and that's something that Tony Khan in the past has clearly valued. Absolutely. We've been to, you and me, Jeff, we've been to what, 3 Dynamites?
Yep.
And like Tony Khan comes out after each show and is just so grateful that we're there and so grateful that he's there and just so happy that there's an alternative in pro wrestling like AEW. And it's just, it would be so out of character for him to allow MJF to take people's money in the meet and greet and then just not show up for it. And again, like that's the line right there, is you don't fuck with people's money. You could take a sign and you could rip it up. You could say whatever you want about the fans. You could say whatever you want about anybody. Being a heel is being a heel, absolutely. But at the end of the day, the one thing you have to respect is the fact that people paid money for you to see you.
Stop convincing me this is real. Stop.
Jeff, it's a shoot, man. That's where I'm at. Like, I can't justify it being a work. And Matt Hendricks says it again.
Uh,
Brian Pillman never no-showed meet and greets. Like, it's a shoot, man. And I think the guy committed career suicide tonight. We got to see it happen. And I owe you an apology, because at first I didn't think anything of this.
I know you were like, eh. I was like, eh.
Well, because the thing is, when it was first reported, I was like, it was like, oh, he didn't show up, but he was at the casino, and I assumed it was like, maybe it was like in the same place or something, or maybe there was more to it. But then like the more like the story kind of sat for a little bit, I was like, oh wait, no, he really didn't show up.
Yeah.
Oh, like I thought he was gonna like show up late or something. You know what I mean? Like I thought it was kind of a bit, and then like it got to a point where like, okay, this is actually something else.
Oh man, Ibby says, who would have guessed in the span of 4 months, no Cody and no MJF? Fuck.
Not me, but again, that's the great thing about AEW, is that the roster is so stacked. Like,
yes. And look, we've been talking about Miro all night. If MJF disappears and Miro appears, I'll be just fine. Miro is one of the best heels in the business. When he comes back, that Redeemer character of his, I absolutely love it. I'm sure he's going to have a new twist on it.
Like, and here's the other thing, like, keep in mind, like, there are 50 plus wrestlers scheduled for Double or Nothing tomorrow. 50. And that's not even considering the fact that we have guys that are currently out. Like Miro's out, Kenny Omega's out. Andrade got married today or yesterday, congrats to him, but he's off TV right now too. Like this company is so stacked that we have top guys, not FTR, but top guys that are just not on TV and not there right now.
Yeah.
And we're doing just fine. Like, there's so much star power there, and AEW has clearly proven the fact that they can create even new stars, more new stars. You look at what like here's the thing, like, okay, so in the last 4 months, yeah, we lost Cody and we lose MJF. But you know what? We gained Wheeler Yuta and Wardlow in the same time span. And like, sure, those guys aren't on that level yet, but like the fact that they've elevated those guys means that they are willing to elevate even more guys.
Yes, Chase, we have talked about the flight being booked, and Fightful is reporting that it is a cross-country flight, so we can only assume that's going to be to Long Island. Actually, I don't know if there's an airport in Long Island. It'll probably be Newark, either Newark or JFK. But yeah, we've been mentioning that. Yeah, the situation with Samoa Joe no showing was miscommunication. Sounds like they forgot to tell Samoa Joe that he was supposed to be there or what time he was supposed to be there. Oh man, this is horrible, man. I want it to be a work, but nothing. Like, you guys have convinced me, man. There's not enough evidence for this to be a work. There's way more for it to. But like,
yeah,
he's not getting that payday, man. I'm telling you, he took all of his leverage away here. That's why I'm so shocked by this. Like, you have no leverage when when the opposition doesn't want you. You don't get to like negotiate your contract. You take what they give you or fuck off.
Yeah, I mean, it's absurd that MJF thinks that that's not how contracts work, and this is not a strictly a pro wrestling thing. This is, any type of sport or anything like that, or entertainment. Like, you sign a contract and you perform throughout your contract, and your contract you can renegotiate it. And like that's just what it is. Like, you don't like this narrative that MJF wanted to get paid more to
Yeah.
work the same amount of dates. Like, that's just not how contracts work.
No. Yeah, but if it's real, like I said, give me back Miro, give me back Kenny when he's ready, and we'll be just fine. AEW will be just fine without him. WWE honestly needs somebody like him, because if they try to say that The Miz is better or even close to his level, not even close, man. But yeah, so yeah, and I agree with some people are saying WWE is not going to want to do business with somebody who no showed. Yeah, I mean the way that they treated Sasha and oh, I'm drawing a blank right now. My brain is scrambled eggs, man. And Naomi, the way they treated them, yeah, it might be pretty obvious they don't want to deal with them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. So I'm of the opinion that I think that WWE has a serious problem with creating stars, and I think that they will absolutely sign MJF. Now, I don't think they're going to sign MJF for the money that they would have if he had stayed with the company and just kind of let things play out. I think that he, at the end of the day, his goal is to make the most amount of money, and I think this definitely hurts that goal. I
Yeah.
think it's definitely a bad decision on his part if he thinks he's going to strong arm his way out of his contract in AEW and go sign with WWE. Like, at the end of the day, no matter what you think of, specific wrestling companies or sports entertainment companies, however you want to look at it, at the end of the day, the two companies that are able to pay top dollar are AEW and WWE.
Mm-hmm.
No other company is going to match contracts like that. You know what I mean? It's just the truth. Impact can't do it. The NWA can't do it. GCW can't do it. I mean, I doubt New Japan can do it. I'm not super, in the know about New Japan, admittedly, but I don't think New Japan can pay guys that kind of money either.
No, just a few.
So,
Like, yeah, not
if
really.
you burn your bridge, with AEW, like you're burning that money bridge. Like, it's, you go to MJF goes to talk to Vince and Bruce Pritchard and Nick Khan, and he says, "This is what I think I'm worth." They'll say, "Okay, well, that's great. You think you're worth that, but we're going to pay you this much because nobody else can match this, and it's not the money you wanted."
Yeah. Yo, Kay, thank you for the subscribe. And thank you for everybody else that subscribed as well. For some reason, we are not getting all of the notifications for them, but thank you everybody that has subscribed. And welcome to everybody in chat. Crazy night. Oh, geez, man. MJF, no shows. The live signing. I can't even talk anymore, dude. I'm just, this is bananas. Bananas. What if, I'm from Las Vegas, so let me throw another scenario out here. What if Las Vegas just hit MJF hard like it has so many other people, What if he just went on a bender last night and he was gambling from midnight last night all the way through today, and I just don't even know.
I mean, that's definitely a possibility. I think you're being kind of facetious there.
Yeah.
I can't think you're being sarcastic, but I definitely think that that's, I guess, a possibility. Maybe the guy just went on a crazy party, I guess. I mean, he wasn't on TV last night for Rampage, so it's a possibility. But I mean, that doesn't seem like a very likely option.
I just wanted to throw that out there, being from Vegas. I've seen it happen to better men.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and it's definitely a possibility. But I mean, Sean Ross Sapp did report that he's fine.
Yeah, Miaja, thank you for that subscribe. Curly Freeze, thank you for the subscribe as well. Finally, they're coming through. Awesome. Yeah, dude,
Yeah.
this sucks because the build up for the match was so fucking good. This was one of the best build up for matches that I've been following in years, man. Like I wanted this so bad. I've wanted
Yeah.
Wardlow versus MJF since like the very first little hint we got of MJF being a dick to him. You know what I mean? I was like, oh, I can't wait for that match one day. And that was almost like a year ago, if not longer.
Yeah, man. Again, the build up for this match has been just so excellent, and our RNIC in the chat said it best. It's just like the build up for this match was perfect.
Golden.
Like again, they created a star here. They created a star in Wardlow, you know, and it's just the build up was excellent, and I don't think that this necessarily will hurt him in the long run, but it definitely sours the moment that tomorrow was going to be such a huge night for him, and it sucks. And also to touch on in the chat, John Hansen saying, if he went on a bender, where are the pictures of him in Vegas on a bender?
Yep.
Like there you go. I mean, that's great counterpoint to that. Um,
We have no
it's
pictures
yeah,
of him at all.
that's really true. We need somebody on the ground in Vegas. Jeff, do you know anybody who lives in Vegas? We need somebody to go to the
Yeah.
Las Vegas airport.
My
And
brother's in my brother lives there, but he's not a nerd. He doesn't care about wrestling.
pay him $30 and say, "Hey, look, go hang out outside of the Vegas airport. This is the guy you're looking for. If you see him, just take a picture and confirm that he went into the airport." I'm
Right?
just saying, like we got to get a guy on the ground.
By the way, I am fully admitting to be a nerd. I hope nobody was offended by me calling you guys nerds because,
I don't know, man. Pro wrestling's awesome, man. I love this. This is
you know what?
excellent conversation. And I'm
I
digging
think
it.
I'm gonna go back to remember what I said on our last MJF video. I was like, I'm changing my mind on this. I actually enjoy this. I'm starting to enjoy it right now. We've got more viewers than we have ever had on the podcast right now, and we appreciate every single one of you guys joining us. Like that is absolutely awesome. All you guys subscribing as well. Thank you guys very much. We will be more than likely giving away that Sting figure in the near future. One of the luminaries. Um, I'm digging this. It's getting lots and lots of eyes on the product. Whether he shows up tomorrow or not, I think Tony Khan is easily capable of booking something for us that we will be happy with. And if this is real, if he's trying to pull a Cody, I'm gonna relish in the fact that he ruined his chance to negotiate his pay. He's not gonna have any leverage here. So,
Yeah, he
it is what it
completely
is.
hurts his chances. He completely hurts his chances of a payday here. Just not 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 sticking around with AEW and finishing out his contract, because like again, at the end of the day, that's the thing. If you want to go. Like that's not the issue. We're not sitting here talking about this as if it's a problem that MJF wants to leave AEW. The problem is more so the fact of that this is not how you go about doing it. It's
Yeah.
just it's very unprofessional. And like again, like there is some similarities absolutely to the Sasha Naomi situation. There is some similarities, but it's not exactly the same situation. We're talking about MJF, who was booked in a marquee match on their biggest show of the year, not like, you know what I mean, like going home the day before. Ugh, like that's just not the same as Sasha and Naomi walking out on a Monday Night Raw, because Lord knows that every single Monday Night Raw is exactly the same and has very little value and meaning to it. Um, but I don't know. I'm keeping an eye on Twitter and online. I'm trying to get some more news as it breaks. Hopefully,
Woo!
over the course of this stream, we can get a little bit of an update on whether MJF actually boards the plane.
Yeah.
Um,
Topher, thank you for
I'm
the
keeping
sub.
my eye on it. Keeping my eye on it, and as soon as I see something or know anything, I'm definitely going to be
Oh,
sharing it.
I'm so pissed off right now.
You know, yeah, I understand, and it's very upsetting because
Uh,
as you know, as AW fans, it's definitely a bummer when something happens that doesn't really go the company's way. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. It is a business at the end of the day. Um, and if MJF wants to go into business for himself, that's fine. I mean, he's making a huge mistake in terms of how he's going about doing it. But I mean, this is just this is just a reality, I guess. In
yeah.
in pro wrestling. I mean, I'm not a big fan of people not working their contracts. Like, and that goes both ways. I don't 100% agree with Sasha and Naomi walking out, especially with the rumors that they only had 2 months left on their contract. I think that what are you doing? Just stick it out. You got 2 months,
Yeah.
but it's like, I don't know. I think at the end of the day, you sign a contract, you work that contract, and if you don't like it, don't sign that contract.
Yeah. I said the same thing, Topher. I was like, what if it's a bender, man? Being from Vegas, I know it's affected greater men. But real quick, so Jeremy Padower, if you don't know who he is, he works for Jazzwares. He has designed many of the awesome figures you see behind me here. He's been working for them for a long time. He just tweeted out, Wardlow versus MJF is one of the best build-ups for a pay-per-view battle in many, many years. When was the last time we experienced a 3-year storyline? He says 10 years from now, both of these guys will be in Marvel movies. So if for some reason this guy knows anything about what he's talking about, he's insinuating that MJF is still going to be a huge star. So, take that with a grain of salt, if you will, but maybe Jeremy knows a little something here.
Possibly. I mean, again, it's just.
I'm just reaching for straws, man. I'm reaching.
No, I hear you, man. That's what you're doing. I hear it, and I feel this.
Feel like Luffy from One Piece, just reaching like a mile.
Just an update for those that are joining us. I see Ricky Mitchell in the chat asking about what's going on. MJF has no showed for a meet and greet tonight, and Sean Ross Sapp and Fightful are reporting that a flight has been booked. I am going to run through the headline though for those that are joining us.
Yep.
This is a report through Fightful Select. MJF no-showed his planned meet and greet Saturday for AEW, causing many fans to be unhappy after expecting to see him. As of right now, his status for Double or Nothing is uncertain. Fightful heard from plenty of upset fans who had planned to meet MJF that he had not shown up. Beyond that, AEW has remained quiet about the situation, not responding to Fightful's inquiries for information or comment. The only sources within the company that would speak on the matter said that they were very unhappy about how it all played out. One AEW source said they heard that communication between the two sides had reached an all-time low. AEW talent and personnel were asked to not comment on the situation, and those we've spoken to have not heard back from MJF. Fightful reached out to both AEW and MJF and only got a confirmation that MJF is fine physically, which is the first concern when something like this happens. However, we've also learned that a flight for MJF out of Las Vegas across the country was booked for late Saturday night. Whether or not he gets on the plane remains to be seen. Neither side would confirm the reasoning for this when pressed. We have to reiterate, we're not sure if he's actually getting on the plane, but Fightful has confirmed a flight for him has been booked out of Vegas Saturday night.
Hearing you read that makes me want to cry.
So let me let's unpack this a little bit. Let's talk about perception in the AEW locker room a little bit. I think that Tony Khan needs to act swiftly on this and be as strict as he possibly can be, because the AEW locker room, this is a young company of 3 years. We just passed the 3-year mark with Dynamite, the AEW's 3-year anniversary on Wednesday. And I think that Tony Khan needs to set the precedent in the locker room that AEW is here to stay. It's a legitimate company. We need to make sure that people know that they can't just do whatever they want if they're under contract.
Yeah.
If I'm Tony Khan and this is a shoot, I'm coming out on Double or Nothing tomorrow, and I'm announcing what has happened with MJF. I feel like Tony Khan would absolutely keep it real with the fan base. He would say, MJF was supposed to make an appearance tonight, but he's not. He's choosing to not, meet his obligations. So we're sending him home and suspending him. And tonight we're going to get Wardlow versus. I like the idea that was thrown in the chat of it being Miro. I definitely think that Tony could definitely fly Miro in, and they could have a great match. And and then just say at the end of the match, Wardlow will sign his AEW contract if he wins the match.
Yeah, Wayne, thank you very much for the sub.
But yeah, I mean, like Fightful reports, a lot of people in the locker room, like they've been told not to discuss it, but those that have said that they're not happy with the way it went down. And you know, we talked about this earlier also, but you got to keep in mind, like, this AEW talent, like, these guys were at the meet and greet. They showed up, they did their job, and they had to work longer and stay later because they had to make up for the fans that MJF had sold meet and greet
Yep.
tickets to. Because for those that don't know, the fans that showed up for MJF's meet and greet, they were given refunds, but they were also offered to meet other wrestlers free of charge. Which again, like, I'm sure the wrestlers weren't too upset about, but again, Double or Nothing is a huge weekend for them. These guys and girls have huge schedules, like, booked, and every minute for them is probably,
Oh,
maybe a minute where they're eating dinner, or, like, you know what I mean, like, getting some rest in. So, like, it's if I'm in the AEW locker room, I'm pissed off at MJF tonight.
yeah, and Nifam, I wish that would happen tremendously, but I have been slowly talked out of thinking this is a work here tonight. I was almost sure that it was a work, but everybody has talked me onto the ledge, not off the ledge. But I just saw someone put here, if you're Tony Khan, who do you call to get, or who do you get to call MJF to talk him off the plane? That's a good line.
Yeah, the answer to that is Cody Rhodes. Like, I'm seeing that on Twitter right now. Like, I saw the same tweet. It's like, maybe Tony Khan does call Cody, because I mean, like, I know that, like, Cody has tried to maintain this facade that he's completely applicable, and it was a completely clean leave. So I mean, if it's true,
Yeah.
I would have Tony call Cody and be like, hey, look, like, he's making some bad decisions here business wise. Like, you got to meet your commitments. Like, you can you talk to him? Like, I don't know. I mean, is it a work? Is it a shoot? We don't know. And
Like I
hope it's
said,
a work. I'm
there's
confused.
a chance
I hope.
that they are pushing the boundaries. I think they are trying something new. MJF is taking his character to the next level. MJF's been that same character for 3 years. We've just liked him more and more and more and more. I just really hope he's taking it to the next level here, and this is just something that nobody would think is an actual work. But back to the Miro thing. As much as I want to see that match, Miro versus Wardlow, we can't have Miro losing when he comes back here. Maybe we do something where these two just like the Incredible Hulk versus Iron Man just kind of come to a head, and the match doesn't really get a finish. We just get these dudes beating the living daylights out of each other, and then kind of having a fuck finish because they don't do them often. I think it would be okay for something like that.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, like, they're gonna have to do something. I mean, obviously they're gonna do something. Um, I don't know though. I think you got to have a clean finish with whoever Wardlow faces. It
Yeah.
needs to be a dominant and convincing win, because here's the thing, right? Like, this was supposed to be the culmination of Wardlow becoming a star in the company.
Yeah.
Like, this was him becoming a guy of importance and of value in the company, joining the other guys on that plateau, on that level. So, like, they need to have a match where they could still, because, like, here's the thing, MJF is the guy that he needs to beat. Like, that's just the facts. Like, for this storyline to be complete, it needs to be Wardlow beating MJF.
Yeah. Yeah.
But the problem is that he has to beat somebody else, and then the question is, well, who does he beat? And I don't know, because again, like, I while I like the Miro idea, I don't want Miro to just be kind of thrown out there whenever they need a guy to beat him, because it's like it happened with Mox when Mox was taken out of the tournament, back in December, whenever it was, when he went into rehab.
Yeah.
They took Miro, who was taking time off to heal up an injury, and they threw him out there against Brian, and it was great. And Brian Danielson and him had a great match. But, like, I don't want Miro to be that guy where, like, because Miro's not that guy. Miro is super talented and definitely deserves to be, like, treated with respect in the company. So, like, I don't even know if I like that idea at this point. Like, I don't. It's just, all in all, it's a really shitty situation.
Yeah. And like I said, I
And
think it's just really suspicious that we have no photos of MJF in Vegas at all so far. We have no photos of MJF at the slot machines or the poker table, whatever it was that supposedly more than 13 people reported this. I have not seen a single photo. And I keep saying it. I've been watching way too much of this Johnny Depp trial, man. Without photos, there is no proof. I want to see photos of him getting on the plane, in his seat on the plane. Like, man, it's just a crazy situation. But look where we're at. We're all here talking about it. It's bringing massive amounts of eyeballs to the product. And like we were saying earlier, we should know what's going to happen by tomorrow. What if we get radio silence from all of AEW all the way up until the match? Like, people are going to buy this pay-per-view just to see, like, did he really go home? Like, is this true? This is wild, man. This could go so many directions.
Yeah, man. I mean, I'm all for them getting eyes on the company. Excuse me. I'm all for them getting eyes on the company and getting eyes on the product. Like, as someone who really loves AEW and loves the product, and I want to see this company grow. And, you know, being realistic right now, they don't compete with WWE. But, you know, honestly, in 10, 15 years, I would like to see them. You know, I mean, probably even sooner than that. But, like, I want this company to stick around. And to do that, you're going to need to get big and get mainstream appeal at some point, which they've been doing. They've definitely been doing that, because I go to places and I hear people talking about AEW. Like, I don't know these people. I'll be out, like, at
Yeah.
fucking Target. Like, I told you the other day, I was at Target getting cat food, and, like, I was just, like, walking by, and these two guys were, like, walking the other way. They're like, "Yeah, do you hear that, like, CM Punk's back now?" And I'm like, "What the hell?"
Yep.
Like, people are talking about it, and, like, that's awesome. You know, so if this is some sort of stunt to get people to buy the pay-per-view, like, I don't 100% agree with it, because also I think Tony Khan usually does right by his customers, by his fans, and is usually very honest about things. So it would be kind of a weird turn, but, like, I understand it. But again, it's just,
Ugh.
I don't know. Like, right now, it's hard for me to assume that it's a work. I mean, it just, because it doesn't make sense. People got screwed out of the meet and greet today, you know, and I don't know. And is it possible that they can iron it out tonight? Yes, it is absolutely possible that maybe the flight is booked. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe MJF booked the flight and he's like, "I'm leaving if you don't pay me." But
So
then
real
the
quick,
next question.
AEW
Sorry, go ahead.
just posted a graphic promoting the match
Are you really?
25
I don't
minutes
see it.
ago. So that was a little while ago, but we've been talking about this for almost 2 hours. 25 minutes ago, they reposted their Wardlow has now met all the stipulated sanctions set by MJF and will finally face each other tomorrow. But
I'll say this though.
that could have been a
Hold on.
timed tweet. It could have been on a timer.
Exactly. It could absolutely be a timer. We can't really take that unless we get a live tweet saying something more along the lines of, you know, this is the incident, this happened. However, the match will be going on as scheduled. Like, that's the kind of tweet you want to keep an eye out for in
Yeah.
terms of this. But
That's interesting, Chase. I like that. Wardlow's out there. They start the 10 count. MJF appears on the Titantron. It was all a plan to keep him under contract and ruin his moment. Wow. Yeah, I mean,
I hope, like, again, there's, like, I guess, yeah, that's, you could do it that way.
and here's the thing, people that bought those tickets for the MJF meet and greet, they have your email. So what if they're doing an elaborate something crazy where tomorrow these people are going to get, you know, an email, or maybe they got it today and they were asked to keep quiet. I wouldn't say a word if, you know, if this happened to me. Maybe they're like, tomorrow you guys have a special meet and greet, you know, this is kind of a thing. I don't know, but
Maybe, but again, at what point are we just grasping at
yeah,
straws here?
I'm just trying to talk
Like,
myself back into it now, you know?
yeah, I get it, and I agree with Easter Sunday Gray Man in the chat. Like, I agree that Tony Khan should let MJF out of his contract,
Yeah.
but actually, no, actually,
No, you put him on the
mm,
shelf. You don't just hand him over.
yeah, you're right.
Unless he agrees to
That was
some
more
terms,
smart,
like
I think. I think
if he agrees to do the final match and put over Wardlow, then fine, I'd release him, but I tell him he's at
no,
least
I'm
got like 3
actually
months before I release him.
no, I actually no. Admittedly, I did misread the comment. I would I wouldn't do that. I would not cut him completely. I would definitely put him on the shelf, even if he does the job for Wardlow tomorrow. I think that like the thing you got to keep in mind is that it's it's a business. You need to go into business with people, and you need to work with people, and this is not that, you know.
Yeah.
And it's a really bad look. And while I do think WWE would cave and sign him, I definitely think that there's some merit to the thought that like, hey man, if you're burning this bridge like with AEW, like we don't like, because at the end of the day, Cody didn't burn a bridge. He did work under, without a contract, and he did work for the company, and he did the job on his way out. He lost to Sammy in the ladder match for the TNT title, and and then he left, and fuck him. But that's not what we're talking about. It's just, I don't know. Like I would have him do the job to Wardlow, and I would sit him on the shelf. I
Yeah.
would let him sit there till January 1st, 2024. Let him
Yep.
just sit there and just whisk, just whisk away into, obscurity.
Yeah. And like Junior says, so he's got a $1 million contract for 5 years. Um, Essentially, if he wanted more money, Tony Khan is obviously going to be willing to give him more money. But nobody in their right mind is going to give you more money without restructuring your contract for more years. You have to re-sign a new deal. At least 3 more years, lock him up till, 2025, 2026, and he's going to get his big payday. He's worth it. We all know he's worth it. And, there's just so many factors in this that don't make sense to me. That's just why I was so convinced it was a work, and I'm trying to convince myself it still is, but it's getting tough. You guys are all very convincing. Yeah, you
Yeah,
let him
I
rot.
mean,
Yeah,
yeah, I agree. You let him rot. You throw him on the shelf, and
I wouldn't say the
I think
ratings will
we do anyway.
crater. You'll miss out on his spikes. So if you go check out the ratings for Dynamite, whenever MJF is on the screen, there is a spike, but they're just spikes. So you could just kind of cut through that spike. Or, we're going to get Miro back. I don't remember how Miro did in the ratings, but I would imagine he's a spike as well, especially if he brings Lana with him. Lana always spikes the ratings. So,
Yeah, well,
they're not going to be, AEW will be just fine if MJF leaves. MJF
absolutely. And
has ruined his
sorry, go ahead.
chances of negotiating his money is what the major thing here would be.
Yeah, and another important thing to keep in mind is yes, MJF does provide a spike in the ratings, but there is easily 5 or 6 guys in that company that do the exact same thing.
Yeah.
You got CM Punk, Bryan Danielson, John Moxley, Chris Jericho. Like there's more guys that are draws, and they prove that they show up with ratings. Jade
Yep.
does well in the ratings. You know what I mean? Like there are people in that company. There's good talent, both men and women, that will spike. And at the end of the day, like this, just all this does is it creates another spot for somebody else to become a star. Like that's just what it is. And to this point, Tony Khan and AEW have a great track record for me with elevating talent and making them more important as time goes on. So,
Yeah.
I don't have any worries in the company about them not finding a spot, someone to take that spot, you
Yeah.
know?
I was looking at DX. I was like, MJF will be just fine. I was like, I don't know, man. The WWE are very upset with Sasha and Naomi, so I don't know if they would be super accepting of him. And even if they did let him in, it would probably take some convincing from Cody. Uh, and he's lost all of his leverage for a big time contract. When the opposition doesn't want you anymore, you lose all of your leverage to negotiate your contract. They're going to offer him whatever they offer him, and that'll be it, So, and yeah, E-Man, I'm just so upset for Wardlow, dude. Like, that's the biggest thing for me on this is I'm a huge Wardlow fan right now. This dude is so over, and he has done such a good job. I mean, uh, I just,
Yeah,
I'm just really
it's
hoping Wardlow's in the ring. Tony Khan comes out like MJF's not here. Let's just sign your contract here. And then MJF's music hits and he walks out with the biggest smile we've ever seen. That's what I want to happen here, but I know it's pretty slim chances.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a chance, but you know, I don't know, man. And I don't know who you put out there with him. I do think that it does sully Wardlow's moment, but I will say this: I think that there is an opportunity there for Wardlow. I would give Wardlow the mic tomorrow.
Oh yeah,
Also,
absolutely.
I would,
Cut a nasty promo on him tomorrow if he's not there.
yeah, and I think that you can do that, and it can really, I think it can save Wardlow
Yeah.
because you could just say like, look, like you could have had a match with me and beaten me and proven that you're worth all this money to everybody, but instead you decided to run because you knew that if you got in the ring with me, you would have devalued yourself because I would have destroyed you.
Yeah, Easter,
You
I
know,
agree with you to
something
an
like that.
extent. I mean, MJF definitely helped him along, but if Wardlow wasn't as badass as he is, he wouldn't have gotten over. You know what I mean? But I do agree with you. MJF did help make Wardlow a star. Absolutely.
Well, yeah, I mean that's kind of how it works.
Yeah.
It really helps when there's a foil to the babyface or to the heel, vice versa. Like like Stone Cold Steve Austin, like the moment that clicked was the Bret Hart match at WrestleMania. Like without Bret Hart busting him open and putting him in the sharpshooter, and him just passing out from the pain, like that's one of the
Ooh.
moments that defines Steve Austin.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it takes two to tango. So absolutely, MJF had a huge role to play in Wardlow becoming a star, but it's just if he's not going to do business, then that's just
Yeah. And Kaiju,
him
I
not
love
doing
it.
business.
Kaiju says give Wardlow the winner of Punk versus Page. So if this is real and we're, and MJF, we're whatever's happening with him, dude, do it right there at Double or Nothing to like shove it in MJF's face, be like, Wardlow, by the way, signing this contract is also a contract to be the next in line for, whoever wins a Punk or Hangman. Now, I know AEW loves their or their ranking system, but I think it would be okay once in a blue moon to jump the ranking system here, once in a while.
Hmm.
It's been 3-4 years. I don't think they've ever jumped it. So, wait,
Um, I
Danielson.
would I would
Danielson jumped it, but he didn't get a title shot, I guess.
I would disagree. I don't think you should put Wardlow with the champion yet, because I don't think it's time for Wardlow to win the championship yet.
Yeah.
Um, and I don't think you should book him to lose a championship match right away.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I get it. If anything, I do like the idea of him going for the TNT title now. But the problem is that, and this isn't, I mean, it is kind of Tony Khan's fault, but the TNT title's kind of become a bit of a hot potato. So I don't really want Wardlow to beat Scorpio Sky right away.
Yeah. Cesar Tavara, real quick, we'll tell you real quick. MJF no-showed the meet and greet in Las Vegas today. He was scheduled to be there. Many tickets were sold, and many people were very upset that he did not show up. Bunch of reports that he was in the casino. No photos to prove this, but a lot of reports he was in the casino. And Fightful, Sean Ross Sapp has confirmed a ticket out of Las Vegas to the East Coast has been purchased for MJF tonight. So that's the quick rundown of the story at the moment. We're all just feeling bad for Wardlow right now. Like, I just can't understand why he would want to do something like this to Wardlow. We're all kind of fantasy booking what should happen in place of this match, and oh man, it's just bananas, man.
So this is just because I'm trying to keep an eye on Twitter and whatnot, and trying to keep the news up for everybody. Not sure if this is relevant to this or if it's just in general, but about 4 hours ago, this was retweeted. That's why I'm seeing it now. QT Marshall tweeted, "One day I'll get what I've earned," and I wonder. This is about 4 hours ago, so there's a chance that this could be about that or about the situation.
What did he say?
It's
Can you
definitely
repeat
possible.
that for me one more time?
Sorry, he said, "One day I'll get what I've earned."
That's it.
That's it. And again,
Okay.
I'm just doing a sweep of Twitter, trying to see if I can pick up on anything for everybody here. I'm just trying to,
Yeah. Wonder if he's saying like he wants to be at the pay-per-view or something like that.
I
Yeah,
don't know,
Cesar, we don't
maybe.
know what's going on, man. We like his character is so edgy. We don't know that if this is a work. Very small chance at this point, everybody's kind of everybody's talked me down of thinking this is a work, but we don't know, man. This is crazy. There's been no proof, no pictures of MJF anywhere in Las Vegas yet. Like, oh, I don't know.
And then also for those that are joining us, more recently, there was another issue with the meet and greet where Samoa Joe did not show up. People were concerned about that. It ended up being a communication issue. Everything is fine with Samoa Joe. He's doing well. There was just a bridge in communication. In the chat, we got a DX Filer saying Wardlow getting the title is how you get out of this, in his opinion. He's not a fan of hotshotting usually, but it's the way to fix this. The problem with that, in my opinion, is that you don't want to, like, I think Punk's winning the title tomorrow. And I don't think you take the belt off Punk right after. And I don't think Wardlow's the guy to beat Hangman either. Maybe the TNT title, but the problem with the TNT title is that it was kind of tossed around in that storyline where it's been kind of hot potatoing, and you don't want to move that belt around too much more. I mean, I guess you could give it to Wardlow, just bite the bullet on that one, just be like, hey, look, we gotta get it on Wardlow to make up for it. But at the same time, that kind of does Scorpio Sky dirty, because the guy is super talented and he's awesome, and I don't know if he deserves to kind of be a transitional champion because of MJF.
No, they just gave him that badass Lakers belt. That dude's keeping that belt for, I'm gonna guess, like 6 months. But really until Miro comes back. But yeah, I like 182. So he worked himself into a shoot, brother.
Yeah, dude, absolutely. Like, this is what a bad decision. What a bad decision from MJF.
Like you said it perfect, man. Career suicide if this is a legit thing, man. I mean, he'll recover from it somewhat, but he'll never get that big payday he was hoping for if this is all real. It'll never happen, no.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely shot himself in the foot here. I mean, it's not good business, and like you don't want to do bad business. It's not good.
Yeah, Easter, I don't know if I can believe that too much, because when you look at the way that ex-WWE people are treated in AEW, they are used to put over the younger talent. There's not a single ex-WWE talent that has any titles over in AEW right now. Everybody that holds a title has defeated multiple WWE talents that have come over. So I don't really believe that too much, but there's always a risk of these guys grew up without AEW, and they all had a dream to go to the WWE. And it all depends on, do you care about the way that they treat people enough that that's going to destroy your dream? So I can see some of them wanting to go over there, being like, "Oh, I don't care about all that. My dream my whole life has been to wrestle in WWE at WrestleMania, and nothing's going to stop that." I can see that. But I can also see guys like FTR that are just like, don't care about that anymore, done. Like, I don't know. Dustin just tweeted let me see here. Where's Dustin at?
I'm not picking up anything at the moment from Dustin. I could search for him specifically. I do follow him.
What about Ring of Honor title for Wardlow? I don't know. I think he's too big for Ring of Honor. Although Samoa Joe has the TV title, that would be a really nice feud. We would have to get it on like Dynamite or Rampage, though. Oh, you mean in place of the match? Ooh, that'd be cool. Throw Joe in there. Not bad
just
at all.
Update. Dustin Rhodes did tweet out, but it was him saying that he hopes Thunder Rosa kicks the holy hell out of Serena Deeb tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So do I.
So here's another interesting thing that we haven't really touched on yet, but so there's going to be a big, like, Warner Brothers and Discovery executives are all going to be at Dynamite on Wednesday.
Yeah.
There's like this huge party. Like, why would MJF do this before this happens? Like so like for those that aren't in the know about AEW's TV deal, they're most likely going to be a big push from TNT and TBS and everything, and they that network, the network wants to push sports, and so they're going to be using AEW as kind of a focal point of their because that's content that they have rights with, and so the TV deal that's going to get renewed next year is going to be huge, and a lot of talent in AEW are currently waiting for this to happen so they can negotiate better deals. And so like what I'm trying to figure out is that like why would MJF again, like it's just stupid. Like
Do you have Fightful's Twitter up here? JD in chat is saying that it's reported people saw AEW has been reaching out to MJF to sign an extension on a big money deal.
I don't have a report on that. I'll do some digging though if you want to kind of take command for a second.
Yeah, if Fightful was reporting that, then that's a big deal as well. And you kind of just walked me right back over towards my work theory here. That Dynamite after. So imagine Punk wins the championship, and we open that Dynamite with CM Punk, his music hitting. The pop that is going to be in that arena for the first show on the West Coast is going to be insane with him as the champ. And then also imagine this has all been a work. MJF does show up and does win this match. Imagine the boos. So these Warner execs are going to see the extreme of both sides of the spectrum. They're going to see CM Punk with the loudest cheers you've ever heard, and then they're going to see MJF with the loudest boos you've ever heard.
Maybe.
I'm he's making me go crazy, man. But I'm in. If it's a work, I'm in. I'm fine with it. The people got refunds. I hope they got some sort of a special email, something. Somebody in chat did say that they would have revealed it. Somebody would have spoiled it if this is what had happened, but
yeah, I mean,
I'm in.
I definitely agree. I hope it's
2022, baby. I'm in.
Yeah, I'm hoping so. I'm not seeing anything from Fightful or Sean Ross Sapp currently.
He said Wrestle Purist posted it too. Let me see if I can find Wrestle Purist. I follow them.
Yeah, take a look. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. We're definitely keeping an eye on the situation. We're kind of hanging out on the stream. Thank you to everybody who's joining us for the first time. If you like the discussion, we do a weekly podcast. We do, Dynamite recaps. We do Rampage recaps. We do special breaking news shows. If you like the content and you like what you hear, please consider liking and subscribing. It really means the world to both of us. We love doing this. We're just having a fucking blast, shooting the shit and talking wrestling, man. It's awesome.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, we're trying to keep an eye on the news headlines, and I'm keeping an eye on Fightful amongst other sources, and hopefully we can.
So Sean Ireland is saying Fightful reported that MJF does not want an extension. He wants more money on his current deal. And
fuck him.
ESO saying apparently the flight was booked to Newark, New Jersey. So I was right on my first pick there of airports. Easter says whatever is happening is going to lead into Forbidden Door. Maybe. I don't see how this ties to Forbidden Door at the moment, but I could easily see somehow tying it to Forbidden Door.
I mean, again, I'll just say this: if it's true that it's a shoot and he is unwilling to sign an extension and he just wants to be paid more money, then he can fuck right off.
Yeah.
Like that's
not how it works.
That's not how it works. And you don't want to set a precedent. You don't want to set a precedent with the AEW locker room. You don't want to let guys know that if you do this, and it was the same thing when Sasha and Naomi walked out. We talked about this on the podcast. I tweeted about it that week. WWE needed to suspend them, and they did. It was the right thing for WWE to do in terms of maintaining control of their locker room. I don't like WWE, but it was for what happened. It was the right way for them to respond.
Nobody in their right mind would give him more money without more years. That is not a thing that happens in the world of contracts, especially sports contracts. Anytime you got football players, soccer/football players. Sorry, I'm an American. I have to call it soccer because it is what it is. Um,
Sure.
if you outplay your contract, your only option is to renegotiate a new contract and you sign for more years for more money. Like, there's no benefit whatsoever in the company just handing you more money for a contract that you are already locked into. It doesn't happen. No one in their right mind would ever do that. That would be the craziest business decision I had ever seen. And Mark, thank you very much. That means a lot to us. We just started this out a couple of months ago, so maybe that's why you haven't found us yet, but I really, really do appreciate that. Thank you very much, man. It means a lot.
Yeah, man, really. We're having a blast. I love this. This is awesome.
Yeah, I'm having an absolute
Um,
blast. We're one viewer away from breaching 100 viewers, and we have never done that before. So everybody, thank you guys very much. This is
no,
it.
we passed 100. We were at 102 a few seconds ago.
Oh, let's go. Let's go.
Yeah,
Well,
man.
and as
Um,
bad as the news is tonight, it has definitely made the channel more interesting at the moment. So it is what it is.
yeah, definitely. I agree with NY fan Camo 1. If MJF runs to WWE, I'm done supporting him for good. For those who are new to us, I am a previous WWE fan who is no longer a WWE fan. Uh, I'm sure people could understand why.
He's
For
scarred.
I'm scarred for life. Um, but so I don't support that company at all. Unfortunately, young Jeffrey here does sometimes. We have we have some fun with it. But yeah, like if he goes there, like that's just kind of it for me. I'm not gonna follow. I'm not gonna support him. I don't think there's anybody that company could get
Yeah.
realistically that would ever make me tune back in. And so, I mean, you never know, but I don't count on that. So.
Yeah, I mean, I'll probably just do with MJF what I do with Cody right now. I'll figure out what time his match is, and I'll probably pop it on just to catch what happens with MJF. Just to see the horrible booking that is inevitable. For those of you that don't know, Cody has been involved in 2 disqualification matches this year, or since he's been in the WWE, and AEW has, in all of AEW for this year, 2 disqualifications as well. So in the short time Cody has been there, he's already matched the entire amount of disqualifications in AEW. I just, that should be one of the first things people look at when they're like, is the grass greener on the other side? I'd look right at that and be like, nope, it's not.
Well, there was always this quote from CM Punk, and it's always been super like relevant with MJF. And he said it to MJF, where he said, like, go ahead, leave, be the main event of night 2 of a buy one get one free 4-night extravaganza. Like,
One of my favorite lines of all time.
And like that's the thing, CM Punk, like he gets it, man. And that's just he's been there and he knows, and he try like I have to imagine that CM Punk tries to warn some of these people. You know what I mean? Like, hey,
Yeah.
like you don't want to go there. like it's sad. It's really sad.
Yeah. I mean, for me, one of the big things recently was Ember Moon, what she came out and said. And then seeing other people being like, you shouldn't have revealed what was in that meeting. That's when I was like, whoa, dude, what kind of cult are you guys? Like, it's wild over there.
Yeah, man, absolutely.
Caleb,
So
thank you
all
very
right.
much, man.
So do you want to talk about? We're still waiting on some more news to hear about MJF. Do you want to talk about Double or Nothing? Just kind of talk about the card a little bit. In the meantime, while we wait for some more news.
Yeah, absolutely. So I was the only one that picked MJF for to win that match. So anybody else in chat, did anybody else think that MJF was going to be winning this match against Wardlow?
There can't be many.
There can't be many, yeah, because I mean,
It was such a hot take. It was such a hot take on your part.
yeah. And for me, I was like, almost like there's no doubt. Like, I felt it was time for MJF to get that big time win. It's not going to hurt Wardlow because he's a monster. All he's got to do is go powerbomb a couple more people. JD,
Yeah, definitely. I mean,
JD12, Caleb, thank you very much for the sub. JD12 says MJF wouldn't cut it in WWE. I slightly agree with you because of his body type and size. They really don't like the small guys, and you know, I think look what they're doing with Finn Balor. You know, it's I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Let's see. Let's look at some of this. How long are you guys going to be on? Honestly, I'm just chilling. I'm kind of. I want to get some more news out, so I'm willing to stick around as long as everyone
Yeah,
else is.
I'm sticking with this until it seems like we're not going to get anything. So,
Yeah.
but
Let's
let's do
see.
a little more fantasy booking here. We got quite a few more people in the chat since we started that. If MJF does not show up, who would you guys or what would you guys put in place of this match? How would you guys go about this? Some of us were saying we would have Tony Khan come out and sign Wardlow to a contract immediately in the ring. Some of us want to see Miro possibly come and have a match with him. There could be all kinds of stuff. I do believe if Tony needs to do this, he will come out with something good. I don't think we'll be disappointed per se. Of course, we're going to be disappointed not getting the match we wanted, but 182, thank you very much for the sub.
Yeah, Tony Khan has always done his best to try to, do right by the fans and make sure that honor commitments. If you advertise something, you do it. So I'm sure Tony Khan is extremely upset about this tonight.
NY fan, thanks for the sub.
And again, in terms of booking, I think that he comes out tomorrow. Tony Khan, who does not make appearances very often on TV, but he'll do it. He'll come out and he'll say, look, this was supposed to be a big night with MJF versus Wardlow. And, unfortunately, MJF doesn't want to do business, maybe not word it like that exactly, but just say MJF is, he's gone. He's not coming back. And Wardlow's going to have a match tonight. And whoever it is, if Wardlow wins, he'll sign an AEW contract right here in the ring on Double or Nothing pay-per-view.
Yeah. I like what MIT says here. He was thinking MJF was going to win via shenanigans, and then Tony Khan came out and said nothing's stopping him from getting signed to Ring of Honor. That would have actually been a decent swerve in this.
Sorry, what was it? You cut out.
Oh, so he basically said here, I got to find it now. It went by. They were saying, let's have... I lost it again. MJF wins via shenanigans, and then Tony Khan comes out and says, there's nothing stopping me from signing him to Ring of Honor. That would have been a nice one.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I guess if you're going to go that route, but I wouldn't relegate Wardlow to Ring of Honor.
No, I wasn't thinking so either, but
what that's even going to be yet. Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, Robert,
Sean
thank you for the
Spears,
sub.
I'm seeing some people saying Sean Spears in the chat versus Wardlow. My only problem with that is that he just beat Sean Spears in a cage. So,
yeah, we've already seen that match, and it was just in a cage, and he pummeled him. So we would have to get something crazy for this match to suffice, I guess, would be the...
Chase the Collector suggesting Brian Cage. My only problem with that is Brian Cage has been off TV apart from the Supercard of Honor. So, again, you don't want to just pull someone and, that's not a huge win. Brian Cage is awesome. I love Brian Cage, but he hasn't been on TV to warrant that being a meaningful match.
Ooh, what's Jeff Cobb doing tomorrow night? I like that too. I thought of that as well. Didn't they have a match a long time ago? I think that was Jeff Cobb's only match in AEW.
No, I thought wasn't that versus Cody?
Was it? It could have been.
I think it was against Cody because I think MJF hired him, didn't he?
You might be right. Yeah, you're right.
E-Man says, you guys talking like MJF isn't showing up. Are we seriously questioning this? There's no way MJF leaves or is actually not showing. I don't know, man. I'm not saying that I've completely ruled out that it's a work, but I can't really justify the sense. It doesn't make sense. The only thing that makes sense is that, he is upset with his contract. I mean, again, yeah, it's very possible we're being worked. I mean, wrestling is at its best. Tony Khan said it a few weeks ago. Wrestling's at its best when realities, the lines are blurred, and
Yeah, and
it could be a work, but I don't see why you would do it like in this spot, like especially because of Wardlow. Like that's why I don't think it's a work. Because how does this benefit Wardlow? Like the whole point of the storyline is making Wardlow a star. So why wouldn't you just have Wardlow beat MJF and then maybe after that you do this? I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me.
yeah, I mean, all I could say is I hope he is right. That's how I felt when I first heard this. But like I said, all you guys talked me out of it. Oh man, let's see. We got a whole bunch of people in chat here. Let me see if I can get through them all. Let's see. Wardlow versus Dax Harwood. That would be nice because FTR is not performing at this show. What if Maxwell hires the Kings of Wrestling to try to take out Wardlow and replace FTR in the Pinnacle? Interesting. Let's see here. Would love to see a big name like MJF sign with someone besides WWE or AEW. Maybe back in MLW. Oh, not bad. Try to get a third big name going. Let's see here. Wardlow versus Moose or Strowman. I don't think AEW wants anything to do with either of those guys. Every time Moose seems to appear, people just bring up his past and it doesn't look good. For some reason over an Impact, they kind of like overlook it, and then Strowman, he's too into his control your narrative thing. I'm not sure they would want to touch him either.
Yeah, I mean, also, like, let's be real, Strowman's not very good.
Yeah.
I would not want to see him on pay-per-view.
I have to admit, I like the choo-choo train thing, man, when he was running around the ring and he would, like, shoulder tackle somebody and they'd go flipping and flying. I don't know. I liked it. That was my sports entertainment.
Well, you are a real sports entertainer enthusiast.
So Robert brings up in chat what I was asking earlier. So let's assume MJF did have this match. What is the plan for him after? That's why I'm wondering if this is some go away heat, so he actually does have a chance to go away for a while. What would be after Wardlow, if anything, at the moment? So
well, here's my thing. Go away heat. Like you got to understand what go away heat is. Go away heat doesn't go away necessarily. Like
well,
like if MJF's going to take time off, Wardlow beat the crap out of him and sell an injury and just MJF take time off. It doesn't.
Now let me start. Let me start with saying MJF is absolutely not Brock Lesnar, but Brock Lesnar had horrible go away heat when he quit, and when he came back, people lost their shit. So it is possible to lose that go away heat, but at the moment he is no Brock Lesnar. I do understand that.
So JD12 Dog says Bray Wyatt is the wild card. Bro, do not do this to me. I'm a huge Bray Wyatt fan. Bray Wyatt was the straw that broke the camel's back in the WWE for me when they did what they did with The Fiend and Goldberg in Saudi Arabia. That was the moment that broke me, and I really hope that Wyndham ends up in AEW. So
that's going to be an amazing day.
Oh, I can't wait.
Oh man, let the Fiend destroyed Wardlow. That would be the only way I would be okay with him just randomly losing to somebody, is if it was the Fiend or
Dude, yeah, Wyndham. I know. I'd be so down. I understand that the booking would be awful. It wouldn't make sense, but
I'd be like,
yes,
kill him,
please.
Light him on fire, gasoline.
Yes, TK. Yes, bring me Wyndham, please. I beg you.
All right, so I'm still not seeing anything. Let's see here.
Yeah, all I'm seeing, I saw another confirmation that the flight is for Newark, New Jersey, which, like you said, that just might be the closest airport in. I mean,
yeah, that's the closest airport to Long Island.
Yeah, so
right over the bridge.
It's not super unbelievable that would be where he's flying out to.
Yeah, Easter, like we agree, MJF is absolutely incredible at what he does. But what we're looking at is him no showing. And at the moment, after the Sasha Naomi thing, a lot of people are saying that this is not a good look. And when you're talking about there's going to be a bidding war in 2024, you just killed the bidding war. You shot one of your bidders. Like that now there's only one guy bidding. So it's tough, man. Maybe like someone said in the chat, maybe he goes to a different organization other than WWE, like MLW or something. Um, Maybe they get a big settlement from the WWE out of their court case and they can afford to throw a couple million at somebody. But if
I don't know.
it's career suicide, man, it really is, or at least paycheck suicide. He may get a job
Yeah.
somewhere, but for right now, for the next couple years, this is paycheck suicide.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not a great idea. Like it's not smart. It's not smart at all in terms of like up until this point, I would say MJF has handled the situation in terms of what he's trying to accomplish well. Like he's done a good job at it up until today. I think, making it clear that there will be a bidding war in 2024, whether that's a work or a shoot. If it's a shoot, then, he's doing business for himself, but he's also working with AEW still, and it's everything he's done makes sense. But
Yeah,
today is where he crossed that line because now, like, if this is a shoot, like, I don't see Tony Khan. Like, maybe Tony Khan's like it sparks up a conversation about an extension, but like, come 2024, like, I can't imagine Tony Khan wanting to work with him, and I can't
yeah,
imagine WWE like paying him well because no one else is going to pay him.
yeah. And stupid. I would agree with you if that's not where he came from. MJF came from MLW, and nobody ever gets too big to go back to their roots. It's kind of like a college alumni type thing. Big time NFL players, they always go back to visit their college and stuff like that. Like, maybe not go back to wrestle there full time, but we'll see. Oh, my brain is just scrambled eggs, man. This is the longest podcast that we have done in our history here. Thank you very much to all over 100 of you absolutely beautiful people out there. If you guys have not hit that subscribe button, please do so. It greatly helps our channel. We've only been around for a couple of months here. We're trying to get out there. We do a lot of work on the podcast here throughout the week. We're here every Wednesday night after Dynamite. We're here every Friday night after Rampage. And we'll be after every pay-per-view as well, doing our reviews. Yeah, this is just a crazy night, man. It's midnight on the East Coast and we're still here talking about MJF. Was this the point? I don't know if we're going to have any clue until showtime tomorrow. Like,
Yeah, absolutely. It's wild. I'm gonna take some time and read some comments real quick. Let's see what we got here. We got
this might stop me from sleeping tonight.
yeah, dude. I'm already wired because like I'm so excited for the pay-per-view tomorrow. I'm so excited for Double or Nothing, and like now, man, like shit. I don't know.
I'm about to go
Anyway,
pound a
let's see
big
what we
bottle of
got.
mead, man.
Yeah, right.
Mel, thank you for the
Lance
sub.
Dominguez. MJF is not going about this the right way. He's about to be a free agent. I agree. Easter Sunday Gray Man. It all depends on what the other side does. If AEW grabs Sasha, then who knows? Remember, both are run by cons. um, I do think that there is some validity to that. I wouldn't be surprised if AEW does sign Sasha Banks. But I also don't 100% agree with what she did in terms of walking out. Like I was saying earlier, I think that if you're under contract, you work the contract and you do what you have to do, and if you don't like it, don't sign the contract. You have to understand that that's the reality.
Yeah. 6
See
in the
what else we
morning
got.
here in Germany. Can't sleep. The news kept you awake. Yo, 182, thank you very, very much for watching us all early in the morning over there in Germany. That actually makes me feel awesome that we got international viewers here. I'm sure we got more than just the one, but again, thank you guys very much for all being here. This is just a wild night, and I have a feeling we're not going to know much until like I said, till Showtime, man. This is wild.
Yeah, definitely. Big T in the chat. If this is the work, Tony Khan better get ready to eat a shit sandwich. This is not going to go over well. Yeah, I kind of discussed that a little bit earlier with you, Jeff. I think that Tony Khan is not one to lie to people and to kind of be disingenuous. And when he books something or he promotes something, like it happens. I mean, obviously, life happens. Like if someone gets COVID or something like that, and you can't do it, you can't do it. But
Yeah.
under his power, everything he can control, Tony Khan doesn't usually just book stuff, which is again why I don't think it's a work. I don't think Tony Khan would sell meet and greet tickets at $100 a person to meet MJF. Like one of the fans on Twitter said that she flew out to Vegas, like the main reason so she could meet MJF. Like obviously she's there for the show probably, but she's a huge MJF fan, and like for him not to show up, like that crosses a line. It absolutely crosses a line. You can't just
Yeah.
as a heel, you could say and do, like, we're of the opinion here that, like, to be a good heel, like, I don't think anything is truly off limits to say. I mean, like, sure, things are in bad taste sometimes, but I don't think that it's a heel's job to make you upset and make you angry and make you feel uncomfortable. But like, this isn't that. This
This is
is
definitely more than that.
he's fucking with people's money,
Yep.
with customers' money. Like that's the one thing you can't mess with if you're a heel. Like at the end of the day, people paid to see you, whether it's to see you in a positive way or to see you get your ass kicked. So it's like you can't fuck with that. That's the one thing you can't touch in pro wrestling. Like, if you tear up someone's sign, sure, that's fine. But like to just not show up, like that's not heel shit. That's just a dick move.
Yeah. And Steve, J Dog, Demac, thank you guys very much for the subs. Um, I just had a crazy thing go through my brain here. I used to be a semi-pro pool player, like an avid pool player. Sticks and balls on the pool table. And in pool, we used to kind of like say that play a few games of pool with somebody and you'll see every emotion that they have, right? This situation tonight has literally brought out like every emotion that I can think of in myself. When we first started, I was laughing about this, and then I was almost crying about this, and then I was like perplexed, like completely just mind boggled. This, I'm telling you, man, this has gotten people talking. We're all sitting here at midnight. It's 6 a.m. in Germany for one of our viewers, and we're talking about MJF and Wardlow match right now on the pay-per-view that's tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, like, don't get me wrong. I hope it's a work. Like, I want this to be a work. And if it is a work, if this time tomorrow, because it will probably be around this time, we're gonna be sitting there. We're gonna be doing our recap of Double or Nothing show, which you guys should definitely check us out again tomorrow.
Yes.
I will gladly sit here and say, man, I am so glad they fooled me. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But I just right now, like I have to look at it logically, and that's what I'm coming up with. Is that like
Yeah.
I don't see why they would sell these tickets to the meet and greets, and like I'm sure that they refunded them, and I'm sure that they let them take another
Yeah.
picture free of charge with someone else. But I
That
don't
that is
know.
that is what I read. There was a full refund of the price for MJF, and they did get photos with other wrestlers in place, at no charge, I believe. So, are they just pushing the boundaries here, man? Literally the only thing stopping me now from thinking that it's a work. I have one thing left that I just can't jump over the hurdle, and it is that fact that they were selling these tickets for people to see him, and they would have to do this refund. But, Tony Khan is an innovator. Everybody in AEW seems to try to be innovators, like pushing boundaries. And, taking the heel to another level like this, if it's a work, it works. You know what I mean?
I mean, yeah, to an extent, but I don't know. I still try to. I'm also just trying to figure out like how does this help the Wardlow storyline,
Yeah.
or is it even supposed to if it's a work? But like, if it's not, like, I mean, I guess, yeah, their argument is it's to get eyeballs on the product, which, again, like you said, we're sitting here at 12 o'clock, 12:14 on the East Coast, 6:14 in Germany or whatever it is. And, we're all sitting here, having a conversation, can't sleep about it. So, it's definitely worked. But
Yeah. What do we got here? E-Man says, let's be honest, SRS isn't above playing along for a work. Oh, absolutely, man. A lot of his posts, I actually think he's playing along quite a bit, to be honest. And I would too, man. It is what it is. But if he's not playing along, he can only report what he is given. So, if he does have, people that can give him information like people backstage, he can only report what was sent to him, so.
Yeah, I feel like the chat's pretty mixed right now in terms of whether they think it's a work or a shoot. And I feel like we're kind of also kind of there, like
Yeah.
like I'm torn. I'm leaning towards it being a shoot, but it's this is a really this is quite a pickle.
I do apologize for this, everybody. I'm not sure if everyone is seeing this, but I am, because I am the moderator here. We're getting bombarded with some spam from some bad websites, so I'm putting it into subscriber mode here. You only have to be subscribed for literally 1 second in order to chat here, but I don't want to let any of these website advertisements keep scrolling through chat if you guys can see them. So, all right. And it's also in your benefit to subscribe, because we will be doing a giveaway of this Sting Luminaries figure at 500 subs. I do believe we are approaching 200 here. We are at 186. Thank you all for your subscribes tonight. Really appreciate everybody hitting that sub button. And again, sorry I had to put that subscribe only mode on, but we are getting bombarded with some websites I am not a fan of. So.
Yep, trying to keep the chat as clean as possible in terms
absolutely.
of
We may curse, but we still want chat to be friendly.
Right, yeah. We don't want to get spam bots in the chat.
No.
It defeats the purpose of us enjoying the chat.
Yeah.
Sean Ireland saying, I don't see what AEW gains from it being a work. And so I agree mostly. Again, at the end of the day, it puts a lot of eyes on the pay-per-view tomorrow, but is it really enough? I don't know. I kind of agree with what Sean Ireland's saying, which is why I just don't think it's a work, because it's like, who does this benefit apart from maybe getting some attention?
Lamar, thank you for the sub. And Tyson, hello from Washington State. Well, hello from Philadelphia, sir. So let me give a quick explanation on why I think it would be beneficial to AEW. And this is specifically because of the Dynamite after Double or Nothing. We were talking earlier, we're going to have Discovery, Warner executives throwing a party for AEW at the arena. This is AEW's first show in a big arena on the West Coast. And what I'm thinking here is, follow along with, I'm thinking that CM Punk wins the championship. He comes out to start off the show on Dynamite, and he gets the biggest pop that you have ever heard in front of all these guys from Warner Media. And I do believe MJF shows up to the match tomorrow and wins. And then we get the loudest boos that you have ever heard in front of these Warner execs as well. So I really, really believe that this Dynamite after Double or Nothing is going to be absolutely tremendous, because I mean, we got Warner executives there. What else would Tony want to do than to show off to them, So I think it would be a really good idea. Put the belt on Punk, have them pop for his music to start the show, and then have MJF come out at some point and hear those boos. Those boos are going to be insane if he actually shows up and wins that match.
I mean, definitely, yeah. I think, again, like there, that is the one argument you could make for it being a work is, the mega heat. Like, absolutely. Like, I don't know. It's
here. Let's do it this way. Let's say it doesn't sound like a lot, but let's say that they generate 2,000 pay-per-view buys with this, right? That's 2,000 extra people that may have not may have not bought the pay-per-view, but now they're like, I got to see what happens with this, right? The pay-per-view costs $50. That's $100,000 in pay-per-view revenue. So you could even look at it, let's say only 1,000 people buy the pay-per-view because of this. That's still $50,000 in pay-per-view revenue, you know? So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, but I'll say this. So again, looking at the chat, Robert Cranaeus, why do a work like this with select people at a meet and greet and not an actual show like Dynamite with him being advertised, where all these eyes see this? It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
And I agree.
And I'm just trying to make it make sense, and I'm not making much sense.
I know. You're really I want you to win this. I want you to kind of talk me out of it. But you haven't yet.
Every time I walk myself off the ledge, something puts me right back on it. Yeah, you know, there's got to be a lot of people at the airport right now. Come on, people. Anybody out there at the airport got any photos? We hear all these reports that he was in the casino. Not one photo. 0 photos of MJF in Las Vegas. 0.
So Sean Ross Sapp just tweeted out. Sean Ross Sapp just tweeted out. PWI Insider has followed up and confirmed Fightful's report. And it is a report that I had read a little while ago. It's been a little bit of time, so I'm going to run through it again for anyone that's new to the stream. So this is from Fightful Select. This was posted about 2 hours ago. MJF has flight booked out of Las Vegas. MJF no-showed his planned meet and greet for Saturday for AEW, causing many fans to be unhappy after expecting to see him. As of right now, his status for Double or Nothing is uncertain. Fightful heard from plenty of upset fans who had planned to meet MJF that he did not show up. Beyond that, AEW has remained quiet about the situation, not responding to Fightful's inquiries for information or comment. The only sources within the company that would speak on the matter said that they were quote-unquote very unhappy about how it all played out. One AEW source said they heard that communication between the two sides had reached an all-time low. AEW talent and personnel were asked to not comment on the situation, and those that Fightful had spoken to have not heard back from him. Fightful reached out to both AEW and MJF and only got a confirmation that MJF is fine physically, which is the first concern when something like this happens. However, we also learned that a flight for MJF out of Las Vegas across the country was booked for late Saturday night. Whether or not he gets on the plane remains to be seen. Neither side would confirm the reasoning for this when pressed. We have to reiterate, we're not sure if he's actually getting on the plane, but have confirmed a flight for him has been booked out of Vegas Saturday night. It is being that's the end of the report. It is also being reported that the flight is to Newark, which would make sense if he's going back to Long Island. And also, this wasn't really mentioned, but there was some rumblings about Samoa Joe missing a meet and greet as well today, and that was due to communication error. So everything's good with Samoa Joe.
Nice. Zen Book had a question for us here. Why don't we see the similarity between MJF's current situation and the summer of Punk? It's a clear work. They are building MJF the same way. Antagonist versus authority. Classic. Now, I'm right there with you, Zen, but there were tickets sold to a meet and greet specifically for MJF, and they had to refund them all. This would be a very elaborate work, which I'm still in my heart. I still think this is a work. I really, really do. I've been talked off the ledge a couple of times here, but I really do think that this is an elaborate work, and they are taking this to another level of blurring the lines between reality and our wrestling show.
Yeah, absolutely. And I hope you're right. I want it to be a work. My counter argument to the Summer of Punk argument is, yeah, but CM Punk wrestled John Cena at Money in the Bank. He wrestled that match. They advertised the match, and he wrestled the match, and then he won, and then he left. And so that's what makes this different for me. But
Yeah.
I mean, like, yes, that is a good argument to it. Maybe that is just the point of this. But
True.
But then why do that to Wardlow though? That's the point though. Like, unless he does just show up tomorrow, which I guess they could do that. But
Bro.
like,
So in
this
chat
hurts
real
Wardlow.
quick, Topher, of course we can't confirm this, but Topher says that he has heard from a friend from Long Island that knows MJF personally. his grandmother passed away suddenly, and apparently Tony Khan is aware, and they are on okay terms. So could this be possibly MJF's grandmother passed away suddenly, and he just was like, "Go, man, go do the family thing"? I know we can't confirm that at all. That's just some, objection hearsay, Your Honor. But
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'll definitely keep an eye on the news as I have been doing. As soon as something breaks, I am doing my best to get it to you guys as soon as I can.
yeah, Jackson, that's a good one. Maybe MJF and Samoa Joe were communication issues, but they decided to go with MJF's as a storyline. I could see that. Topher's lying, I like to see the good. I always try to give people the benefit of the doubt first,
Yep, we're not going to officially report on it though, and
No, yeah.
believe it until it gets confirmed from a reputable source. I'm sure Topher understands.
I will say that if that is the case, I would completely understand 100%.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like that's totally fine.
Yeah, then they would have published a statement. Yeah.
That's very true.
Oh, man. What a wild night, dude. I've gone through every single emotion that I can think of. I've been pissed off. I've been extremely sad. I've been giggling, laughing. I think at one point I wanted to do the Sammy Guevara "I'm fucking crazy" thing. I just
Yeah,
don't know what to
definitely.
think, man. And I don't think we're gonna know until it's time for the match.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely a possibility. I don't know. It's gonna definitely be interesting to see what's going on tomorrow because I mean there's still a chance that we're gonna hear tonight whether he gets on the plane or not. Like
Yeah.
like if we get confirmation that he's on the plane and he's going to Newark, like as we discussed earlier, it's such a long trip to go across the country. Like there's no way he's making it back for Double or Nothing.
Twitter's saying
It just-
MJF was seen 7 blocks away from the airport at a Panera Bread. Okay, now just to give you an example here, the airport is on the strip in Las Vegas. So where all those casinos are, the airport is smack dab right at the very end of the strip. So the Mandalay Bay is I believe that's where Rampage was held. That is where the airport is directly across the street, right where the big "Welcome to Las Vegas" sign is. So that being at Panera Bread 7 blocks from the airport, I'm not going to take that very much with anything because his hotel could be 7 blocks from the airport and the venue is like 3 blocks from the airport. So that's not a super big deal. I'm okay with that at the moment.
Yeah, I mean definitely. It's just trying to keep an eye on things and see what's going on, what the
Yeah.
word is. We haven't really gotten much since.
And by the way, I'm not
Um,
called Jeffrey Vegas for nothing. It's the only city on the planet you could blindfold me and drop me off anywhere in that city, and I could make myself perfectly fine wherever I needed to go. Yes, Kelly, I've been saying it all night. Where are the pictures? I see no pictures of this supposed Panera Bread. I see no pictures of him at the casino. I haven't seen a single photo of MJF in Las Vegas. Not one.
so this is kind of funny. This isn't really news. It's just I'm on Twitter, so it made me laugh. Someone commented on replied to Sean Ross Sapp saying the FFA should ground all flights until this is resolved. Now, it's actually the FAA, which Sean Ross Sapp tweeted, the Future Farmers of America. The FFA is the Agricultural Education Future Farmers of America Foundation. So that's funny. That made me laugh. It was worth sharing.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, in all fairness to MJF, Panera Bread's mac and cheese is absolutely fire. I love that mac and cheese.
it is really good.
Yeah.
It's a shame that they don't have much else, in terms of like fulfilling meals. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's just my opinion,
I
but
do
like
the
I love their
twofer.
mac and
If you
cheese.
do the sandwich and the mac and cheese, it's usually pretty good.
I guess so. Yeah, their mac and cheese is really what I go there for. Yeah. So.
All right. So we're still getting bombarded with this website. Yep, you guys can see it too. How did they even get in? What did they freaking sub? What the hell?
That's wild.
The sub mode did nothing.
Yeah. All right. Ridiculous.
So 182, they did advertise the match on Twitter about an hour ago. They posted the same advertisement saying Wardlow has completed all the tasks he needed to complete. So I don't know if it was a timed I think it was timed. I think that was a tweet that was on one of those timers and was set to go out, and they're probably scrambling and, you know.
So I'll say this. I think that, again, AEW does a very good job at giving people as much of a, how do I want to put this? They try to be honest with their booking and their advertising. They're not going to not have a match, happen if they can help it. So I think that if this match wasn't going to happen at this point, I feel like AEW would have made a statement at this point. Now, this doesn't mean necessarily that it's a work. It could just be that maybe Tony Khan is trying to talk MJF out of walking out, But like, if the match isn't happening, if there's a danger that it's not going to happen, and they know it's not going to happen, they're going to say something. They're going to give a statement. They're going to say, MJF will not be performing in his match. He will not be competing at Double or Nothing. Stay tuned for an announcement regarding the card, or something like that.
E-Man, I'm not seeing the tweet on my tweet deck. Let me try on the phone here. Maybe tweet deck's being slow. He said he has a possible picture of the Las Vegas airport. I would know if it is as well. So let me take a look. I got a follow from somebody called Gamblestein, but I have not seen any pictures tweeted at.
Yeah, I don't see anything on our Twitter either.
Did you tweet it at Broken Table Show or my personal Twitter? Let me go check my personnel.
Yeah, go for it. If there isn't a match with MJF, make Wardlow win the TNT title, says Thomas Brooks. See, the problem is that I like the idea, but it's not right to take the belt off Scorpio.
Yeah,
Like, it's
you just gave him that gorgeous belt. You can't do that yet.
Yeah, I don't think I agree with it. Big T says to E-Man to drop the link into the chat of the photo. That's not a bad idea.
Yeah, there you
go. Yeah,
Broken
I
Table
don't know,
Shoe.
man. we do not have shoes for the Broken Tables podcast yet. Maybe someday. That would be pretty cool to have some branded shoes.
I could get it done. I do have the option.
Oh, that's right, you do. You're really smart like that.
Yo, this is funny. While I'm looking through the Twitter, somebody just replied to me on me asking if they could make this Chris Jericho gif that you see down below here for Jericho being the Wizard of Azkaban. This person just told me, I apologize for my late reply, but just so you know, my commissions are 8 to 12 weeks out. I made this in 5 minutes.
Hey, man, it is what it is.
People were trying to charge me $50. I made it in 5 minutos. Come on. 8 weeks.
Yeah, you never know.
And if anyone is questioning whether I made this Chris Jericho GIF, if you would like to see it, if you see it on Twitter, I'll show you right now. I will deconstruct it. Look, I can move Mr. Jericho around.
Between Sammy, Scorpio, and Wardlow. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think they should take the belt off Scorpio Sky right away. It doesn't sit right.
No, it doesn't sit right to me either.
No, definitely not.
I ruined it.
I
don't know. Lost Jericho.
What did you do?
I don't know.
Old man Jeffrey over here on the Twitter.
Where'd he
Don't think I
go?
didn't catch that. You're literally saying on the Twitter. Like, what are you, 100 years old? Jeez.
Oh, dude. This is crazy,
Man, what
man.
a
I was not expecting this tonight. 12:30 at night. Hey, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Haha, I love that time.
yeah, look at that.
I was not expecting this, man.
Yeah, definitely not. It's definitely a crazy ass news story that's, you know, we're kind of waiting. We're in the wing. We're waiting for an update right now, and I'm sure we'll hear sooner or later whether he gets on that plane or not. It's what is it in Vegas? It's like what 10:35? Am I correct? 9:35? 9:35.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't know.
Yo, Juan, I meant to mention your comment earlier. MJF committing adultery on AEW by going to WWE. Adultery.
Hmm.
Oh man.
That's funny.
Not sure we're gonna get anything else tonight, guys. But again, everybody, thank you guys so much for hanging out with us tonight. It's actually been a blast having you guys here. I think we only expected this to go like what 25, 30 minutes, and here we are, almost 3 hours later, man. Definitely didn't expect to go through every emotion I had during this time. Met a whole bunch of really cool people here in chat. Again, thank you guys. Alvarez just released some audio captured on the situation. All right, let me see.
I'm gonna check it out. You stay here. I'm not
Yep.
going anywhere. I'm
Oh
gonna
yeah,
figure
you're
this
good.
out.
You're good. Check my Twitter again. All right, let me go back to the. Oh, there we go. Got another. Oh, just a follow by Chase the Collector. Follow you guys back. I do follow backs on Twitter, by the way. If anybody wants to hit the Broken Table Show up with a follow on Twitter, we will follow you back. Oh my god, man, this is crazy. I can't I keep taking my hat off and messing with my hair. I'm so bothered. I think I'm back to being pissed off again. Nick Gunter, thank you very much for the sub. Yeah, there's so many things that are just pushing me towards thinking that this is a work. I just don't know. It's driving me crazy.
Yeah, I don't know, man. We're 50. I feel like we're 50-50 as a podcast right now as a group. Um, I'm definitely my brain tells me that it's a shoot. Has anyone checked flight times? No, I don't think we have.
No, I haven't tried checking flight times, but that's an interesting idea. Anybody want to give that a shot real quick?
I'll try to mess around, see what I can do. Hold on, let's see what we got here. Flights from Vegas.
Juhas, what's up, my guy? It's one of my IRL friends here. So MJF no-showed the meet and greet, bro. He decided to not show up to the advertised meet and greet. They sold the tickets and everything. AEW had to refund his ticket sales. A ticket has been purchased for MJF back to Newark, New Jersey. We still do not know if this is a work or a shoot. There's just as many of us that are thinking it's a shoot as many of us that think it is a work. Some people are hardcore thinking that there is no way that this is a shoot, and some are hardcore thinking that this is a work. So we have no freaking clue, man. It's just bananas right now.
Let's see. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not doing this right, but it doesn't seem like there is any flights to Newark from Las Vegas tonight.
Ooh.
Again, I've admittedly I've never booked myself a flight before, so I could be doing this very
Yeah,
wrong.
Iso said there's a couple right now and a some in the next few hours.
There you go. Yeah, see.
Man,
All right.
I definitely didn't think we would be checking flight times when we started this podcast tonight. Definitely did not think we were going to be checking flight times. Holy crap.
Yeah, it's Yeah, it's definitely something else, man. It's a wild story, and oh boy, man, I'm so excited for Double or Nothing tomorrow. I was already like through the roof. I'm a huge CM Punk fan, so tomorrow I'm hoping he beats Hangman, and that was
All right.
already going to be a big night for me. So
I
this
need you
kind
to
of just
take
makes me.
over for about 2 minutes while I run to the restroom. I'm like 4 liquid deaths in. I will be right back.
I got you. Yeah, old man Jeff with the bladder. You know how it goes. Anyway, so yeah, let's read some comments. Let's see what we got here. How do you guys think other talent on the show may be reacting to this? From Chase the Collector. Honestly, I think that a lot of the talent are probably pissed off. So keep in mind, MJF no shows this meet and greet. Like this talent, the talent are working here, and so they refunded all of the people who paid to see MJF, and then offered them free meet and greets with other wrestlers. So, Double or Nothing is like their WrestleMania. It's the biggest show of the year for them. And so these wrestlers, they have so much on their schedules. Them having to stay longer to do these meet and greets past their scheduled time, like that probably messes with, who knows, maybe they don't less time to eat, less time to do other things. And then also at the same time, you got to think about it as like just the way MJF's handling this. If it's a shoot, it's extremely unprofessional. And I don't think the talent in the locker room are very happy about it. And that's why I hope Tony Khan does kind of step in and do what he needs to do. And, he's got to set the precedent. You can't let the inmates run the asylum. If MJF's going to act this way, he needs to do what's best for his company, that being Tony Khan, and, let him go. It's just, it's what you got to do. I mean, not let him go necessarily in a sense that they release him, but, I would put him on the shelf. I'd let him sit there for a year and a half till his contract expires. That's what I would do.
All right, E-Man, I
Um,
did get your tweet. I am looking at this photo. Huh.
yeah, Big T says it's my understanding MJF isn't really well liked in the locker room. Yeah, that's what I've heard too.
All right,
I've definitely heard some reports from that. He's not very well liked.
so I am very, very convinced that this is not the airport, E. Um, if I was gonna say this was anything, this looks like the lobby to his hotel room. Um, and the reason I say that, every single lobby, on every floor of the hotel rooms, when you're waiting for your elevator, that little table that's in the background with that painting above it, that's on every single floor. Um, it just really looks to me like the lobby of going up to his hotel room, possibly at the Bellagio. I don't know how good I am there, but that's possibly the Bellagio, which would make sense for him to stay at. That's like the hoity-toity joint.
Yeah.
Gotta fix my Jericho things, man. They're all messed up.
M Jackson, I thought All Out was their WrestleMania. I mean, I don't know. I think it's up for debate. I've always viewed Double or Nothing as their WrestleMania. What do you think, Jeff?
I've always actually tried to figure out what they feel their WrestleMania is. It's kind of tough because they've never really come out and said it. Uh, it does feel like All Out is, because it's at the end of the year. You know what I mean? But I
Well,
honestly
it's in
don't know. I've always
September.
kind of wondered how they feel about that.
I've always just looked at it as Double or Nothing is their biggest show. I mean, it was the first show that they ever ran. Um, and I don't know, it's always felt like it's had the most, what's the word I'm looking for? It's always had like the most like buzz to it, I feel like All Out's like definitely like the number two show. But I don't know, maybe they do view All Out as their WrestleMania. Just from my perspective as a fan watching their product and consuming their product, I've always interpreted Double or Nothing as their main show.
Yeah, I can see it. Export, thank you for the sub. This is
Yeah,
so weird. I'm so
just
confused what happened to these Jericho things.
oh, I thought you were going to be talking about how it was confusing about the whole MJF thing. I'm like,
Dude,
yeah,
trust me, I'm
absolutely,
still
man.
confused. Jesus, like, I haven't been this confused in a long time. Yeah,
Yeah, it's been wild. Oh, okay. I'm seeing the pics that E-Man shared with you.
there we go.
And you said that that's not the airport?
It does not look like the airport to me. The color scheme, the airport does not have that golden hue to it. The airport in Vegas has a very a white color scheme to it. As you're walking through, everything feels very very like cream colored and white colored. Definitely doesn't have that golden look that I'm seeing in that photo. But I could be wrong. They remodel that thing all the time. Could be a whole new wing I don't even know about.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's true. It's been how many years has it been since you've moved here?
I mean, I moved here 10 years ago, but I did visit last year, so I go back now and then.
I gotcha. Okay. Yeah. So this is still checking for some updates. Don't have anything at the moment. Um, yeah, Meltzer did do a show. Um, he says if there's any more news tonight, they might do another show before the morning. I don't subscribe to the Observer, admittedly, so I don't have that news right now. What they're talking about. Uh, just trying to keep an eye out for anything like that.
I think we've gotten everything we're going to get for tonight.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, it's. Well, I mean, of course, the flight. If he gets on a flight tonight.
Oh, Jesus, man. I feel like drained, but it's almost 1 o'clock. I'm wide awake. But man, this drained me, man.
Let's see here. Yeah,
May
no,
28th,
we don't have anything at the moment.
2022. MJF took his ball and went home.
No, see, like, I don't like that. I don't want him to be included in like guys who walked out for other reasons. This reason at the end of the day is just stupid. Like it's even worse than it's worse than the Sasha Naomi thing because at least they were walking out. Most likely, most speculation was creative issues. You know what I mean? Like I still think you do your job and you try to under unless there's like extreme circumstances,
Yeah.
you do the job.
Export, we did go over that quite a few times tonight. That was one of the things that we had said was a good option. Count to 10, Wardlow wins the match and just sign him. We were kind of trying to book who do we think they should just throw into a match with him because it just feels so bad for Wardlow, man. That's where I keep going back to now. This was the moment. They were both going to go over here tremendously, and I just don't know what to think anymore.
Yeah, I mean, again, hopefully it's a work. I don't think it is. My honest opinion is that it's a shoot. I don't. I think it's MJF trying to nickel and dime. But
Dude, Goldberg buried Bray Wyatt in Saudi Arabia. I hope to God he never shows up in AEW. Sorry, Kelly. Oh man, man, oh man, oh man. This is crazy. Sitting there eating a nice Italian dinner tonight. Was not expecting this news to drop.
Yeah, man, I was getting ready to play some Octopath Traveler. I've been working through my gaming backlog, and I've been playing that, and fucking love that game. I'm getting close to getting to the end of the chapters, and you're like, "Oh, this happened," and I was like, "Oh, okay," and then I was like, "Oh, yeah, we should probably do a show." Glad we did.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
but
hold on, take charge for a second. I want to check this out real quick.
I do want to get close to wrapping this up, though. We're getting close to 1 a.m. here, and we got a big time show coming up tomorrow night after the pay-per-view. If any of you guys are interested in, our review of the Double or Nothing pay-per-view and honestly what happens with this whole MJF Wardlow situation, we're going to be talking about it right after they go off air. So please hit that subscribe button and hit that ring notification bell. I got my dog growling at me like crazy here. Hit that ring notification bell so you see when we go live. I really, really, really appreciate all the subs we already got and everybody who's stuck with us tonight hanging out. You guys are all awesome. Hope we can start an awesome new community here. If the name of the podcast doesn't show, we are the Broken Tables Podcast. We do post videos of the Broken Table of the Week. That's one of my favorite things to do. We are pretty sure we got our Broken Table spot of the week, but Double or Nothing is coming, and DraftKings is actually letting you bet on how many tables would be broken, so it's got to at least be one. So we shall see what happens there. Oh, dude, every time I look up at Twitter, I'm just like blown away. Just how did this happen? What the hell?
I'm still doing some research about what Meltzer and Alvarez were talking about. But Meltzer is reporting that it is a red-eye flight, which means it's leaving Vegas around 10 or 11 o'clock p.m. their time. Meltzer seems to be of the feeling that MJF will not be on the flight. But again, that's just Meltzer assuming.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep looking into what was said, but just wanted to report that.
That's good. That's good. Let's see here. William Regal, Colt Cabana. Where'd that come from? I could definitely see Regal bringing somebody from the Blackpool Combat Club out. I don't know where Colt Cabana would fit in here. He hasn't been on the show in months. Starting to wonder if he's going to go the wayside of Stu Grayson there. Let's see here. Let Kip come back and face Wardlow if it's legit. Ooh, I've been waiting for Kip, man. He has put on some muscle. He looks really good now. Can't wait for Kip Sabian to come back. Dante Martin could bring some good energy, but allow for a Wardlow win. Agreed. I think it would be awesome for Wardlow to just catch Dante up out of the air and powerbomb him freaking through the mat.
Yeah, all right. Well, I mean, I don't think we're going to get much more out of the Meltzer thing at the moment. So, yeah.
Big T says, breaking news, Vince McMahon has made an announcement, stated, what's an MJF and why does it keep coming up on my caller ID?
That's funny. Excuse me.
That was a good one.
So, I mean, yeah, that's pretty much what we got so far. I mean, if we want to go for a few more minutes if it's a red eye flight and let's say it's taken off at 10, can go a few more minutes and see, just see if he gets on the plane.
There would already be photos of him because for the people to get to the point of taking a picture of him, it would have to be before security. So once he gets past security, people would also have to be leaving on flights as well in order to get any pictures of him. So it's going to be over the next couple of minutes, or it would have been a while ago if he's leaving at 10. So,
well, yeah, but again, you arrive to an airport somewhat early. So if he's taking a flight at 11,
that is true. If he's going at 11, he could be getting there right now.
Yeah, so we'll stay live for a little bit longer. I mean,
let's do some more theory booking here. Mia just says it could be Takashita. Hey man, with the show he put on the other night, I don't think anybody would be too upset with that. That'd be a good match. Oh, Chase, dude, thank you very much again, man. Like, hearing stuff like that is so rewarding for us because, again, we just started this show out trying to build that audience up. We do what we can. I try to make the show look and sound as cool as possible. Just got this awesome brand new mic. I think I still got to calibrate this thing in. It sounds a little iffy, but, come on with these messages, man.
Yeah, definitely appreciate that, Chase. Yeah, we're like I said, we've been doing this for a little bit. We're gonna be getting better. I plan on getting a mic situated and camera too, so you won't see my avatar for much longer. It's something we threw together. But yeah, it's we love doing this. This was a blast.
Yeah, that's true, Jackson. And most people who would recognize him by face are probably flying into Vegas, not out. That is a great point. And sorry, everybody, I did just move the subscriber to 1 minute in order to chat. I'm going to see if that stops these spams from showing up. It sounds great. Oh, thank you, dude. I put a bunch of work into the to the equalizer today. I was hoping it still sounded good. All right.
Jeff kills it on the ones and twos.
Yeah. Our first couple of pods were a little rough, but once I got settled in, it's all good. Yeah, this is what is this, episode 39, right? We are one away from episode 40. That will be tomorrow night after Double or Nothing. Can't wait.
All right, hold on. So Sean Ross Sapp tweeted out just now, is it a work? No. Could it turn into a work? Sure.
Okay.
So we have an update. We did get an update. So Sean
Yeah.
Ross Sapp is reporting that it is a shoot. It is not a work, but it could turn into a work. Now, what does that mean? That means that MJF is probably trying to get paid right now, which, I mean, as we've been discussing, if he wants to get an extension, I'm sure Tony Khan will happily oblige him. But if he's just trying to get more money to work the same amount of dates, well, I mean, he could just fuck right off, in my opinion.
Yeah, it doesn't happen anywhere in the world of sports, in the world of, contracts. If you outperform your contract, you sign a new one for more years.
So
you sign a new deal.
So E-Man just tweeted at us a report that MJF has just boarded Delta Flight 797 out of Harry Reid Airport. But I don't know who this James Jackman is. I don't know how reputable
Harry
he
Reid
is.
Airport, that's not the name of the airport in Las Vegas unless they changed it. That is called McCarran Airport. Did they change it? Oh, they changed it. Okay, I'm getting some confirmation it was changed. Let's find out. Let me see. That would be crazy.
Yeah, well, this might be the news. I mean, Sean Ross Sapp tweeted, which means there has to be something to this. Let's see.
Yeah.
Oh, he tweeted at us again. Let's see what he's got here.
Harry Reid International Airport. It has been renamed. Holy shit.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for Sean Ross Sapp to confirm it. I mean, I think he's usually pretty reputable, or maybe someone else like Meltzer. Or keeping an eye on the sources.
Well, there it is. I'm glad we decided to wait a couple extra minutes because.
Yeah, I told you. Well, so it seems like Jeff, your optimism has failed us. According to Sean Ross Sapp, it's a shoot. MJF has left. He's getting on the airplane. Apparently, he's boarded. I'm still waiting for a double confirmation. That's just kind of how I like to do things before I roll with it. But I mean, yeah, if this is confirmed, he's gone, man. He's going back to Newark to go back to Long Island.
Fuck.
Yeah, man.
Eastwood
really,
Haunted House. I love your name. I'm gonna subscribe
doing
to you.
that work for us. He should be he's a Broken Table podcast affiliate right now. Yeah, this is wild. I'm stunned too. I'm with 182 on this. This is wild. This is just crazy, man. It's absolutely crazy, and like, it's so stupid on MJF's part. Like, if he thinks that this is gonna work out in his favor, like he's just wrong. Like,
yo, real quick, we have 77 viewers and 777 views on my dashboard. 77777. Anybody in Vegas, go play the machines.
Excellent. But like, so here's what I think's happening right now. I think that if this is a shoot, which right now the reports are indicating that it is, I think that MJF wants to stay in AEW because he's trying to twist Tony Khan into paying him now. And I think that if you were trying to get into WWE, you let that bidding war happen. Yeah. I mean, I guess, like, does that make sense? Is that, like, I don't even know. Maybe I'm starting to grasp at straws here.
This is a tough one, man.
I'm just trying to justify it because it's insane.
Yeah, it really is when you look at it from an outsider's view. Like, maybe there's things we don't know behind the scenes. Obviously, there's things we don't know behind the scenes, but I have no idea, man.
Yeah, Sean Ross Sapp tweeting out that Wrestling Observer has also confirmed his report about MJF and the flight. Not that he's boarded, but just that the flight was booked. So the flight's definitely booked. I mean, that's not really breaking news at this point, but it's triple confirmed that the flight is booked.
Yeah, we knew it was booked. Yeah, that's another thing I was saying, Big T. Unless Cody already put in a good word to Vince, that's possible, man.
I mean, yeah, but part of me wonders, like, would Cody try to talk him out of it? Like, I feel like Cody would actually. Like, I know that I'm definitely not a Cody Rhodes fan at this point. Like, for new listeners, because there's a lot of you tonight, I have been very negative about Cody Rhodes and the fact that he left. I did view it in quite a negative light. But I don't know. Part of me wonders, like, would Cody be like, Max, this is not the way to do it, dude?
Yeah. At this point, with the shit Cody got for doing what he did, I honestly think Cody might just be like, fuck it, bro. Just do it. You know what I mean? Like,
Brian
this
Alvarez
whole
tweeted
situation made me so angry. No.
Brian Alvarez tweeted, with MJF out, I can regain my top heel spot. Fucking Alvarez. Let's see.
Huh. Man. Well, again, we do appreciate everybody hanging out with us tonight. This has been my favorite podcast in our short 3-month history here. We met a bunch of really cool people tonight. I don't remember one troll except for the stupid porn sites bombarding us, but those aren't real people, All you guys who have been chatting tonight, every single one of you has been absolutely awesome. I love the interaction. That's what we're hoping for every podcast. So, if you guys are free after Dynamites and after Rampages, we are here. We'll be here right after the pay-per-view as well, Double or Nothing. Yeah, I can't wait to talk to you guys after whatever happens with MJF and Wardlow at the pay-per-view. And I'm just speechless, dude. I'm so
Just
speechless right now.
Just some clarification on the Samoa Joe story. So he was double booked. A source indicated that he was doing a voiceover session for something, which could be the video game, could be Fight Forever.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Speaking of which, any gamers out there, when this Fight Forever AEW video game comes out, we will be heavily playing that game on the podcast. I don't know if we can call it a podcast at that point. It'll be more of a stream like it used to be, but we will heavily be playing that game.
Oh, absolutely.
We should stream during the pay-per-view. That's not a bad idea. We have thought about it. We may do that in the future if the audience gets big enough, because before tonight, we didn't have as big of an audience as you guys. We definitely did not. And doing watch-alongs is always funner with people here. So if you guys can consistently come back and hang out with us and we got people in chat, I would have no problem doing watch-alongs. I love watching it. Just kind of got to have people to talk to, or else it feels a little awkward. Like back in my Twitch stream days when I'd be talking to myself to streaming to 0 people for a couple hours,
Yeah. And I'll say this, so E-Man's saying that, we're not super hella negative. Like, yeah, man, pro wrestling's supposed to be fun, dude. Like, I want to have fun with the things that I enjoy. Like, that's why I don't watch WWE personally. Again, like a little bit about me, I don't watch it anymore. I used to be a huge fan, would watch every week, Raw, SmackDown, pay-per-views. I went to the shows. I was a little bit younger back in the day too, so I was like, as a kid into it, which is even crazy. You get even more into the rabbit hole. And it's like, but like, yeah, man, I just want to have fun. I just want to enjoy pro wrestling. And so, yeah, that's what this show is. Like, I'm not I'm gonna keep it honest. Like, there are things I don't like, and I'll say when I don't like it. But like I want to enjoy pro wrestling.
Yeah. Definitely didn't enjoy tonight.
Well, you know what?
I enjoyed the podcast.
I enjoyed how this night shaped out. This has been.
I agree.
This has been fucking.
100% agree. So, if anything, if MJF didn't do this, we would not have met all these awesome people in chat tonight. I definitely got to say that.
Okay.
So, once again,
hold
if
on.
what?
So here's another little something. Again, things are just kind of trickling out. So somebody asked Sean Ross Sapp, has the term unprofessional been used yet? And Sean Ross Sapp replied with a lot.
Okay.
So yeah, there was a question a little while ago about maybe like, what does the AEW locker room feel about this? I think that's kind of your answer right there. I think it's not looking good for MJF. This is if this is a shoot, which again I think we're like, are we in the zone where we're gonna confirm it as a shoot yet, or do you still want to wait on that?
I mean, I do still want to wait, but I think we can get fairly close to saying that at the moment it's a shoot. And there's a good possibility that it turns into a work, if him and Tony talk it out. But for the moment, yeah, seems to be a shoot.
Yeah, it's just
And I'm a sad
it's not
panda.
a good look for him. Hey man, it'll be all right. We'll be okay. This time tomorrow, we'll be partying. CM Punk will be the AEW World Heavyweight Champion. Uh,
If,
I would probably get emotional if that happens.
if
I'm a big
MJF
CM Punk.
doesn't show up, and if CM Punk loses, I'm not. I'm going to be an unpleasant individual.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm going to make an argument that you should lose a point for if MJF doesn't even show up. Not only did MJF not win, he didn't even show up.
I 100% agree with that, since we will be taking a point away from Forrest if his doesn't come through. So
Yeah, he double or nothing, man. Chips
double
on
or
the
nothing. Yep.
table. Big T wants us to stay on. I'm down for it, Jeff. You're the guy on the ones and twos. I'm hanging out and having a good time. Old man Jeff though.
Or I'm sorry, Mark, Amber or MJF? Oh, who's worse?
Oof, that's a real doozy.
I mean, Amber. That's an easy one for me, actually. The things that she's accused Johnny of are horrendous.
That's true. They're both pretty bad though.
Yeah.
It's like a 1 and then a 1B, you know?
Yeah. But
Do you think
she
Punk
would be
is gonna-
worse.
Do you think Punk is going to turn heel? I think eventually. I don't know if he's going to turn heel tomorrow. I think that they want to keep in mind they have this big Dynamite planned for Wednesday because
Yeah.
it's the first show in California. Warner Discovery executives are going to be there. Like they want to have this huge show, and I think the best way to open that show is to have a babyface CM Punk come out and with the belt.
Yeah.
That's how I would open Dynamite. And so
Is he
yeah,
going to turn heel? Of course.
yes, absolutely. He loves being a heel. He's made it very clear.
Yeah.
Anyone that's a fan of CM Punk, throughout his career, like they'll tell you, like, oh yeah, this guy can't wait to be a heel. That's why he worked with MJF so soon in his run, because they wanted him to get the MJF feud out of the way so he could turn heel and then work with all the baby faces. But
Yeah, we'll stay on, man.
let's,
I don't mind staying on at all, Nick. I
Jeff,
appreciate
the
it.
people have spoken. The
Yeah,
people
the
have
people
spoken.
have spoken.
Go put a cup of coffee on. I mean, I don't need coffee. I'm generally pretty good with energy.
I'm
But
good, man. I'm still on Vegas time. I've never adjusted, and
let's
and I don't have to be over at your place to do the pay-per-view until like 6, so
exactly. Yeah, whatever, man. Like,
I'll
come on,
sleep
you
till
can
1
sleep
p.m.
in.
if I need to.
Yeah. Let's see. Sean Ross Sapp's going live right now, but I mean, we're gonna keep at this.
Yeah, but so what was I gonna say? So the Punk turning heel thing. So I may be incorrect on this, but I think I'm correct. CM Punk has gone heel in every world title run he has had in each company he was in. So when he was in Ring of Honor, he was a face. He won the title. He became a heel. In WWE, he was a face. He won the title, and then he became a heel. The memory's not as good as it used to be, but I think I am correct.
You are correct. He didn't turn heel right away, but
No,
he
yeah.
during the he had a 434-day title reign, I believe. He did turn heel over the course of the title reign.
Right on, Big T. I appreciate it, man. I've put a lot of work into it over the years. I used to be a Twitch streamer, and that didn't work out so well. But this is seeming to be a really good passion of ours. Me and Rome have a blast every night we're on. So thank you very much, man. It means a lot.
Yeah, absolutely, man. This is fucking awesome. I'm loving this.
Hell yeah. Oh,
Let's see. You think this is all because he doesn't want to look bad and lose after building himself up this big? Feel like it hurt his pride, maybe within the result of Wardlow winning. See, Nick. The problem is that in wrestling, you do the job. It's just the way it is. It's the nature of the business. It's the reason that Bret Hart got screwed in Montreal is that like at the end of the day, like this is a business where you need to take care of each other, and like MJF, like as a wrestler, it's your job to put the other guy over if it's your turn to do it because you would want the same thing done for you.
yep.
So like I don't know, like I don't like if I don't think that's MJF's way of looking at it. I really do think it's about money. I completely think it's about money.
Could be. Oh man, this is a bummer. Super bummer. Bummed for Wardlow. Bummed for Tony Khan, man. This dude's such a good dude, man.
Yeah, he does right by us, and that's the other thing. It's so much easier to be an AEW fan over a WWE fan. It's just like I've never felt disrespected as a customer. I've never felt disrespected as a fan.
Yeah.
I'm an adult now with and my money is valuable and my time is valuable. As you get a little bit older, I'm sure Jeff, you're what are you twice my age? You can attest to that. Time is extremely valuable. And at no point do I ever feel like Tony Khan has ever wasted my time. We talked about this on the last episode of the podcast, where like so just some insight. We're Philadelphia guys. I'm a huge Eagles fan. I'm a huge gamer. I have a mostly Nintendo and Xbox, but I have a PlayStation as well. And I'm a super diehard fan of all these things. But there are points in my fandom of all these things where I've been like, man, I really wasted my time there. Man, I really wasted my money there.
Yeah.
With AEW, that's never happened. That's absolutely never happened to me. Like every minute has been well spent, every dollar has been well spent, and that's why I appreciate Tony Khan. I appreciate AEW for that. Um, but yeah, I agree with you. I feel bad for Tony Khan. It's a really shitty situation.
Oh man.
Let's see. Let me go check out Twitter, see what's going on. It's been a few minutes. Excuse me.
Just fixing my Jericho thing. It's driving me crazy that wasn't working.
I'm not seeing anything
Oh,
new yet.
oh,
I'm waiting
MJF
for a
pulling a
couple.
Ben Simmons.
Yeah,
Yo,
right.
that's
Seriously, Jesus
yo.
Christ.
You should have been here in Philly for right after Ben Simmons shit started. There was the biggest "fuck Ben Simmons" chant here for Dynamite, man. Oh my god, it was great. It was deafening.
So here's something that's pretty cool. So right now on Twitter on trending, number 5 trending is Wardlow. Not MJF, but Wardlow.
Good.
Yeah, absolutely. That's really good. I'm really happy to see that. I don't even see MJF on here, which is really weird.
Yeah, that is weird.
It's probably being linked to Wardlow. Yeah, that's what it seems like. Yeah. So, but Wardlow is the one that's trending, not MJF, which I think is awesome.
Man, I don't want to have to remove MJF's face from the stream here from the pod. That's like one of my favorite little faces down there.
You might have to though. I mean, we're like one reputable source away from confirming he's on the plane to being done with him. Could
Man.
resign. He could resign, but I don't know.
So let's do what a couple people are asking. So if MJF doesn't show up, they sign Wardlow at the pay-per-view. What comes next? Not necessarily the match at the pay-per-view, but what comes next for Wardlow? Do we send him towards the AEW World title, or do we send him towards the TNT title?
So I would say more so the TNT title. So here's the thing, right? Like, the great thing about Wardlow is how natural everything's felt. This is a 3-year long story that has culminated in Wardlow being a star and being, signed with MJF, or I'm sorry, with AEW. Um, I would not rush him. I would let him. You have him as a guy now, as a star. Let him get some feuds under his belt. Let him get some experience under his belt. Well, like, let's not rush things. That's the beauty about AEW is we don't need to rush anything. We have plenty
Yeah.
of time, plenty of stars. Like, just like people like don't even realize, but like in 10 years when like Punk and Danielson and all these other guys are done, like we're gonna be having like Jungle Boy, Darby Allin, like Sammy Guevara, like these guys are gonna be like the main eventers, the faces of the company. You know what I mean? It's like we have so much time, and Wardlow has time. We should not be pushing him to the world title this soon.
No,
Let it build.
I agree, and especially he had that TNT title match that I forget how they cost him the match, but one of them cost him that match, right? Like MJF or Shawn Spears.
Yeah.
And because he did blame them with that, and he mentioned it, as part of the build-up for this MJF match. So I do feel like that's what they were going for. They were building up for, for him to go back after that TNT title after he cleans up his business with MJF.
Yeah, I mean, possibly, but again, I wouldn't take the belt off Scorpio Sky either. I don't think that's fair to Scorpio Sky.
No, he's got to
But I mean,
keep
if
it
you
for
got to
at
do
least a couple
something, I mean,
months.
but if you got to do something, I can understand it. Like you could justify it. It's not Tony Khan's fault that MJF walked out.
Yeah. Yeah, TNT title, I think. Yeah, same here. Juan says, what championships is Tony Khan introducing at the pay-per-view? Maybe Wardlow can win one of those. So we haven't heard that he's introducing any championships at the pay-per-view. We have a suspicion that the trios titles are coming. We don't know if they're coming at the pay-per-view, but it would be a good place to debut them. I would not mind that. But what has been rumored is the winners of the Owen Hart tournament may be getting belts instead of like trophies. From what I heard is they have identical belts for the men and the women, but one is black and one is pink. I think that's an incredible opportunity to, have some intergender matches. But yeah, I don't see any other belts getting introduced here. There's no women's tag team matches, so I don't see any sort of women's tag titles coming. Yeah, that would be the most that I would see are the trios titles. That's probably the only thing that we're due for right now. We have like 15 different trios in AEW. So there's a division there. It's a very good division. Let's see what else we got in chat. Big T says, officially announced that Wardlow is all elite. Have Dan Lambert cut a promo on Wardlow. Lambert gets powerbombed and Wardlow costs Ethan the mixed tag. Okay. Insert Sammy Guevara into that. There's your triple threat. Ah. A new belt besides trios that we could slap on Wardlow. So let's think about that. In the men's singles division, what other belt would we have that could exist? We have the World Heavyweight Championship. We have the TNT Championship. If it's going to be meant for Wardlow, we're not doing a cruiserweight type thing. We're probably not doing a light heavyweight type thing. Some sort of intercontinental or international belt could be, but we haven't really done any international AEW shows yet. But we do have Forbidden Door coming, so maybe that makes a little sense. I don't know. Sean says MJF's flight has not departed yet.
Yeah, that I was about to say. Sean Ross Sapp has confirmed that the flight hasn't departed yet. So he hasn't confirmed whether or not that MJF's on the plane yet. So again, it has been reported that he's on the plane, but I'm waiting for a double confirmation before we get to that point.
Dude, I am still shocked at the lack of photos. How is all of this happening and not a single photo? Okay, we did get that one photo of him standing in front of that elevator, but I have no idea when that was taken. We don't. No reputable source has posted the photos, if that makes sense, I guess. Oh my God. Seriously appreciate you guys sticking with us, and even you guys asking us to stay on with you guys. That actually hit home. I almost teared up when you guys were asking us to stay. So thank you guys very much. Tony Campbell just subscribed to the podcast. Thank you very much, sir. Woo! I love that thing. I made that a while ago. I love that. Yeah, I mean, definitely can't say the world of AEW or wrestling is boring right now. It is 1:30 in the morning on the East Coast, and I am as awake as I have been all day. Everybody's on Twitter. Thousands of people at the airport, no photos. The fuck, man. I'm seeing people with photos with Nyla Rose, people with photos of everybody with no MJF.
So just an update. I'm still trying to keep an eye on what Sean Ross Sapp is talking about. He was kind of talking about MJF and how he's known MJF professionally for a few years now, and he said it's very uncharacteristic of MJF to not meet obligations and whatnot. He also seemed to imply that he doesn't think MJF's going to leave either. I don't know if I 100% got that correct.
So, quick question for you real quick. Big T was asking
Absolutely.
if we could play Sean Ross Sapp's stream so that they could hear his audio. Do you guys think that's ethical of me? Like, is that against any sort of rules? I don't mind doing it as long as it's okay and like an okay thing to do.
I mean, for what it's worth, this is on their YouTube, so it's not behind the Fightful paywall.
All right.
It's been since...
but I meant.
So yeah, I would say let's load it up.
Why did he not just leave like Thursday?
So they're basically doing what we were doing. They're asking what's going on. They're just kind of theory crafting as well.
Yeah, well, they brought them in so that way that Sean Ross Sapp could have someone ask him questions.
Yeah.
That flight's booked, and it was booked at a great cost.
All right, so you're loading it up.
So he said that the flight was booked, and it was booked at a great cost.
But I can tell you that.
Well, yeah, it's a
there
last
are talent
second
that believe
that
say that they've spoken to Tony Khan, and Tony's like, "Well, of course I'm going to pay him like a top guy. He is a top guy."
Yeah, our only problem with that, Tony, with Miro, is how do you have a winner in that match? Neither of those guys should be losing anything anytime soon.
He's been kind of over the situation. Kyle says, "Do we know if it's the result of one specific incident this weekend? Seems odd for MJF to come to town and only in Vegas. Like he's going to be there."
He's cutting out in his YouTube stream. Is it just me? Oh no, that was just me.
Is TK calling his buff by booking the flight? Possibly.
Is TK calling his bluff? Calling his bluff by booking the flight?
If Tony did, if AEW did, if his dad booked it for him, like I don't have a clue. And Goodman says, "Is it a mental health issue? You said he's physically okay, but hopefully it's not a money issue." I think you meant a mental issue. I can't verify that because I don't know. At any given time, I don't know what anybody.
Yeah, so Sean Ross Sapp saying he doesn't know who booked the flight.
On that at all. It's not my place to do that. Huh. That's his place to speak.
He doesn't know if it was Tony Khan that booked it to call his bluff, or if it was MJF.
Joel, I mean, you were half asleep, but obviously this is a pretty wild thing we got going.
You guys able to hear SRS?
Anything particularly you're curious about?
I mean, I'm still trying to put together kind of like what Rob was alluding to, what the breaking point was,
So
and
their
also like
pod's a little quiet. That's as loud
doesn't
as it goes for
feel
me.
it's not normal for MJF to just no show a meet and greet, right? Meet and greets there are fans paying for the opportunity to meet him. There's a social aspect to it. What changed
Yeah,
that he suddenly
absolutely, man.
decided
Wild,
that
unforced
he's not going to be
error
a part
for
of this and
sure.
letting fans down? Really,
Borderline
because
career suicide.
that's the biggest problem of at least what happened today. And I'd love to know just what that breaking point was for him.
I think the breaking point was the deal. Just he's not been happy with his deal. He seems over it, at least in my experience and interactions and stuff. It was said on Observer his phone wasn't off. He wasn't answering calls. I did try to contact him. I was able to contact him and briefly speak with him, but it wasn't anything in relation to this. I got no answers about a flight when I reached out to
All right,
Toby.
Miaja, you
I
have
got
yourself a
no
great night,
answers
man.
about
Thank you
that.
very much
I
for
reached out
finding
to
us tonight and the
AEW.
sub. You
Got
have
no
yourself
answers
an
about
absolutely
that.
fantastic
It
evening,
was just a very much
morning, whatever
more
it is
than
for you.
anything. It was a
In
hope this
Brazil.
person's okay
Yeah,
type
absolutely.
of thing.
Thank you.
Because when somebody's no showing anything, I fear the worst immediately. And fortunately, it
So
was
Sean
assured
Ross
to me
Sapp
that
does
wasn't it.
confirm again. You say in the stream you can hear everyone. I'm like I don't hear it through the
Occasionally, I
stream.
will be kind of looking down here at my
So
phone, but
he
got a lot
confirmed
of
that he did reach
information
out. He did
coming
get
in.
to speak
Henry
to
T.
MJF
Casey says,
briefly.
SRS, do you
So that's
regret not
interesting.
being in
Yeah,
Vegas now?
and he said
No, absolutely
he didn't
not. No,
reveal
I'm
anything
very
to him
glad that I'm
about this
physically comfortable in
situation.
my own
He
home, being able to
would only
cover
talk
this.
about something else, he said.
Deontay says, well, it's definitely
Mhm.
not boring right now. Sean, I'm going to wish you love and prayer and safety over the weekend. Maxie, have fun this weekend and be safe. Indeed, all
Wow.
of you. I mean, I know a lot of
I
you
can't believe we're sitting
are
here
doing a lot of
1:30 in the
traveling.
morning
We got a
with
nice
another
super chat right there, but Eloquent says,
Cody
if
type
MJF
situation
legit no
right
show
now
is double or
of
nothing, I
is
don't know if
this a
WWE
work
will be
or a
waiting to
shoot,
give him the
which
bag.
I
Vince
think now
hates
we can
that
kind of
stuff.
say this is
That
a
doesn't
shoot.
necessarily make a great
Can it turn into a work?
impression. And
Sure, like Sean
I had
Ross
heard
Sapp
people
said.
say, "Oh well, WWE contract
Ugh.
tampering, this that." There's been nothing to
Yeah, it's
indicate that that's
definitely
the
an
case.
interesting.
I've had a lot of people.
Yeah, well, it don't
Speculate
need to be
about it.
round trip there,
Cody,
Big
I can tell
T.
you, his team made it very clear to me.
That's
Ain't
a
got nothing
one-way
to do
ticket
with
for
this,
sure.
That, and this was made clear like a week ago. Got nothing to do with that. Not in contact, etc. Matthew says, thanks for the late night stream. Do you have an update on how the talent feel about this? One talent swears to me they believe it's a work, but then there are other people that are very close to him that are like, no, it's not, and we were told not to comment on it publicly, so that indicates that it's probably not.
I want this to be a work so bad. I want them to have
We've
worked
never
the
been worked on
entire
a story. I can tell you the
AEW
closest
audience.
that we got was Juice Robinson saying that he was leaving New Japan. And the limit in which I would run that story is Juice Robinson says he's done with New Japan, because he can say it all he wants. I mean, Vince McMahon can come over here and on our show if he wants and say he's buying AEW. Whether it's true or not, well, those are his own words. But we've not been worked on a story like this, and that's not the case. Could it turn into a work? Absolutely. Were any of those red flags like raising for you, Rob? Like, were any part of you like, oh, this might be a work?
All of them.
Well,
Every flag I could have had.
The autograph signing was right when I heard about that. That's when I'm like, well, that's really weird. When I saw people say, "Oh, it's a work," I'm like, that doesn't make any sense to do that to your fans.
Mhm.
So why would
All
you
right,
do
Jeff, I'm
that?
tagging
So
out for a
that's
second. I'm using
right
the
there
bathroom.
Yeah, you're
is
good.
when I said I don't think this is a work at all, because that does not make any sense. Like Samoa Joe, there was talk about that earlier, and that came out that was just a
Double
communication
booking.
error.
Yeah.
And so this seemed a lot different just from the get go. So
Could it become a
Typically-
work? It could absolutely become a work. I
Yeah.
mean, if Sasha and Naomi come back, it's going to be a work. Like that's
Yeah.
what they're going to do.
I was going to say, typically when someone pulls out of a meet and greet like that, you try to make it good. You try to, give them something better just to make up for the loss of the talent that doesn't appear. In this case, they just kind of sat on it. They couldn't really do anything. It felt like their hands were tied. And I'm seeing in the chat, like a good question is, what about Wardlow?
What about
happens to
Wardlow?
who's having like the match of his career potentially tomorrow night? What if it doesn't happen? Like, what do you do with a guy who's potentially here to break out? I feel bad for that guy.
I feel bad for him too. I feel really bad for him because
Yeah,
he's
we've been
been on
saying
this-
that all
this
night, man. We
trajectory, and
definitely
he's done
feel
really
bad
well, and
for Wardlow.
He's handled this so professionally. I mean, you can't run him out there to squash Sean Spears again, can you? Like
You can,
that's
but do
the
you
big
want
question
to?
is how do they handle this? How do they make good? And I mean, as of now, MJF hasn't gotten on that plane. Like he's not on that plane. I can tell you, the plane ain't left. He hasn't gotten on that plane. But
SRS
until
is
that
saying he has
happens,
not
I
got
think
on the
that's when
plane
that
yet. It
plan
has not
goes
left, and
into
he is
effect
not
of
on the
what do
plane.
we do and how do we handle this? Michael Key
Now,
says,
do we
agree
know?
with
Does he
support
know
work would
this
be a
for
really
sure?
bad look.
Because
Exactly. And
E-Man,
the
he might have
rule
some good
is
info,
you
and he's
don't
already
work the
gone.
boys. You don't work the boys.
All right, I am back, sir.
TNA got like they
Yeah,
would do
I
feast
heard
and
a
fire,
few
feast or
things
fire,
that
and
Fan
nobody
Fest
would know
wasn't
that they were legit losing their
overwhelming
job.
either.
And that it
But
made it
I
ton
think a
bad
lot of
will.
people
You
go
just
into
don't work
those
them.
expecting a lot
You
more
work the fans, but I'll
than
tell
they're
you what
gonna
you don't
get.
work. You don't work their wallets. You don't have them pay for a meet and greet, and then it's like, LOL, heel, he's not coming. That ain't cool. That is not something that they would do.
Flight left at 10:30 Vegas time.
Just not something they do.
That would literally
Matthew
be
says, "Do you
this
have an
minute
update on
right
how
now.
the talent feel.
Yeah,
I
I'd be
think I
leaving right
mentioned
now.
that. Like some
So I mean,
people,
we'll find out if it's real then.
it's a little divisive right now, but there ain't anybody that I've talked to thus far that's like, yeah, that's a great idea. It's not a great idea. Drizzy says Wardlow getting the short end of the stick. He absolutely is.
Yeah, Wardlow
MJF
definitely getting the
chance on
short
Monday
end of
Night
the
Raw
stick.
would be funny. I wouldn't doubt that would happen, but I think WWE's doing okay at kind of floating their
You got the plane
creative
pulled
right
up?
now to pacify their fans.
Did anyone think we would be
Steven says
doing
MJF
this?
is getting
Looking
frozen
at
out
airplane
until
flight times and
2024.
all this shit tonight?
Maybe, I mean,
I've said it a couple times,
AEW
but
is not
I was
going
out
to
at a
have
nice
it,
Italian
when
restaurant
people want
enjoying
to
my
be
fettuccine
them
Alfredo,
leaving. I know that
and this shit
AEW
drops.
believed they had 2
Well, I
more
was
years
just
of
trying to
Cody
play
Rhodes.
Octopath
They
Traveler and
believed
have a
they
good
had an
night.
option
I mean, I'm having
of
a
2
great
more
night.
years on Cody
And I was like,
Rhodes.
what the hell?
But the feeling was,
This
well, if
is-
you don't want to be here,
this
you
has
don't
been
have
quite-
to be
quite
here,
the
so
night.
we won't really fight this
Ugh.
type of thing. Maddie says, is MJF no showing and Samoa Joe no showing related? No. Samoa Joe, one person told me that he had a
Yeah.
voice set.
SRS again
Do we know if
confirming
TK
the
and
Samoa
MJF
Joe
is talking
incident
this
was
week?
not
No,
the same.
I don't
He
know
had
that yet.
been double
Don't
booked.
know if I'll know it. Not sure if either side's going to want to talk to me during this situation. But I know that a lot of people
Yeah.
expected them to talk
182,
this
you,
week. They
you took the
expected
words right out of my mouth, man.
Zero
In
Pile
Tony
says, if
Khan, we
Cody was
trust,
such a
bro.
mentor to
I have all the
MJF,
confidence in the
Cody
world
would have
that he'll
told
be
him
able to
that
do
walking out on
something
fans in his match and his
that,
opponent was not the way to
that
do
we
it,
will that we will
regardless of what
enjoy.
promotion he wrestled for. That
I completely
with.
agree.
Joel, I think you have access to our StreamYard, right?
I do.
I'll have you queue up some of these for me.
Sure.
Somebody
and
in
I'll
Sean
sort of
Ross's
address them.
chat
I'm
said,
at the
"Is it
Zero
correct there were no
Pile,
refunds issued?"
Super chat, if
No
you can scroll
way.
up, but
Yeah, I'm finding these.
Yeah, no
I
way.
believe
That's not
Cody
even legal.
also, yeah,
They
he would
paid for
be like
something they
do the
legally didn't
honors,
get.
Do that. If this were a Cody situation, Cody would never encourage something like this. I don't think. Just Johnny says this is sad to see. I understand someone can have their own frustrations about their contract. What's happening right now is
I'm telling you,
someone
man.
else's career.
I
There
think
are better ways to serve the
MJF
difference.
may have sat
Not
down
only
with
that,
Tony
I mean, lots of people
and
that
said,
showed
"How
up
can I get
to
more
see
heat
this match
than
like,
Cody
this was a
when he
big
left?
match. We talk about
How
the
can I
builds of
generate more heat
Hangman
in
Page
AEW than
for
Cody?"
years. The
And I
build
think
of
this is it.
Wardlow has lasted years now at this point.
I'll hit you up with a super chat here from Steven Nagishi. Does this make AEW look bad in the eyes of Warner Media executives given massive changes over there and AEW doing a show for them the following week?
It can't make them look good.
True.
I think how they handle it is sort of TBD. MJF is undoubtedly a ratings draw for them. Like his segments either hold water in places they shouldn't or increase or stay steady. Like you don't see a huge drop in MJF segments, and a lot of his stuff does pretty good numbers. So I wonder if how they handle it.
Yeah,
will make a
Ant,
good
you are
impression or a bad
100%
impression on
correct.
Warner
That would
Media. That's just my
no
speculation.
sports team
He
or
also tweeted out
organization in
just
their
to add to
right
that,
minds would ever
he's been
give anyone
tweeting
a
out his
raise
numbers
without
every
extending
week
the contract.
and
It
just
doesn't
kind of
work
making
that
a
way.
point to say,
If you
kind of
outperform your
draw.
contract, you sign a new contract
Zuckerman
that is
asks,
what you are
"Does all this
worth
stem from
for the
IRL
time that
One
they're going
interview
to
a
want
few
you.
months ago?"
On Tony's side, yeah. So I reached out to Tony and I reached out to MJF about the argument that I heard about. MJF's side was about money, and Tony was I honestly expected to get Sassy Tony. I didn't
Yes,
get
I
Sassy
completely
Tony.
agree with
He
182.
was like,
This
Yeah.
listen,
is
the
it good
problem
heat?
was he
It's
did
not
an
good heat.
unapproved
It's not good
interview
heat at all.
that we would
Like
have
it's
absolutely
go away
approved,
heat,
but we
which
just
go away
wanted
heat
to
is
find
not
out
good.
about
It
it
is not
Yeah.
the same
him,
thing
not,
as heel heat.
hey, you're doing
Now,
an interview
what I
with
am
one of
going to
the
say
biggest
about,
journalists
the paying
in the
customer,
world,
there was only a few.
and we find out about
This
it when it
wasn't
releases,
like
and you know what?
everybody
I
that
agree with
bought
that.
the
Do I wish that
pay-per-view
talent could book their own
is getting
stuff?
screwed
Hell
over
yeah, I
here.
wish they could.
This
I'd
is
do a lot more
maybe a couple
interviews.
hundred
But I
people.
get
I'm
it,
not
and
sure how many people
especially
bought the
with the
tickets to
Helwani thing, I
MJF.
spoke to Ariel about it
Maybe
too.
a couple
Like,
hundred.
it wouldn't have been an issue. It's just it was a common courtesy thing, and
So,
MJF's side of things, they agreed
to make
like, yeah,
him
that was
the
Tony's
most
side,
dastardly
so
heel of
that was
all
pretty easy to
time, do you
verify.
do something like this possibly
Ryan Largent's
and hope
asking,
that,
what's
that
confusing
1
me,
to
perhaps we can
200
clarify,
fans
is
kind
how
of
everybody is
get
saying a flight ticket
get
was
it,
bought, but nobody
but
seems to know who bought it or why.
I don't know, man. It's seeming more and more unlikely at every
How
moment
I
that
can
goes by.
clarify is that I know it's been booked. I've got a connection there that was able to verify that. Not one that I often utilize because, quite honestly,
There's
that type of
another
shit
good
ain't my
point.
business. It's not my
Everybody is saying
business,
that a
but,
ticket was bought
I
and a
don't know
flight
who
was
bought it
booked,
because
but
that's
nobody
not the
knows
type
who
of
bought it and
information
who
that
booked it.
is readily available. Like, I'm not able to see.
It's like, how do you know the ticket was bought if you don't even know
Jerry
who
Jesus
booked it
says,
yet?
this won't set a good precedent with WWE either. The man's feelings are validated, but walking out is one of the worst solutions.
I agree. I don't think that walking out is a good idea. I think almost always, and Rob, I can think of Austin specifically saying, "Wish I wouldn't have done that." But
Yeah.
Rob, when I look back at the Austin
Wow,
thing,
did
I'm
Austin
like,
actually say that? I
well,
must
they
have missed
shouldn't
that.
have burned Brock and Austin on a Raw. That should have been the
Yes,
finals.
yes,
of the
he
King
did
of
say
the Ring.
that. Austin has gone on the
Yeah,
record saying he
absolutely.
wishes he didn't
And
walk out in 2002
going
or
back
whatever it
to
was.
like all
Yeah.
of this, do you think
Once your knees go on you
Randy,
and
you
you're
don't
like,
know,
damn, I can't have
based
any
off
more
what everything you
matches.
said, do you think
And then you
there's a
realize you robbed
possibility
yourself
that
of a couple.
some of this might have been a
Yeah,
booking issue? Like maybe think something's changed over the past few days, and this might have set MJ off too.
Oh, I don't think that he had an issue at all putting over Wardlow. I mean,
Yeah, I didn't.
he's smart.
Yeah.
He knows the end game. He knows the money is in losing
Yeah.
to Wardlow. Like,
That's
and
why
not
I
only
thought-
We're
that,
putting
but
more focus into this match than any match
make
of
no
this
mistake,
entire year that I can remember of.
MJF can take, I would say, 90% credit in building Wardlow. I mean, okay, you could divide
But
that
yeah,
up among three people.
people are saying that if this
Wardlow
is a work,
himself, obviously,
it's
but
not
separate.
a good
Tony
idea.
Khan, MJF, Sean Spears. And I think Sean Spears deserves some credit.
The eyeballs that are on
But
at 1:30 in the
everybody
morning
involved knows the money there
beg to
is
differ a little
in
bit. Sean
Wardlow
Ross Sapp
winning
has
and him
5,000 viewers right now.
emulating the Batista thing. I mean, that's it. They followed a tried and true template.
You could say
of
it's
one of the
not
greatest
working and
stories
it's
in
not
modern
good
wrestling history.
publicity, but
Aldous Snow, the
there's
Rockstar, says, could this
thousands
all
of
be an
us
elaborate
trying to
work?
figure out what's going
No.
on right now.
There
Thank
is
you.
Just saying.
there is less than 1% chance that this is all an elaborate work. Could some of it be a work? Quite possibly. However, I can tell you for a fact that nobody expected me to get that flight information. That was not something that came from a source that typically provides me WWE news. This is not connected to AEW. This is not connected
That
to
makes no
MJF.
sense.
When I asked MJF and Tony Khan directly, I either got no answer or no sold. There was no confirmation of that.
Joelwood asks, let's play devil's
That made
advocate.
no
Let's
sense
say MJF
whatsoever.
does ask for his release. Do you actually see Tony?
Not necessarily.
granting it?
How is a WWE source going to know that
I mean, they
a
let
ticket has been
Cody
purchased
go.
for MJF?
They let Cody go, and I think they
Well-
could have very well fought Cody going.
I would argue.
And I feel like if
that-
they fought Cody going, there's a solid chance.
I would say that
Cody
you
could have
never
been
know where
held
these
to
sources
his
are
deal.
coming from exactly. I mean,
But
excuse me.
one side believed that deal was
Like,
up.
I know
and
for a
the other
fact that
side
Andrew's
believed there was
Arian
an
a lot.
option.
A lot of the wrestling scoops he gets are from
Honestly,
people
at this
outside of the
point,
wrestling
I would
industry.
say 50-50 because
It's from
I
people
don't
in the TV
know
industry
how their
he talks to.
conversations have been of late.
So it's possible that
but
I don't know. Maybe Sean
I
Ross Sapp
mean,
knows
if-
somebody who works
if
at.
you don't think that if MJF
in air
wanted to become
travel,
a
I don't
headache,
know.
he could
Yeah,
absolutely.
But
that's
I mean,
just-
I don't think Sean Ross Sapp would make that up.
No, absolutely
just
not.
begin
And
to
I'm
do
just like
that.
his WWE source. I mean, of
and-
course, he's not going to tell us who it is.
I can all
But like, how do they know? How
hoping this
would
isn't
that
an elaborate
person
work.
know?
Say MJF is granted his release. Do you see him thriving
Unless
in
it's
other
Cody.
promotions, or has he squandered his chances?
No, absolutely not. Everybody, he's
Me and Ant
His
just hit it
first
at the same
chance.
time.
this
Cody's
is
the only
his
way.
first chance, and I can tell you that
Because I imagine if MJF really did this,
and he said, well,
who's the first person I'm calling
tell
if
you
I'm
from
MJF?
experience that MJF
I'm calling Cody and be like,
was on a
bruh,
very low paying deal
you
with
see
us,
Twitter?
and he walked into my office and he said, I feel like I have outperformed
I mean,
my
yeah,
deal.
that's definitely a possibility. It could have been
the court
Cody.
said, yep, you're right, you have, and you deserve more money. And he said
Excuse
that
me.
MJF was very
Man, these
professional
allergies
about it.
kicking my ass.
It seemed like that was the crux of the issue here, but things just went.
Juhas, thank you very
categorically
much, my
different.
guy. Thank you
Now,
very much,
I
man.
have not been a part of these conversations. And,
And
these
when you're saying this
interactions,
is
but
one
I
of the
can tell you
coolest things, are you
Tony
talking
and
about the
MJF
podcast, or are you
formerly
talking
were
about
very
what
close,
MJF did?
And I don't know if that's
Hope you're talking about the
that's
podcast
lost now or what.
Irene C asks, if MJF wants to go so much that he's willing to no-show 2 days in a row, I'd let him. He's very talented, but the roster is strong without him.
Exactly.
Yeah,
the
if he
roster's
wants to
still
go-
strong
I'd say
without
if
him.
anybody wants to go that bad, you just let them go. I don't want somebody. The way I always put it about our business
Yeah, but
model
you don't
is
cut them.
I don't want people not
I like
even
what
toxic
SRS is about to say.
people who might poison the well, and I'm not calling MJF poison, but I'm saying that if he doesn't want to be there, you don't want that to rub off on other people. You don't want that there. I want to cultivate an environment where people want to be around, and if he doesn't want to be, then yeah, and I think the roster's still strong.
You send him home. You
A
let
lot
him
of
sit
people
on
swore that they
sit at
couldn't do
home
it
for
without
a year and
Cody.
a half.
Oh yeah, I agree
Without
with that.
Cody.
Yeah.
But
I would not release him
yeah,
from
I
the
agree.
contract. I'd be like, all right, well, you can go sit home,
Dalton
and when it's
Reiser
done,
asks, so is
have
MJF
fun.
off Double or Nothing, or
As of right now, the answer to that would be
Nice.
no. Yeah.
there you go. Lane Dashko asks, hey Sean, if it's a work, which I don't think it is, how insulting is that to let fans who paid money expecting to meet talent? How disrespectful is that? It is very disrespectful.
If it's a work, it'd be incredibly disrespectful. I think
And
it's
something that I would
disrespectful
expect
regardless.
from the best heel in the world.
And I mean, I like MJF personally and professionally. It's just I think that you make your obligations and then you do it. But again, it's easy for me to say that sitting across the country, not in somebody else's shoes. And until that person speaks, I'm not going to pass judgment on that.
These guys don't know sports. MJF wants a restructure. Tony wants an extension.
Okay, so that is not true. This
Yeah.
is straight from MJF's camp and their side of things. I was straight up told that isn't how things work. You don't just get to add money to an existing deal.
I've said it
and
all
not
night. That's
extend
not how
it.
contracts work.
That's like a lot of people think we're saying that like, oh, why does he expect to just get more money and not an extension? Well, you have to. I had to when I was renegotiating. Like my deal went from a 3-year deal to a 5-year deal to an 8-year deal because I wanted something different. Well, you got to do that. You can't just, hey, I want more money. If you're very, very, very fortunate, maybe that can happen. But ideally, you got to restructure your deal. Kevin Owens was asked to restructure.
The problem is that makes
his
more
deal,
confusing as
and
to what
he
does
said was,
MJF
how
want that
about we
he's going
take a
to
year
do
off
this.
of that if you
Yeah.
want to change the structure of my deal. That way I can be in a better position to negotiate at the end of 2021, and that's what happened. And it
Name
paid
me
off immensely
one
for him.
football player, baseball player,
Orlando
anyone
Rego asks, this
who
situation
outperformed their
sucks for
contract,
Wardlow, as this is his
and
big
the owner
match.
was just
Also,
like, you know
anyone
what, dude,
agree
here's an
with
extra
MJF
couple $100 million because you're
with
awesome.
MJF with
Thanks,
the
bro.
contract too? I'm a little confused by that question.
No,
Yes, I agree that
you put that in the
MJF
beginning of the contract as
I
a
agree that
bonus
MJF
of
should
some
be getting
sort.
paid more than what he's getting paid, because if the number that I heard was correct, then yes, he absolutely should be getting paid. It sucks for Wardlow, big time.
Sodomite says, I doubt AEW will handle it as harshly as WWE did with Sasha and Naomi, burying them on commentary. What do you think the approach should be?
Keep it professional.
Eh.
Due to circumstances, unforeseen.
So I'm struggling to think of times where it was handled okay, because like even in TNA, like every company has kind of done this.
I'll say
TNA
this.
did it.
We know that
was
TK
it
can get kind
Paul
of
and
savage on
Waltman,
Twitter.
I think.
I'd
Oh,
be
yeah.
okay with him
one or the
Jeff
other.
no asshole.
And of course,
Oh, yeah.
WWE to Austin.
Ant, you say Tony should squash him if he
AEW
comes
has
back?
Run into this situation though.
I say don't even let him
ECW
come
did it to
back.
Sabu.
Just tell him to
I
stay
mean,
home.
Like, they called him out. Like that's
And say
the
have fun
tried
in
and true
2024.
tradition. But it's like, okay, AEW is a categorically different wrestling company than those places, even though their inspirations and influences based on them.
Yeah,
just
E-Man, I
think
kind
that,
of agree with you on that one there.
I think that
Just
now
carrying
the
it on
news
to
is
get
out
some
there.
more
I think
viewers,
everybody
but
sort of knows the deal. Tony has addressed the contract stuff on media calls, even. So I
yeah,
think they'll
exactly.
probably
And his
say,
contract
"There's a
was what he
contract
was
dispute."
worth when he signed it. And now that he's outperforming the contract, he wants more money.
One got completely
But it
overshadowed by a
doesn't
no-show,
work that way.
fans
You
would turn
don't
on
just
a la
get
WrestleMania
more money
20.
on the same
Well, MJF and
contract.
TK
It's
know
not
that,
how the
know
world
that,
works.
and I believe that's what leverage move from MJF is.
So I'll tell you this. Based on when that flight lands, there would be enough time for him to get back, even if he flew out there. It'd be a tight squeeze, but they could make it work. But
So SRS is saying now that if he
yeah,
did take the
man, what a
flight to
mess.
Newark,
Johan Benson,
there would be
I don't
time
believe
for
this
him
will
to
work
get
because
back,
TK
but it
and
would be
MJF
close.
both know better than to work a locker room that never ends well.
Well, yeah, we knew that, but
Yes,
it's
exactly.
such
You
a
don't work a locker room,
ridiculous
you lose
proposal. Like,
trust
there's no way they
if
would do
that's
that.
the case, and I've had countless
Ooh,
talent
somebody
he
just
would-
made a
like,
really good
Tony
point.
Khan
You don't
values
work the
his
locker
too
room.
much to work them.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we were talking
Colby
about earlier.
from
Someone
Fightful
asked about
says,
the
I've seen
the
an
locker
interesting
room, and
number
it
of
just
people on the
no, it just doesn't
timeline
work.
offer to
Like
be
that, those are
repeatedly
your
powerbombed
team.
by
That's your
Wardlow
team.
and
Those are your
MJF's squad.
guys, your brothers
So
and
I
sisters.
guess
He'll
we
Like,
can
grab-
start a queue.
Listen,
you
he'll
gotta
grab you
take
by
care
the
of
inner
each other.
thigh,
This is
and,
not what he's
well, we
doing.
know where it goes from
Yeah,
there.
but I almost think like there's been a couple of debuts in
Joey
AEW
Roly-Poly,
that were
that's
kept
a
secret from
phenomenal
everybody
name.
else too,
He
though,
keeps
right?
saying he's physically okay. Do we know if he's mentally
Well,
okay?
yeah, but
Seems
that's
out
not
of
the same
character.
thing.
Speaking of
I
MJF.
know. I'm
I'm
just
not
thinking they've
speaking to
already
anybody's
kind
mental
of
health
shown
'cause
that
I
they
don't
are
know.
willing to
It's
keep
not
a few
because I'm
secrets
trying
from
to
everyone
protect
else.
it or anything, even though I would. But I'm telling you, that's not the case
No,
now.
I just don't agree with that.
And,
I get what you're
Yeah.
saying.
yeah.
It's not the same thing of keeping
Ground Dog,
a
could it have
surprise
possibly been a
debut
double
and
booking issue for
this
MJF
is not
too?
the same thing.
and they decided to spin
Yeah.
it into a big thing.
Zero
Oh, man.
possibility. He was
All right.
there.
It's
He's been in
1:45
Vegas.
a.m. on the East
Double
Coast.
booking. It's double or nothing.
We're way
He can-
past the time
there-
for
there
that
ain't
plane to
nothing
have
more
departed.
important than that. We've got Jeff on
I think it's time for us to call this one
shit
tonight. What would
wouldn't
you say?
I'd say let's go to 2.
Let's go till 2. All right, I got another 15 minutes in me, no problem.
Yeah, again, I know.
4
I know
hours,
old
by the
man,
way.
old man Jeff can't hang with the young bucks. You know.
Hey man, I ain't done a 4-hour stream since the Destiny days, like playing Destiny all the time.
Yes.
And Overwatch.
Yeah. I'm just saying, yeah. Well, let's go to 2. We'll go to 2.
Yeah.
14 more minutes. Yeah.
And that's another good point, Ant. This doesn't look good to the WWE either, They already had a problem with Sasha and Naomi, and I doubt they want anybody else that has a problem like this of threatening to leave or walking out.
to see him, and I know I would.
Yeah.
So
Got
that's
SRS
what it
back
comes
up
down
here.
to, and selling tickets. And this, in my opinion, this was the best built match for Double or Nothing, like over the past couple of weeks. I was just
I agree with
intrigued
that,
it
too.
the whole time, and I'm baffled by what's happened in the past 24 hours.
What else we got?
Colby Galanzowski asks, "Is it right that there were no refunds issued?"
No. If they bought him single-handedly,
What?
I don't think so. I mean, maybe if you bought FanFest as a whole, sure. I would have to see how those go. I mean, I admittedly don't pay that much attention to what FanFest tickets entail or how those
No.
are distributed. If you
That
buy
girl
them
who
from
said she flew
each
across the
individual
country,
person or
she
if it's
said, "I know I got
collectively
my
and
refund, but
distributed
it's still
online.
the point of it." So they
Jacob
gave
Donnelly
refunds. I'm almost
says,
positive.
"It's interesting to me that MJF is pushed as a top guy and Tony Khan is willing to pay him, but MJF just won't budge. He's really that unhappy."
Yes, he's been unhappy. He's absolutely been unhappy there.
One question I have for you, Sean.
Sure.
Did you try reaching out to Wardlow at all?
I didn't. And I didn't because he's not a guy that I typically talk to, and I know for a fact he's been told don't talk about this. So
Okay.
He
kind of
didn't
a
reach
moot
out
point there.
to
I figured,
Wardlow.
but I was just
And when his co-host
So-
just
Empanada-
asked him
sorry,
that,
go ahead, Rob.
he
No, I
got a
was just saying, I saw
little,
somebody put something in
he
chat.
got a
and
little
just
uncomfortable
caught
for
my
a
eye,
second
so-
there.
Sure.
Empanada Eater asks, "How do you think the whole situation looks for Warner execs?"
Well,
I think
he
we
also
kinda
said that
covered
he's been
a minute
told
ago.
that
Yeah,
Wardlow's been
I'd
told not to talk
reiterate that
about
I
it.
think a lot of it depends on how it's handled. Like, will he be back? How will they spin it if he is back? And if he's not back,
Wow, if
how
they
will
didn't
Tony
get
Khan and
refunds.
AEW handle this situation? Because I'm sure there are positive ways and negative ways to handle this.
All right, on
Says
182,
wrestling
man.
has been
Thank you very
crazy
much,
in
my dude.
2022.
Awesome, man.
And
Have a good morning.
It has been. It's like
Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks
the
for
last
hanging out.
year have had the biggest stories. I can tell you that the CM Punk story, the Cody Rhodes story,
Yeah, a PG
Naomi
version
and
of
Sasha
MJF
and
would be
MJF
terrible.
have been bigger. And
Yeah, that's
it's
the other
been in
thing.
the
I
past
don't think
year
he
than
realizes what
any
he's getting
single
into there.
story that I covered in the years prior from wrestling as far as attention and all that. By the way, guys, please subscribe to FightfulSelect.com. I got to plug that. That is our exclusive wrestling news service. Quite honestly, about
Yeah,
80%
speaking
of
of
the exclusive
subscribing,
wrestling
please
news
subscribe
that
to
comes
us
out
here
comes
on
from
the
Fightful
Broken Tables
Select.
podcast.
I know
If
a lot of
that
you looking to
subscribe
say,
button
"Oh,
is
I can
red
get it
down there,
from
please hit
here or
that button
there."
and
You
turn
get
it
with
gray.
full context. You can drop in the comments and say, "Hey, what about this? Can you clarify?"
Yeah,
this
I
for
mean,
me?"
one of the people
And
that
I'll
I
do
saw that was
I
complaining
do a
she was a
Q&A show
huge
there every
MJF
week, so
fan
if
and
you
she
like
didn't
this
get to meet
format,
him.
I'm
She
over there
said,
doing
I
a
know I
Q&A
got
every
my
week. We've got
refund,
like
but
8
still,
weekly shows.
I flew all
We've
the
got
way
breaking
across the
news
country to meet
every
him.
single day over at FightfulSelect.com.
Maybe
Also,
if you made a
subscribe
stink
right
about
here.
it, you
Leave us a
got your
thumbs up. We
refund,
got
and if
like
you didn't,
5,500 people watching.
you
Let's
didn't.
get those thumbs ups to like 1,000. That would help us out a lot.
Let's do it.
I
Austin
mean,
Luff says,
you know,
I feel as
Christine
though
off of
if the
Twitter,
no-show
Shining
/ delay was
Polaris,
due to legit
the
reasons,
person
AEW would
took a
release
bad
some
photo
news
of her
stories.
with Adam
Yeah, I see a
Cole,
lot of people say,
and she got a full
like,
refund.
what about a family emergency?
Just because it was a bad picture. She got the autograph and the photos still.
J Blood says, if that plane takes off with MJF on it,
Wow,
you
you're in Vegas. 7 people,
Yes,
no refunds.
Well, yeah.
Desire says AEW losing MJF would be a major blow.
That doesn't
Yes,
look good.
It would be.
I'll
a major
definitely
blow,
say
in my
that. That
opinion.
does
I
not look
completely
good. You live in
agree.
Vegas? I
Adam
am from
Leacher,
Las
thank you for
Vegas. I
doing
was
the
born
super
and raised
chats.
for
If you've got a message, I will
26,
try to
27
find it, but
years.
until then, let's just keep
26
going on this
years.
massive
Big thank you to Kate
swamp.
right now. I'm
15
gonna
minutes
turn
from the
that slow
airport.
mode a little bit more.
Nice. You over in the Green Valley
I gotta go
area,
back and
Henderson?
find, the last message.
Where you at?
Is-
Paradise?
I mean, until then,
Is that even a thing?
Say,
When
guys,
did they
we got a
start calling
Double
it
or Nothing
Paradise?
Post show on Sunday night. Myself and Julie Cutler. If you guys are conditioned to watching the scrums afterwards, I'm going to be getting fed information directly from the scrums, so you won't really miss out on anything. And over on Fightful Select, you got Alex Palowski and Kate doing their own post show as well.
Here we go. C says, who's Wardlow going to face if MJF dipped?
Possibly nobody, maybe just power bombing Spears. I think you got to put him out there. He's got to hurt somebody somehow.
Mark Losper says, if the stories are true and that he wants money without taking the extension, I really can't blame TK for holding the line.
That has not been a story. I've never reported
Oh,
that.
damn.
I've
Warm
never
Springs
indicated
indicator.
that.
Okay.
In fact, I reported the opposite.
Perfect. Jack Harper Games. Is this contractual or just him being pissy about
Rhodes
creative?
Ranch, yeah, I know where
I think
that's
it
at.
started out contractual, and then he was just.
I was up in
unhappy
the Green
there.
Valley area of
don't
Warm
think-
Springs, all the way at the end,
I haven't
Warm
heard of
Springs and
anything
Horizon.
about creative.
But my brother was right there at
MJF didn't want to get squashed. We're back to the
like
creative.
Warm Springs and
I'd
Eastern.
be surprised, but I've not heard that. I've not heard that at
Oh
all. That's
man,
not
what
been
a
concern
what a
I've
crazy ass
heard
night,
raised
man.
at
This
all.
is
Here
so
we go.
unexpected,
There we go.
man.
Kai, if it's an elaborate work, I expect a home invasion.
Yeah, it's been a
via
hell of a
satellite
night,
angle
and it's
between
interesting
Wardlow and
because
MJF now. I hope both
we haven't gotten a
sides-
confirmation yet about this flight.
That's a good point.
Yeah. Also,
Nah.
It
I mean,
makes
if
you
it's the
wonder.
flight that was in question, that's been in the air. Nobody said anything about confirming him on the plane, so
It's just
Tony
I don't
Khan
know
down
what's
there on the
going on,
runway.
man.
Stop! He showed up at the airport for him. Oh my gosh.
Scott Gotta, thank you for the super sticker. Mackenzie Matz, maybe I'm dumb, but I don't understand if MJF's main issue is money and TK has offered him more money. Why is he still upset?
Just none of this makes sense. Like,
Answer that.
so Sean Ross is saying, "Oh, he's not happy."
I've had myself
What is
in
there
that
to not be happy about?
solid answer to.
Right? Like,
And
if
that-
it's your
that is the
contract,
little part of me that makes me
dude,
go,
you know how the
Yeah.
world
It's
works.
possible
You're
to
gonna
do
get
worse,
paid
and
when
then
it's time to get
I
paid.
look a little
Like,
deeper
it's gonna
into it,
happen.
Well,
Just
Well, that's
Nothing
the interesting
makes
thing
sense.
because Sean Ross Sapp is saying that MJF's camp, people on MJF's side, are admitting that that's not how contracts work. So,
Yeah.
like, if it's not money, like, I don't understand, like, creative, like, he's a top heel in the company.
he's positioned incredibly.
Or that Tony has even
Yeah,
told
I
them
just don't know.
that
He's
It just doesn't
positioned
make any
better than
sense.
Darby,
MJF like a top
better than
heel.
Sammy.
Kobe again. Kobe
Dare I
Yeah,
say better than Jungle Boy?
Round 2. You mentioned the confusion of Cody.
Well, no, absolutely,
having
better than
a
all of
bigger
them.
option
Yeah.
that was already out.
We've had
If it was
marquee
out, how could AEW still
The
Feuds
flight
is one
has
of the
been
best things.
delayed.
could or not?
So on the Cody side of
It's been
things, they
delayed.
believe there was, I believe, an opt-out after that.
I had the
period.
volume turned down. I didn't
maybe
hear
they
him
believed
say
it
it.
was a mutual option as opposed to
Yeah, I didn't hear him either.
a
I had to turn
team
down so we could.
option, so to speak. And AEW was of the belief that it was a team option, but from what I understand, like or at least from AEW side, they had always
Yo,
said, "Well, we just
MJF
need
should pull a Rachel from Friends
James
and
the
show
Fly,
up,
thank
be
you for
like,
the
"I got
super
off the
chat.
plane."
And here we go. Big ticket. If MJF wants more money and TK is willing to give more money, what's
Is
the
there any
issue? I'm
Friends
really
fans out there?
Me too. Me too. But here's something I always say. I'm never going to try to understand the motivations of an artist or anybody else for that matter.
Oh, it was a complete
To
headache,
be
huh?
offered a ton of money.
That's not good.
Look at FTR.
I
They
have
were
heard that
offered
all of the
800,
larger
850
fan fest events
in
are really
in
chaotic
WWE.
and turn out not
They
great.
passed it up. They said, nope, we're leaving. They for sure would have got fired during the pandemic. 100% would have got fired during the pandemic. Look at Anderson and Gallows. They could have had a lot better creative than what they had in WWE, but they were like, man, that money's really nice. Look at all the people that left for AEW. They're not making more than they were in WWE, most of them, but they're happier with their creative or their schedule. There were a whole lot of people in Ring of Honor who told me that they liked working Ring of Honor because they could hold a day job and they liked their day job and they could do that while they were working Ring of Honor.
Jared asks, sorry if it's been answered already. Would this hurt
Wow.
MJF with WWE? I could
That's
see Vince
crazy,
saying, well, if you
T.
did that to
That's
them, who's to
crazy.
say you won't do it to me?
That means that it was the
I
venue.
think it
It's
depends on
definitely not
Vince's
Tony
mood. Is he in
Khan's
a petty mood? Does he think that that's
call,
funny?
because he
that
would have
happened to
immediately
AEW?
been
I
like,
mean, there's plenty
issue
of petty people
refunds
there.
now.
Or would he be like,
I still
don't
would be
wanna deal with
surprised if
that?
they don't issue
I
refunds.
think Nick Khan, if he had a conversation with MJF, would probably come
But
to an agreement that
again,
MJF
it's only
is
a couple
probably
hundred
pretty sturdy
people.
guy,
I'm
but
gonna be honest,
I don't know if this is a point of no return.
Jack Harper Games, is this a case of working yourself into a shoot, like Max forgot where the character ends and he begins as far as being mad?
Possibly.
The only
I
thing
know that
said in
he-
regards to
I don't know
refunds
if he
was
quite
check
knows
your
his
accounts.
worth, but knows that he's worth more than what he's getting now.
Renee Brown, do you think this has anything to do with Punk possibly winning the belt before him? I would hope not, but
I don't think he cares about that. I've not been given any indication that he cares about
Oh
that.
shit, man!
Johan Benson, it's really
This
surprising that
situation
MJF,
has
who
caused
worked
like
his butt
10
off to get
other
to get
bad
Wardlow over,
situations.
would actually consider no showing.
See,
if this
so the reporting right now is
negotiation
just really
I
baffling.
wouldn't
'cause
rule
it's
it
like-
out. I haven't been told
So
that
it's
it
not
is,
about
but I
losing to
wouldn't
Wardlow.
rule
It's
it
not
out.
about the championship.
Thank you for the super
Like,
chat.
but he
cannot
understands
pronounce
that he
name,
can't
I'm
just be
sorry.
given more money like that. So I don't.
That's
I'm
why I
just so
keep saying it makes
confused.
no sense.
You're not
What is
saying
the
is that if
actual
you were
reason
and
for
you
him
were
to be
placing
upset? There
bet,
is
given what
not
you know so
one.
far, would you
I
bet that
don't
MJF
get
will
it.
Be at double or nothing?
I don't know. It's very confusing, Jeff.
Yeah.
This is going to be a hot
would.
topic probably tomorrow on our recap show as well.
I
Oh,
would
absolutely,
bet
yeah,
on a
for
rabbit
sure.
being pulled out of the hat. Yeah.
I mean,
But-
if
and
anything crazy
a lot of that
happens,
has to do with the
we
fact
might have
that,
another emergency pod for a couple minutes before.
despite a lot of the character stuff, I think ultimately
If we get any sort of
it
confirmation of any
shocked
kind,
me
you know?
he was not at that meet and greet today.
Yeah, absolutely.
It shocked me.
Oh, holy crap, man.
James Bars. So what's the issue
Did not
here
expect
if
this.
it's
Not
MJF
even a
making
little
more money
bit.
without an
I didn't
extension?
expect
I'm a bit
any
confused.
drama before
I know,
tomorrow.
I've said this many
I
times.
thought we were going to
No,
coast
not at
right
all.
into this
Somebody's not
pay-per-view and it
happy,
was going to be
sometimes they're just
freaking
not
awesome.
happy. I mean,
Which
we've
it still
had
is going
writers
to be
here
freaking
that
awesome. I
got
can't
paid
wait, but-
very well, and they liked what they did, but ultimately they weren't happy. They needed a change of scenery, and that's just the case. It's always a person's individual motivations. You don't know what they got going on personally, professionally, physically, mentally, any of that stuff. So it's hard to really. I can't quantify that because
Yeah, how
there's
about
no
those
quantity
figures
to
they
it, or
announced
there's no
today? We got
specific
Owen
title
Hart
put on
announced
it.
for his
Like,
first figure in 19
until he
years.
says what it is out loud, I don't know. I can
Danhausen was
tell you
announced
he's
as a
not been
figure.
happy.
The entire
That's all I
House of
know.
Black is getting a set.
Echo Bay. Last time Tony was in a bind. they
Some
brought in
really
Big
nice
White. Any
AEW
possibility of
figures
Tony
coming
bringing some
out.
other big name last
Abaddon,
night who wasn't
think,
planned
oh
for
hell
the
yeah.
show?
Yes, absolutely. I think there's a possibility. Who that
Reynolds.
would be, I don't know. Great Okan, will he come out with a big giant penis? Who knows?
Yeah, that doesn't work for me, brother.
It's a great one, thanks to Jeremy Lambert. Juice Robinson's in town with Tony Storm. Like you never know.
And ask any chance MJF.
Does it make sense to say I am wide awake, but I am completely exhausted from this?
Shield.
Yes, it makes a lot of sense. I think I'm in the same boat
Is
just
that
about. I mean, I'm wide
situation
awake,
was
but
the
yeah,
breaking-
this is
I don't think he'd care. If it was a quick
man,
squash.
it's
I just don't
crazy.
think
It's
so.
an absolutely
Contract
crazy headline that
situation,
we got to
but at this
cover here
point,
on the Broken
I
Tables
think
podcast. It
he
was
also knows that
it
they
was
want
quite
to
crazy indeed.
get a new deal with him, so I
Fuck.
can't really say.
Thank you for the super chat
What?
person who again
I
can't
just
pronounce the
the
name.
only word that came to
His
mind at the
Reptilian
moment.
Majesty,
You know.
Thank you for the super chat. Let me go down here. Harry
All right,
Ruiz,
let's do one
I
more
was
little
in
scan
that
of
line when
Twitter
he
here, real
canceled.
quick.
We, the fans, were very disappointed. If he no shows tomorrow, he disrespects the company and especially.
Yep, I'm
Wardlow.
currently doing that. Oh wait, what is this? We have an MJF update from PWI Insider. PW Insider. So okay, this is from 1:56 a.m. So 4 minutes ago. Mike Johnson's reporting. For those who are asking, and there are a lot of you, we are told MJF is still in Las Vegas as of this writing, which would mean he did not fly back to the East Coast, which until an hour or so ago remained a possibility. For those who are asking if the situation is a work, that is a big no. But obviously, everything can be retroactively converted into one if everyone gets on the same page. So, okay, so PW Insider is reporting that MJF is still in Las Vegas.
More news that I don't know what to think of.
Well, so let's look at it this way. This is good news. This is absolutely good news.
Yeah, it is.
So, at the end of the day, I think as AEW fans, we do want this situation to be fixed. You know, as like for me, it's very bad that he didn't show up to the meet and greet. For me, the point of no return is tomorrow. If he's
Yeah.
still there tomorrow, we can fix this. We can make this work.
I don't lose a
At
point.
the same time, what'd you say?
I said, and I don't lose a point in the prediction show.
That's very true. You're probably really hoping for that, but I don't know, man. I'm very confused as to the whole thing. I mean, we have more info than we've had when we started this stream, and
Yeah.
but I'm just as confused. It doesn't seem like it's about money. It doesn't seem like he's upset with a lot of the creative. It's just, I don't know. I don't know. It's quite the wild story.
Yeah, I have no idea. Ugh. So Max had the biggest line of everybody. Danielson and William Regal were constant professionals. Oh, I could only imagine how awesome those two were. Moxley as well. Hell yeah. Got my
Yeah, I'm sure his lordship was great.
autographed Mox figure right there. A lot of people were kind of bummed Owen wasn't in his pink and black attire. You mean for the figure? You have to mean for the figure, right? Yeah. You miss Drunk Mox? I actually don't. I love this new version of Mox. He looks good, looks healthy. Way more than 100. You know, Juhas, that's the same thing that I was thinking at the beginning of this. I was saying, there's only a couple hundred people that probably bought those tickets. If you screw them over and then get labeled the greatest heel of all time, it might be worth it, but we're getting too many confirmations that it's not, ugh.
Yeah, it's just not.
So the flight that we were told was booked was delayed once, but has now left, and we do not have any confirmation if he is on the flight.
Well, PWI Insider, I said it again, PW Insider is reporting that he is still in Vegas. He did not get on the plane.
That's a very good sign. even if
That's
all this
recent.
is
That
a
was
shoot,
7 minutes ago.
I really hope we see him tomorrow night at the show. I feel like for him, his career moving forward, and all of that stuff wrapped up, he needs to show up tomorrow. He needs to.
Yeah, I agree. I think that it would really tarnish his legacy. I mean, he's still young, but it's definitely a legacy regardless. This is the kind of thing that sticks with your reputation. So I mean, I don't know. The fact that he's still in Vegas, I'm thinking he will wrestle tomorrow. I think that him not getting on that plane, might just be like the saving of the saving grace of the whole thing.
Yeah. He says when Eddie Kingston walked through the curtain for the meet and greet, he noticed that Max wasn't at his table, and he laughed out loud and said, "Oh boy."
Interesting.
Yeah. All right. Well, we did get that last little bit of information there. So I think we're going to go ahead and sleep on this one now, guys. Again, thank you everybody that has stuck with us this long. It is past 2:00 in the morning on the East Coast. We got a big show tomorrow after the pay-per-view, Double or Nothing. We will be doing our review show, and we will definitely be giving our thoughts on what actually transpires between MJF and Wardlow. Oof,
Yeah,
this
absolutely.
This is a wild one.
Yeah, and I just, I'm super grateful, and thank you so much for everyone for, hanging out and checking us out, and hopefully, you liked what you heard, you liked what you saw, and hopefully you guys come back, subscribe if you haven't yet. We're gonna keep covering AEW and, pro wrestling in general, but obviously we are a little bit more geared towards AEW, but, yeah.
Yeah, and again, if you guys are just now finding our channel tonight off of this crazy night of MJF news, go ahead and go check out our Wheeler, Utah Broken Table of the Week video. That is probably the video I am most proud of. I put a lot of editing into that video and made an absolutely excellent little compilation of Jon Moxley and Wheeler Utah's match there. Yeah, it's crazy, but it is what it is at the moment. So we will find out some more coming up tomorrow. I hope we don't hear anything before the match starts, because that will give me hope that he is actually going to show up. But we'll find out. I'm literally speechless at the moment. Can't even come up with the words.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a wild ride tonight.
Yep. And again, thank you everybody for hanging out with us tonight, sticking with us to the 4 hours and 21 minutes here. Wow, longest stream I have done in many years. Rome, thank you for being a part of this one. This was awesome. Everybody in chat,
Yeah,
you guys
absolutely.
as well. Thank you guys. We can't thank you enough. This was really, really fun. Thank you guys.
Yeah, it was a blast. Really appreciate it, honestly.
All right, man. Close us out.
Oh man, you want me to do a podcast closing? Sure. All right. I close that note. Well, this has been an episode of the Broken Tables podcast. I wouldn't consider it an episode. It was more of a stream.
Yeah.
But again, if you enjoyed us though, please consider giving us a like and subscribe or a follow, depending on where you find us. We're on YouTube, Spotify, Amazon Music, Google Podcasts, and Anchor. You can follow us on Twitter at Broken Tables Show or on Facebook and Instagram at The Broken Tables Podcast. Again, we go live right here on YouTube following every single AEW Dynamite, Rampage, and even pay-per-views. Double or Nothing is tomorrow, as you probably already know. And we will be doing our recap show and also going over our predictions and who won the Broken Predictions Championship.
Yes.
We hope to see you guys again. Honestly, absolutely, thank you guys so much. This is fucking awesome. We hope to see you guys again later.
Absolutely. Right on, everybody. Top guys out.